I'm not used to being alone, first things first. I have anxiety and I struggle going places alone without friends or family. I lived in Australia, so school started a few weeks ago. The way to school is one of the only things that I can do by myself without freaking out. It's the same bus route every time, with the same students that got on every time. And I lived about an hour away from school, so I had to leave early. It was 7:34 a.m. and the bus arrived. I sat in the back, next to a girl with hair similar to mine, shoulder length and light dirt brown. We talked for about 20 minutes before she got off to go to her school, which was a different one from mine. I put my headphones in and listened to my music, had it blaring to distract myself from my growing anxiety. 12 minutes in, a man with greasy long brown hair sat across from me. He had a briefcase and was wearing a suit that hardly fit him. He looked professional, yet messy. I paid no mind and continued listening to my music and scrolling through Reddit posts, Animal Crossing, Overwatch, and subreddits like that, ones that take me into another world or game away from reality. A bad idea in this situation. One song ended, and I snapped back to reality for a few seconds. I looked up so that I didn't miss my spot, but still about 45 minutes away. The man had moved spots and was now sitting 2 spots away from me on the same row of seats. I paid no attention. These seats were comfier. Heavy breathing could be heard from him as I felt his glance on me and my school dress. A lump in my throat grew, maybe an overreaction, but I'm terrified of being sexually harassed or more. "Hey," he said, after roughly 5 minutes of staring. My eyes slowly moved to him as he glared at me, flicking between my face and my school dress. Now, I'm 15 and in 9th grade, but I don't know if I look like my age. I definitely don't look younger than 14. Now looking at me with my mask pulled up more, he asked what school I was going to. I told him it wasn't any of his business and asked him to leave me alone. He didn't like this. He asked how old I was and I said 18. I don't know why. I just didn't want to tell him my real age. He moved closer, slowly reaching for my bag that has my school logo on it. I grabbed it and pretended to use it as a pillow. He scoffed and picked up his briefcase, thinking that I wasn't watching. I had glasses, so the screen on my phone hid them a tiny bit. He opened it and took out something small and silver. Guns are illegal in Australia, so my mind switched to a knife. My suspicions were slowly confirmed. "Have you ever been hurt physically?" he asked. I nodded. I mean, who hasn't? Especially in Australia. "Bad?" he asked. "No, at least I can't remember." He laughed, forming a pit of fear and sadness. I peered up and outside of the bus, still 20 minutes away. Students sat at the bottom of the bus. I didn't recognize anyone, but they could still serve as a way for me to get away from being alone with this fucking creep. Yet, I was too scared to move. I peered over at him, and he was still staring, the small silver knife glistening in his suit pocket. "You're pretty." Fuck off, I thought. You can't even see half of my face. And I felt his eyes on my chest. My chest was definitely developed than a normal 15 years was, and I had a fast metabolism, so I was skinny and had hardly any strength. Not unusual for a girl who spends most of her free time writing and gaming, or even sleeping. You could tell from my arms, not ridiculously skinny, but not the opposite either. He was talking about random stuff, but I couldn't hear him over the sound of my heart beating in my ears. I took a deep breath, and slowly came back to reality. It's a shame you have school. I live near here. Of course you do. I'm not a sex offender either. Stupid thing to say. He glared at me angrily, like he could hear my thoughts. Emily, I heard. My best friend Lily stood up on the steps to the back of the bus. I could see a smile of worry on her face as she placed her water bottle back in her bag. She was little, but she didn't take anyone's shit, and she always had my back. She gestured to come to sit down with her and some familiar students, and I grabbed my bag, covering the school logo with my hand. Once we sat down, I saw the creep staring still. He stared at me the whole ride until we got off a stop before school so he couldn't find out. The bus was pretty full at this point, so he struggled to follow me. Once the bus left, I collapsed on the bench and cried on my friend's shoulder, relieved. I told her everything on the way to school. I knew he was going to hurt me, possibly kill me, and I'm so grateful for my best friend's great timing. So, I'm unsure when exactly I caught the attention of this guy. I'd say mid to late 20s looking. Can't say much more about how he looked, aside from generic. But I first noticed he was being suspicious when I decided to change sides of the train. As a foreigner in Japan, I have an awful habit of sitting in the corner where possible, rather than having folks sit on either side of me. On the opposite side of my carriage, someone got off and I moved to take their seat. As I did, someone else on that side stood up and appeared to be getting off at this stop at first. However, as they noticed me sit down, they spun around to sit on the other side again. My old seat, essentially. Well, that was odd. I decided to test their reaction once more. A few stops later, I got up, walked all the way to the door at the end of the carriage, then stood at the side of it pretending to read the pricing information. I noticed this person had got up, walked down to the door, noticed me standing still, and awkwardly walked back to sit down again. There was no attempt at being subtle, and even other passengers seemed to notice. Naturally, I skipped my stop and got off on the final station where the train terminated. I didn't go through the gate, but I noticed him waiting in the lobby of the station and watching me. I took out my phone to call a friend to come pick me up, and he vanished. Maybe he thought I was calling the police. I should mention that I'm a guy, but I have my hair down to my waist, and especially when wearing masks, I have been mistaken for a woman more times than I can count in Japan. It was a very weird experience all in all, and I hope that creep doesn't go after anyone else. Hey guys, so I had told my story about the time that I was knighted in a buffet parking lot by some psycho church official from Delaware, and I got to thinking, are there any other creepy encounters that I've had? The answer is unfortunately yes. The ironic thing is, this story also takes place in middle school when I was in 7th grade having the worst school year ever. It was shortly before this event that I had been knighted, just to give you a time frame. To start off the bat, I'm a straight male just to give context to the story. Anyways, here's where it begins. There was this girl in my neighborhood who I had been friends with since the 4th grade, when I had switched school districts. She was a grade below me and seemed like a nice enough girl. We talked on the bus frequently until I didn't see her for a year when I went up to middle school in 6th grade and she was still in 5th. I didn't see or hear from her in that stretch of time. Little would I know, she would change significantly. When her and I finally crossed paths again, it was on the bus, just as it had been before. At first, she seemed like the same friend I used to know. We had definitely drifted apart, but I tried to make up for lost time. I soon came to realize, though, she was a bit weirder than the last time we'd talked. She acted strangely, constantly trying to strike up conversations or poking her head over the bus seats like a gopher looking at me. I was really weirded out and tried to cut down verbal conversations with her to a bare minimum. You'd think that this is just a normal goofy middle schooler acting like they always do, and that things can't really escalate. I thought that too. That is, until her brother came into the picture. We'll call this girl Jenny, and we'll call her older brother Jake. Now, Jenny was a year younger than me, but her older brother was 3 years older than me. He was a 10th grader at that time. A year before, I had sat with Jake on the bus since some idiot decided to steal my seat when I got on at the end of the day. At first, I thought it would be fine and that maybe I'd get along with him. After all, he was known to be a decent kid who was super nerdy and introverted, much like myself. The thing is, I didn't know to what extent this was true. Within minutes of me sitting there, he was trying to tell me nerdy jokes, and believe me, it wasn't as fun as it sounds at all, because I could not wait to get off the bus and away from this guy. I myself was awkward, but not nearly as awkward as this dude. When the bus finally got to our stop, I hightailed it out of there and never sat with him again for the rest of the year. Even when it came to a day that there were 2 people already sitting in my seat, I squeezed in. But anyways, back to 7th grade. So, not only was I trying to avoid contact with Jenny, now her brother comes into play. Somehow, over the last year, he had started to develop somewhat of an obsession with me. I didn't want to believe it at first, but the signs became clear pretty quickly. One day, Jenny popped her head over the seat and told me that she wanted to draw a portrait. I asked her of who and who it was for, and her response made my blood run cold. Jake asked if you could draw him a portrait of yourself. He'd like to have a picture of you, and he knows that you're an artist. I have always been the artsy and creative one in my school, even having been voted most artistic of my senior class this year. It came as no surprise that he knew I was great at drawing. It did surprise me, though, that he wanted me to draw a picture of myself for him. I mean, who does that? Who even asks for that? That's just really weird, and it immediately raised red flags in my head. I told her no, that I wouldn't, and she told me that Jake would probably be upset. I wondered why he wouldn't just ask me himself. But heck, he probably knew my answer would be no. He might have even figured it would sound creepy if he himself were to directly ask that of me. But it didn't stop there, though. There were a few other times like that where Jenny would ask me something that her brother wanted to know. I would rarely give her an answer, and if I did, it was a vague one at that. Then I became more observant on the bus rides to and from school. I would be sleeping with my head propped up against the window, when suddenly I would wake up because I felt as though I was being watched. I then would turn around, and sure enough, Jake was staring at me with a blank expression. I tested this just to see if that was a one-time occurrence. Over the next few weeks, I would spontaneously whip my head around at random times to see if he was looking at me. each time I caught him in the act, his dead blue eyes monotonously yet intensely gazing at me, his face devoid of emotion. But a few times I could have sworn that I saw a smug look behind his piercing eyes. It was at this point that I began to not feel safe on the bus. This guy was seriously weirding me out, and there was no end in sight. My grades began to suffer in school, and at that time, I thought it was because I didn't grasp the concepts in class. But looking back on it, this probably factored into it. One day, things went too far. The bus pulled up to our bus stop to let us off for the night, and I immediately started speed walking as soon as I hit the street. You see, my house was up a long stretch of road uphill, and then I would turn and go up an even longer hill of driveway to reach my house. Therefore, I had quite a trek before I reached the safety of abode. So, I'm speed walking up the street when all of a sudden, I hear Jenny call out, "Hey!" while screaming my name. "You better run!" She said it in a sing-song voice, and I was extremely confused. Then I saw him. Running across 3 sets of yards, Jake sprinted over to me from his house, which was diagonal from mine and about a block away. I freaked out and walked even faster. I don't know why, probably because of my fear, but I couldn't run. He caught up to me and slowed down, walking beside me. In his terribly awkward manner, he tried to make small talk but utterly failed. I can't even remember what he said, probably asking how my day was, but I didn't care. I just wanted to get away from this stalker. He kept walking with me up the street, even when I crossed the wife road to the stretch that led up to my house. For some reason, my brain was not functioning properly. I only prolonged my experience by stopping at our mailbox to see if there was any mail. Grabbing the newspaper, I told him that I had to go, and then I walked to the edge of my driveway and started hiking up. He watched me for a few seconds before shouting goodbye and dashing back across the street. As soon as I knew he was gone, I started running full speed up the hill to my house, unlocked the door, and threw myself inside. I ran upstairs to where my mom was sitting on the couch in the living room, and I had a breakdown. I was in tears, terror filling my brain, not knowing what to do, and spilled everything out to my mom. I had kept her up to date on the weird going-ons, and up to this point, she had decided that it didn't warrant anything needed to be done. But him following me to my house? That was enough for her. She called my school and immediately got the vice principal involved, who also filled in the main principal. The vice told my bus driver, who then switched my seat to be closer to her and forbade Jenny and Jake from talking to or sitting near me on the bus from then on. The main principal then contacted one of the assistant principals at the high school and had him pull Jake out of the class and question him, while he pulled Jenny out of her class too to do the same. Both my parents and their parents were called in for meetings, and to our horror, his parents even knew about it all. They said for months now, Jake had been obsessing over me, confirming what we all thought. No matter what they were doing, whether it be eating dinner or just relaxing, he only ever brought up one topic: me. Ultimately, 2 conclusions were reached. Jenny was really just a pawn in Jake's weird obsession, and hadn't really done anything wrong, besides just being a strange girl. Jake, while his actions had seemed suspicious and creepy to my friends, parents, and myself, were deemed the actions of a socially awkward high schooler who was harmless. They figured that all he was just a guy who didn't know how to make friends and found someone who he wanted to be friends with. but didn't know how to go about it. I just find it strange that they said this all while knowing that even his parents had admitted that they were scared by how obsessed he was with me. I still don't know what to believe. I don't think he was just an awkward guy looking to make a friend. He mentally scarred me, and now I'm insanely selective about what male friends I have. This, unfortunately, isn't the last time I was stalked by an older guy, but that's a story for another time. The strangest thing is, and what really creeps me out, is something that happened a couple months after Jake was banned from being around me. My sister and I were outside in the yard playing around, doing a fantasy game we had come up with, when suddenly, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed something. Our yard had a lot of pine trees at that time, and there were two specially lined up at our playground. Well, I looked down and saw two sneakers with sweatpants sagging over the tops, sticking out from underneath the branches at the bottom. I went silent, cutting off whatever I had been saying to my sister, and pointed out the shoes to her. Her face went white. I pointed to our house and she nodded. We both ran like the hounds of hell were on our heels and slammed the front door shut behind us. We told my mom and we all went outside to check and see if whoever was standing in our tree was still there. But they were gone. No signs of anyone being there. My mom thought that I was hallucinating, and I would have too, if it had not been the fact that my sister saw it as well. I have a feeling that it was Jake in the trees though. It honestly wouldn't surprise me. We didn't report this to the school since we had no evidence, but this always haunted me. My sister and I rarely went outside to play after that. We were too creeped out by that day's events. I only ever saw Jake a few times after that, when I was a freshman and he was a senior, and occasionally I would be walking the opposite way from him in the halls. When that would happen, I would just look down at the floor until I was sure that he was gone. I never wanted to chance a conversation with him, but after he graduated, I never saw him again. Jenny gradually became more normal, and by the time she was a freshman, I forgave her and we became friends again. We aren't as close as we used to be, but she's a decent enough person now and isn't stalkerish. And that's how I was stalked by a high schooler when I was in middle school, an event that scarred my young mind and is still as fresh as ever in my head. So, to the weird, socially awkward dude who decided to obsess about me for months on end, I hope I never see you again. This is my first post ever, but I felt compelled to post it. A few years ago, I was going to meet my cousin for brunch one Thursday. I'm a female, and at that time, I was about 22. It was about 10 a.m. and I was first to arrive. As I wandered into the restaurant, Brick and Spoon, a green car drove slowly behind me. It had two men in it and I immediately noticed them because, number one, they were driving slow and staring at me, and number two, my mom raises me to be hyper-vigilant of my surroundings. They pulled up to where they were parallel to me on my right side and said, "Hey, excuse me." And they were trying to get my attention. The restaurant was on the right end of the shopping center, so the side of the building was basically an alley. That's where they pulled into, which was really sketchy to me. I ignored them and quickly walked inside. I told the hostess that I would have two people and thought she was going to seat me right then, but she ran out of menus. She walked to the back, leaving me in the lobby. Suddenly, there was a man standing on my right side and I jumped. I didn't even hear him walk in behind me. He was rubbing his hand together with what seemed like pseudo-nervousness and said, "Hey, how are you?" I replied that I was fine and tried to make it known that I wasn't in the mood. He then said, "We are selling perfume. Do you want some samples?" I said, "Oh, no thank you." Very matter of fact, and started praying that the hostess came back soon. That didn't stop him though. He kept going. He then said, "You wear perfume?" To which I quickly said, "No, I don't. I'm not interested." I guess he finally got the point because he said okay, but he didn't leave immediately. He just kinda stood there. I glanced behind me, and the other man was sitting right outside the door in the car with the car running. Finally, the hostess came back and took me to my table and he left. A few weeks later, I had lunch with my friend and recounted my story to her. Her face went ghost white and she told me that the same thing happened to her at a gas station. She was pumping gas and these two men pulled up in a green car and asked if she wanted to buy some perfume that they were selling. She denied and finished her business and got in her car while they watched her intently. They didn't follow her though. It may have been innocent and just two guys trying to make a sale, but the way they followed me inside has never sat right with me. So when I was 15, my mom was friends with a man who wanted to date her, Jake. My mom was not interested in a relationship with this man at all, and in fact, she was dating another guy, Colt. My family is full of pretty serious rednecks, and my mom is no exception. So one day, my mom invited Colt and his roommate, Frank, over to shoot some guns at our home range. We shot for a while and eventually went in around dark. So my mom and Colt got drunk after we went in. Frank couldn't drive due to some brain damage, so they ended up staying the night at the house. Around 2 a.m., I was still up playing video games, and my mom and Colt were in her room asleep, when Frankie comes running down the hallway, saying a truck just pulled into the driveway. I look out the window and see it's Jake. Apparently, my mom hadn't texted him in a few hours, and he's extremely possessive, so he went by to check and see if she was home. Keep in mind, Colt's Ranger was parked in the driveway and is very obviously a guy's truck. Think about spike lug nuts, spur hanging from rear view, and skull hydro dip dash. Jake absolutely flips. He starts ringing the doorbell non-stop, beating on the door, walking around the house beating on windows, screaming my mom's name, and circling Colt's truck. At this point, my mom and Colt are awake, and since we have blackout curtains, she tells us to keep the lights off and hide in the hallway. And if we don't do anything or respond, he'll think no one's home and leave. Colt, being completely sober now, is understandably pissed, threatening to go out and deal with it. It is now important to point out the size difference between Colt and Jake. Colt is 5'5" and 125 pounds, while Jake is 6'3" and 240. Jake could punt Colt 50 feet if he wanted to. Because of this, my mom forces Colt to stay inside. This went on for 45 minutes. At one point, we see on the camera monitor in my mom's room that Jake has punched the side of Colt's truck. Then we hear the screen to one of the windows slide up. The window in question is locked, and Jake couldn't fit through anyway. Thank God. It's at this point that I think of the only thing that will make Jake leave. I grab a gun, act terrified, which at this point I am, and I walk to the living room and ask, "Who the hell is it?" out the window, and Jake realizes it's me and asks where my mom is. I tell him she's out with her friends and that I haven't heard from her, and I'll call him when she gets home if I'm awake. He says thank you and left. And after all the shit he did, that's all it took for him to leave. And honestly, I was amazed. I genuinely thought that I was going to have to shoot him. Later on that night, around 4, we hear his truck outside again. He squeals his tires down the road and obviously pissed that Mom still hadn't called him. The next morning, he's back again at 10. Again, beating on doors and windows, screaming and trying to get a reaction. Colt again tries to go out and handle it, but Mom won't let him. He finally leaves again, and Colt goes out to look at his truck. There's a 3-inch deep dent on the side of his bed. Colt is understandably pissed and tells my mom to let him know if that fucking creep comes back. Jake had beat on our doors until his hand bled. This also may have been from hitting the truck, but I don't really know. And he had blood on the doors and windows. My mom wouldn't let me call the police because she felt that it would just cause unnecessary strain and that she thought it was over. So the cops were unfortunately never involved. She was also worried he'd do worse if the police were called. My mom stopped talking to Jake after that, and I never felt comfortable in the house at night again. Once I started driving, I didn't stay the night there very much, opting to visit during the day and go back to my dad's at night. So Jake, let's not meet again. I'm 5'3" and 115 pounds, so I guess I'm pretty small. That's my reasoning for being very submissive over all of this. This is a lengthy story, so I'm just going to skim, and I'm not the best at telling the story, so prepare yourself. When I started working at this fast food chain, I was 16. It was my first job, and I was excited to finally take my first steps into adulthood. This coworker of mine was training me. For privacy purposes, I'm going to call him Frank. Frank, at first glance, looks young, 19 or 21 at most. We got along and nothing wasn't too bad nor alarming. Light conversations about anime and such. And I remember things started to change slightly when he was talking about a video game character, and none of our coworkers knew who it was. When I saw the green hat character, I said, "Oh, that's Link, how cute!" I used to watch my brother play Legend of Zelda 4 Swords, and he looked at me and said, "Marry me." I laughed it off and continued on with my day. For the rest of my shift, he would hover over me and ask me personal questions like my age, favorite things, and etc. Being the open, friendly person that I was, I answered happily. I told him how I loved butterflies and that I was 16. I'm 17 now, and I've had several jobs since. So, when an older man asks you for your age as a minor, it's never a nice sign. Moving on to December, I've been at this chain for a month now, and my manager asked me if I wanted to come to their company secret Santa party, and I agreed. When the day came, I arrived with my now ex-best friend. Frank arrives on the phone acting busy and such, but I thought nothing of it. During the whole party, he was on the phone. I was getting food when he tapped on my shoulder while still on the phone and handed me a beautiful butterfly necklace. I didn't know what to say besides thanking him and thinking he was my secret Santa. Then later, my other coworker comes up to me, handing me a gift card to Starbucks and a plush. I asked why, and she said that she was my secret Santa. I thought it must have been a mistake, and I went on with my night listening to my old best friend tell me how I should date Frank, which in my mind was never on the table. January rolls around and it was Frank's birthday. We were just working until I heard one of my girl coworkers, who was into him at that time, wish him a happy birthday. Being that person, I wished him a happy birthday while my other coworker asked how old he's turning, and he said 27. Might I add that every shift that I work with him, he would take several photos of me before and after my shift, commenting about my hair, my skin and eyes, and often said how cute my nose was. Again, not wanting to cause a scene, I just laughed everything off. That's always the case, isn't it? We don't want to cause a scene. I did start telling him to please stop, but of course, he wouldn't, no matter how many times that I asked him to. Now, I'm going to skip to May, my birthday month, and of course, I was working on my birthday. I went to the back door as usual, and due to COVID, I had to ring a doorbell and wait for someone to open the door. Out of nowhere, Frank pops out of the bushes, handing me all kinds of gifts. Today was his day off too, so I was generally confused. I remember thinking, how the hell did he know my birthday? I never talked about it since I don't like celebrating it. And he followed me around for a few minutes before awkwardly leaving when I apologized that I want to get to work and not get yelled at. In July is when I finally found a new job. I quit due to sexual harassment that I had to endure for the 9 months that I've worked there from my shift lead. That's a whole other story. But when a man starts getting handsy, don't laugh it off. Shut that shit down. It got really bad when that ex-best friend that I mentioned earlier started showing all my coworkers, including Frank and that shift lead, explicit photos of me that she stole off my phone without me knowing. I was very insecure at that time and was in an abusive relationship, so I would give anything this boy asked of me. Anyways, at that point, I've had enough of it. After being interrogated about the shift lead, I put in my 2 weeks. On my last week, everyone was talking about how that shift lead got laid off for sexual harassment. Frank and I were doing dishes and the topic came up, and I awkwardly told him about it, now knowing how everyone knew my story. The shift lead would often grab my ass, rub my thigh, talk about my boobs, about how if they were bigger, and also the things that he would do to my body. I would say stop politely, but he would continue. When I started yelling and saying stop more assertively, he would often make me do humiliating tasks like clean the greasy floors on my hands and knees or cleaning the dining room when it was closed due to COVID. When I told Frank this, he shrugged it off and said that was no reason for him to be fired, and I remember being absolutely shocked, retorting, "Well, I'm just glad I'm leaving this hellhole," and left it at that. A month into my new job as a hostess, everything was going well. It's a restaurant, but everyone just comes there to drink, so it's more of a bar. On one of my 2 a.m. shifts, Frank stops by on his bike, and I try to be friendly, but was getting frustrated when he kept cutting me off from talking to other people. I then walked away to bus tables because no one else would do it, and he couldn't follow me into the restaurant. After doing all the tables, I come up to the counter to see my coworkers giggling. "What's happening?" I ask. The other hostess smiled. "That's so cute, how your boyfriend takes photos of you while you're working. That's so cute, like how obsessive he is over you. He wouldn't stop talking about you to us." Boyfriend? I was, and still happily remained single after all the bullcrap of a relationship, and the only person they could be referring to was Frank. Then it dawned on me. How the hell did he know where I was working and my shift schedule? I didn't tell anyone besides my parents and my brother. A week goes by. I may have gotten a little overdramatic, but I didn't know what else to do. I told the other host at the counter to tell him that I'm not working today and dashed inside. I told my manager that this man, Frank, keeps taking photos of me as I'm working, and it's making me uncomfortable. My manager told me to stay in the back room while he went and handled the situation. Our restaurant is very popular in the area, so it's very crowded in the front. Frank with his bike was blocked customers, and that's what my manager was telling him. My idiotic ass was popping my head up a little under that backroom window where I could see what was going on in the front. I freaked out a little when I see Frank get aggressive with my manager. He begins thrashing when my manager tries to lead him out of the front. Suddenly, Frank throws his bike and tries heading into the building. A few male waiters see what's happening and were informed by my manager. I remember one waiter standing in the back room with me watching the door as another was practically fighting with Frank. I could only hear yelling outside the door, and then it went quiet. I spent the rest of the shift like that, cleaning silverware with that male server. From then on, people would walk me to my car even if it was broad daylight. From August to November, he would be on his bike passing by the restaurant from a distance, and he would be watching and taking photos for 10 to 20 minutes before leaving. Now, the reason I thought of putting this here was now it's been a little more intense besides just the looking from the distance. Due to COVID, I'm not needed anymore because now my restaurant is takeout only. I've been working seasonal jobs while working at the restaurant, but now I'm not working waiting to get my schedule. Because I was bored this day, I drive to my local mall just to do a little Christmas shopping. While driving, I look in my rearview mirror to see a recognizable face. It was Frank. I practically choke on spit seeing his face in my mirror. I try not to get the best of myself and knock it off as a coincidence. Yeah, it wasn't. He followed me throughout the mall, then later followed me as I drive home. No one knows where I live, besides that old friend, and I'd like to keep it like that. So I drove for an hour, getting lost and taking every random turn that I could until I lost him. I now believe this is how he would track me down. My car isn't common, but it doesn't stand out too much. I've rarely left my house since. It's January 2021, and ever since the start of this new year, I've been getting phone calls going like this. Hello? Hello? And the call ends. Along with that, I've gotten many random messages asking about gifts and delivering me a gift. I'm not one who usually uses social media, but these messages were all over mine. All of them were from newly made accounts across Snapchat and Instagram. On one occasion, an account started sending me photos that I never sent to anyone. These photos were photos of my cat and I that I saved in my Snapchat album. Just photos after photo of things that I've never sent and ending with, I have a gift for you. I deleted both apps along with deleting almost everything off my phone. A week ago, I downloaded Snapchat again due to some dumb assignment that my teacher wanted us to do with that crap social media app. One of my old coworkers sent me a message and I opened it. Frank wants to give you your Christmas gift. Want to stop by? Maybe I'm just overreacting, or maybe those accounts were Frank. I just want to say my personality have changed because of all of this. I'm very protective now, and rarely talk to anyone, and not as friendly as I was then. It's only been a little over a year, yet I feel like I've aged 10 years or more. And I just want to say, Frank, let's not meet, and fuck your Christmas gift. I'm a frequent visitor of this subreddit, and I decided to share a story of something that happened to me years ago. Please excuse my English, as English is not my first language. Several years ago, I was about 19 years old, and I'm a female by the way, and I was studying in college. During exam period, I would always go to the public library in the city center to study. They would have special places for students to study. This particular day, I had went there with a classmate. It was a weekday and I finished studying at about 2 p.m. I asked my classmate if she would mind if I left. She said no, so I packed my stuff and left the library. As I walked out of the library, I walked straight into the city center. As I left, I felt something brush up against me. Considering that I had just walked out of the quiet library and into the crowded street, I brushed it off. I proceeded to walk through the center to get to my bus stop. After about 5 minutes of walking, I couldn't seem to shake the feeling that something was too close to me. So I grabbed my phone, held it up and looked into the screen to see if there's someone behind me. And that's when I saw this man. He looks about 40 and was walking behind me with his eyes set onto me. I felt uncomfortable because he was giving me weird vibes. He just looked off. He was walking with a limp while staring right at me. He was wearing a scarf with a suit jacket, really old track pants, and old gym shoes. I didn't think he was homeless or a junkie. He was just weird. But to be safe, I put my phone in my bag and put the bag over my shoulder away from him. That's when he walked up to me and started walking next to me. At this point, I've been walking for about 10 minutes through busy streets, and he kept his eyes on me and was walking so close to me as if him and I were walking together. Once I almost made it to the bus stop, I saw my bus drive off. I didn't want to wait for another bus at the bus stop or have this man wait with me or know which bus I'm taking. So I decided to continue walking to the central station, which was about 8 minutes away. As I crossed the street, I noticed the man kept walking and didn't cross the street. I felt relieved. I pulled out my phone to text my mom that some weirdo had been following me for about 15 minutes at that point. But not even a minute later, this man comes running out of the alleyway right in front of me. I almost tripped when I saw him, and he kept walking in front of me. Every 10 seconds, literally, I counted it, he would abruptly turn his head back to look at me. I had even made a small Snapchat video of it. At this point, I was so nervous, but I was almost at the central station, so I just kept going. That's when he stopped, turned around, and started talking to me. I saw you at the library, he said, and I didn't respond. We were together at the library, he repeated. Again, I ignored him. He didn't get the hint and kept talking. Hey, where are you going? Are you going to the central station? I'm going there. I'm taking this bus. Which bus are you taking? At that point, I had enough. There were people walking by and nobody said anything, so I just ran straight to the central station and got on my bus. I sat behind the bus driver just in case this creep decided to run after me, and I saw him looking around before getting on his bus. Once I was on the bus, I finally had a moment to think about what happened, and I realized that this man had been sitting there at the library, watching me for hours and watching me leave to go after me. I remember feeling uneasy all the time, but I ignored the feeling, thinking it was just nerves before the exams that were coming up. This experience really made me uncomfortable because I had been coming to this library to study for years. Even in high school, I would study there till 9 p.m., and leave by myself in the dark. I can only imagine what would have happened if I had met him then. So, Psycho Library Stalker, let's not meet again. I live in a large city in Canada where I go to university downtown. I take the Landrail train back and forth between home and campus. It's usually a 15-minute walk between the train station and my house, but I need to cut between an apartment building scheduled for demolishment and the very tiny stretch of trees in order to reach the path that runs beside the tracks. My train station is next to a recreation facility used for volleyball and basketball and many more. The train is partially underground and partially above the ground, and I get off at the station directly across from my university. However, it is often quite sketchy as it is downtown, and my city is quite well known for its crime rate. I am a sciences student and often find myself in the lab until later in the evening because it's winter and further north than most Canadian cities. It gets dark really early. I usually call my mom or boyfriend in my walk to the train as I have several creepy encounters in the past. One of which, I was waiting at the light to cross the street to the train and a homeless man approached me and got really close to my face. At that time, my mom was in my headphones, so she heard him say, "You have really pretty eyes." It was almost comedic when my mom said, "Run," in the same tone as that song where the beat drops after run. Luckily for me, there were other students present and it never escalated, and after he walked away, I just muttered a quiet thanks and shuffled away from him. Everyone who takes public transit in a large city knows that there is your fair share amount of homeless and druggies that you just avoid contact with and continue on. This experience I'm going to tell you about was much more serious and a lot more sinister. One morning in the dead of winter, I was walking to the train in the late morning. There were a lot of people walking, so I felt pretty secure and didn't pay too much attention to the man in a long black coat and gray gloves that was walking in the same direction as me after the abandoned apartment buildings. And I boarded the train along with another dozen people. It wasn't until that night that I realized that I probably should have been paying closer attention. I had a late lab, so I took the nearly empty train home well after rush hour. It was around 8:30 to 9 p.m., so it was dark and there was a decent amount of snow coming down. I got off the train at my stop along with a group of young people. With the logo of the university, the trains at the nearby rec facility also got off the train and we were walking to the building in clumps. I didn't notice the man from that morning immediately because as I started on the path, I was looking at my phone to dial my mom for the walk. I should have been paying more attention because I didn't actually notice him until he stepped directly in front of me to intercept me along the path. I looked up, startled. The man was wearing a long black wool coat, gray mittens, and a gray toque. He looked to be in his late 20s to mid-30s and had a closely trimmed brown beard and a brown hair stuck out from under his toque. He smiled at me, but his blue eyes looked cold despite it. I immediately started running through my imaginary scenarios on what to do and took a quick glance over my shoulder to the university athletes who were almost to the rec center and steadily getting further from me. The man and I were very nearly alone. He said to me, "You're very pretty to be out so late. Where are you headed to?" My heart dropped. I really wish I was witty or good at thinking fast on my feet because all I said was, nowhere." He acted as if I didn't say anything and took a step towards me, still smiling that creepy smile of white death and dead cold eyes. "I can walk you home if you like." I just stared at him in horror and he continued, "You live that way, don't you?" and pointed in the direction of my shortcut through the trees by the old apartment buildings. At this point, it clicked that this man had followed me from the apartments to the train this morning, and he knew which station I'd get off and which path to wait for me on my way home. All I knew at this point was that I could not let this man know where I live, and I couldn't go home through the isolated shortcut, where he could do God knows what to me. Instead, I made a blatant lie and said, "No, I have practice." I was hoping my backpack and general university student look would be enough for me to sell it as I quickly turned away and scurried after the student athletes. As I got to the doors, I turned to look at the man, and he hadn't moved and was staring at me. I've never seen that look in a person's eyes before. It was so malicious, and his smile was replaced by a sneer. As soon as I was inside, I darted toward the largest group of people that I could find and called my sister, who I was living with at that time. I told her what happened and asked her to come pick me up. I had a sneaking suspicion that that man was still waiting for me to attempt to walk home. She said she was driving on her way home from work and was about 5 to 10 minutes away, but she'd pick me up right outside the rec center doors. It was the longest minutes of my life as I stared at the facility doors, waiting for the man to come in looking for me. But he never did. My sister called me when she pulled up, and I pretty much ran from the building to her car, and she hit the lock button as soon as I was in. The drive home follows my usually walking path for a while, but forks off close to my shortcut through the woods. As we drove past, I gasped and pointed out the indistinct shadow of a man among the trees. I knew it was him, and I knew he was waiting for me. I never saw the man again, but now, whenever it's dark out and isn't busy hours for commuting, I get off at the next station and walk home from there as I walk beside a very busy street. Even though it's 5 minutes longer to walk, it's worth it. And I never want to see those cold blue eyes ever again. So this happened maybe about 7 or 8 years ago when I was still 14, but it creeped me out so much that it always stuck with me. When I was younger, I used to be the typical scene kid. I know, I'm not proud of it, but that was the style then. I had long blue hair with the bangs to match, and I always hung around the skate park with my friends, who were mostly boys at that time. One day, during a summer heat wave here in Scotland, I noticed a boy standing at the side of the park by himself, just watching. He was about 18 or 19. I figured he was just watching people skating, but he showed up again and again. He then started talking to some of my friends, asking about me. I found this pretty weird at that time, as he was so much older, but I just brushed it off and thought nothing of it. Then one day, when I was walking back to the town center, it was a shopping center close to the park, I noticed that I was being followed, so I texted one of my friends who I knew was still hanging about and asked him to meet me. This boy followed me all the way back, which was a 20-minute walk, and stood round a corner and watched me talk to my friend, who then said, "Hey, do you know you're being watched?" And I replied with, "Yes, he's followed me all the way from the skate park, and he's been watching me for days now." This wasn't the only time he followed me either. He showed up multiple times once. I phoned my dad to come and pick me up from the bus station at night, and he hid around a corner again and watched me get in the car. And when I say hid, I mean like the stereotypical hiding and peering from a dark corner, which is really kind of creepy. Another time, I was walking after the shops had closed through the center, and I seen him walking from the opposite end. I thought he had passed me, but when I looked, he was pretending to look in a closed shop window, then swirled around and started walking behind me until I went into one of the only shops open, a big Sainsbury, and then I lost him. The last time I've ever seen him was when I was running for a bus. As I got on, the doors closed, but I then see this boy running and looking in the bus windows, trying to get him to stop and let him on. Whew, thank God the bus driver kept driving. This whole thing scared me so much that I stopped hanging about there and even lost contact with the friends in this story. So, yeah, creepy skatepark stalker, let's not meet. For context, I'm a 20-year-old female, and for this story, let's refer to creepy stalker dude as S. It's important to know that in my country, there is a school specifically for boys where you will be sent to if you have severe behavioral or mental problems. Now, so I went to a bar in my hometown and decided to get some drinks. Then comes this boy, S, who introduces himself to me sweetly. I say hi back and he starts a conversation. And now, he looked about 180 centimeters, chubby round cheeks, very soft features, brown shortish hair, and hipster glasses. Someone who probably pervs over anime girls. He shows me a silver chain around his neck and says that he's into energies. He asked if he could read mine. It intrigued me a little, and I was like, well, okay. Since I was curious of what he would say. He does this weird hand motion with his eyes closed and says that I have a very good energy. Then he starts telling me about me. Every single thing he says is wrong. I ask him what my aura color is, and he didn't know what aura was. S said, "Oh, you were born in summer." I replied, "No, I was not." S then said, "Oh, really? Well, when were you born then?" I said, "Spring, May." S then said, "Oh, well, that's almost summer, May 18th?" And I replied, "No, actually, it's 8th." And S said, "Well, see, I was technically right." I was weirded out by him and tried to escape to my friends nearby. He followed me. A male friend of mine asked him twice loudly to please leave me alone. He ignores him and starts talking about his silver chain, which he supposedly got from a church at some other country and which is holy. He then proceeds to tell me that he is 18 and graduated from the previously mentioned school. Now, I am even more creeped out, so I ignore him the rest of the night, and he just follows me around everywhere quietly. My guy friends would literally escort me everywhere they or I went, not leaving me alone for a single second, because this dude was constantly right behind me and would not leave. I managed to shake him off eventually. I was too scared to go home before, in case he followed me there or into the taxi. I went home and locked all of my doors just in case. Also, I alerted the bar security, and they knew right away who I was speaking of and thanked me for letting them know. So, creepy energy reading guy from the bar, let's not meet. This happened years ago when I had just gotten my first actual job. I didn't think much of it, and I figured it was harmless. I could find people around the country to chat with, learn about some other cultures, all that kind of stuff. And I wouldn't give out personal information about myself, No phone number, address, any of that. I wasn't stupid. I made a simple profile, stated what kind of friends I was interested in making, just the basic stuff. After about a month, I received a message from a man. I don't remember it word for word, but it basically said, "Hi, I found your profile and I'm super interested in being friends." He then stated he lives in the same state as me. Though I know maybe it was rude to be snobby about someone in my state contacting me, I did politely say on my profile that I was trying to make some pen pals outside of the US. I responded politely though, and I replied to a few of his messages for a while. I found out he lived in the same city as me. "Oh, I see you like anime. I love anime. And I also see you've been to Japan. I've been to Japan too. Do you go to anime conventions? Maybe we could go together to the next convention that comes to town." I felt a little uncomfortable. I put right on my page that I have no intention to meet up with anyone, just have an online pen pal. I politely told him that, and he didn't like it. "Oh, I just thought we could be friends since we have similar interests." I again politely told him that I'm not interested in meeting anyone in person from the website. He pretended to be fine with it and went right back to rambling about his interest. I logged out of the website for a few days and just focused on my personal life, going to work and doing schoolwork and taking care of my disabled father. One day, I woke up to notifications on multiple of my instant messenger apps, all stating basically the same thing. "Hey, it's me, from the pen pal website." He messaged me on like 4 of my chat apps, which I did not give him. How did he find it? I was really annoyed. As politely as I could, I messaged him on the pen pal website. "Hey, I don't know how you found my IDs for my chat apps, but that was kinda over the line. That wasn't really appropriate. Not one app, but you messaged me like on 4. He answered, "I'm sorry, but I really wanted to talk to you and you haven't been on the website for a few days." I told him back, "That doesn't make it okay. I also have a personal life, a job and family. I can't spend all my time on here." But then he reasoned, "That's why I messaged you on those apps." I then asked him, "I don't have them listed on my profile. How did you even find them?" He avoided the subject. "I'm sorry that I did that. I'm just trying to be your friend. I just want to be friends with you." And I told him, "This isn't the way to do it. I'm very uncomfortable that you somehow found that information that I didn't give to you. I don't think we should talk anymore, and I don't want to be friends with you. I'm sorry. Please don't contact me again." I immediately blocked him on all of those apps and on the pen pal website. For a few months, everything was fine. But suddenly, I got a message on one of the apps and the user wasn't in my friends list. The message was basically as follows: "You stupid, fat, ugly bitch. No one will ever love you. You'll never find a man to love you and you're so fucking fat and ugly. Why don't you just kill yourself, bitch? Do the world a favor." I rolled my eyes and blocked the account. Throughout the course of a year, every few months, across my multiple social media platforms, I was being harassed. I had completely forgotten about the man until I received a message on the pen pal website. The account had name or photos. It was a random username. The message I received was the same nonsense as before, calling me fat and ugly, saying I'm a bitch and telling me that I should die. And once I got the message on that website, I knew it had to be him, and I had no other issues with anyone. I replied saying that guy's name, telling him that I know it was him and that his behavior is really sad and pathetic. He answered, "I just wanted to be your friend, you fucking bitch. Watch your back." Then the account blocked me. For a few months, nothing really happened. I got one or two messages from fake accounts again, but I had grown used to it and immediately blocked them. Then one day, I received a Facebook message from a police officer. He was contacting me about a profile that I apparently made on a website called Ashley Madison. It was used for people to have affairs, hookups, and many more. I had never heard of it before then, and absolutely did not have an account there. I had a long talk with him, where he told me his department investigates human trafficking and thought that I was an underage girl possibly in danger. It had my personal Facebook account listed on the profile, as well as other ways to contact me. I was in shock. He advised me to contact the website and asked them to take down the profile, but said to me, "You seem like a sweet girl. I don't know who you pissed off, but don't read the profile." Well, my curiosity got the better of me, but I should have taken his advice. Using some of my normal selfies, an account was made and the profile stated a lot of horrible things. Very derogatory. It made me sick to my stomach to read some of the things it said, and apparently it wanted to have done to me. The website took quick action to take the profile down. The next time I got one of those hate messages online, I snapped. I didn't hold back, cursing him out for being so immature and disgusting because someone simply didn't want to be his friend. The account blocked me without answering, and I didn't get a message from any accounts for a while. One day, when I was the closer at work, I was waiting outside for a family member to pick me up. I didn't have my own vehicle, and my family would give me rides to and from work. As I was listening to music, waving goodbye to my manager as they drove off, I got a notification on one of my apps. "You ugly bitch." I sighed, rolled my eyes as I opened the message. As I was typing, another message came in that made me stop typing and freeze up. "You're all alone now, and I could kill you right now if I wanted to. No one would ever find you." I backed up against the building. I didn't have keys. Only the manager did, who just left, and I looked around through the parking lot. Not a car in sight. The street lights shined dimly around me, and my heart started to race as more messages came in. "You're so fucking ugly, you know that? No one would ever fall in love with you. Your family probably wouldn't even miss you. You disgusting bitch. I should just kill you right now." I started to cry, the phone shaking in my hands. Just as another text came in, a car pulled up in front of me. It was a family member coming to pick me up, and I took a deep breath and got quickly into the car. "Sorry I'm late. I got stuck at 2 red lights. Your manager already left? They just left you alone out here?" "Just drive!" I accidentally screamed at them, tears streaming down my face. "What's wrong? Did something happen at work?" I was crying, shaking. They took my phone and looked at it, seeing the messages. "What the fuck? Who the hell is texting you?" "I don't know who it is. Please just drive. I want to get out of here." We went back to their place, and they wanted to call the police, but I told them not to. I had no idea who they were, where to find them, to make a police report against them. Instead, they called another family member who works in the IT field. After they heard the whole story, everything I've endured for almost 2 years, they told me I should have made new accounts from the beginning of this harassment. I listened to them, and right then and there, I made new accounts on all my social media. I worked at the job for another month, but my family member had told my manager what happened, so I was never put on closing shifts again. I was only given morning shifts where I clicked out of work while the sun was still out. But I still didn't feel safe. They knew where I worked, and my manager understood when I quit. All the harassment stopped, and to this day, I still haven't received any more of those messages. Now, I'm married, and I still live in this city, and I don't live in that neighborhood anymore. I feel comfortable, and I don't feel afraid that this person will find me and stalk me again. But even now, anytime I get a random message from someone who isn't in my friends list, my heart races for a second. So this was a couple of years ago, but it always stuck with me as creepy, though I've never thought too much or too deeply into it, or why it creeped me out so much. So one day, I, a 26-year-old female, was walking home from university. It was dark outside, and it was mid to late evening. I'm sorry, I don't remember exactly, but I usually stayed until 8 or 9 because my home situation was not study-friendly. Anyway, I just started walking. I was maybe 5 to 10 minutes into my usual route when I got the feeling of being watched. I was walking down a residential street, so I felt pretty safe in the knowledge that if anything was too creepy, I could probably ring someone's doorbell. So I looked behind me and noticed a man in a dark waterproof coat. It was Spiding, with a hood up and some kind of dark trousers and trainers, walking behind me around 50 to 100 meters behind. I felt stalked. I felt like a prey animal being stalked by a predator. I didn't think too much of it, but I texted a friend to make myself feel safe. The road was fairly long, with a curve at the end, and I was walking towards which obstructed the view of the guy. As I walked, I kept an eye out for where he was and how fast he was traveling, but of course, my view was obstructed at this point. I called my friend, and although he didn't pick up, I just had a fake conversation with his mailbox while I kept an eye out for Mr. Creepy. As the man comes back into view after this bend, I noticed that he was closer to me. He had made up some ground, not too much, but enough. I realized that he was carrying some kind of long metal object, and he had been carrying it the whole time, but I got a slightly better look at it. It looked like a TV aerial that he was holding, and it was extended for some reason, with one end pointed at the floor. It must have been a foot or more in length and very thin, but it wasn't flexing, so it was rigid. I couldn't figure out why anyone would carry a TV aerial extended. Even if, say he had just bought it, wouldn't it be in a box? Or a bag? If he had stolen it, would he not conceal it? I thought maybe he had borrowed it, but again, why carry it extended in the rain? Something felt very wrong about this. Upon reflection, it could have been a knife, but if it was huge. Like if that was a knife, it would go straight through someone's body, no doubt, or at least make a very decent attempt at it. But then, why carry a huge knife around so obviously in a residential area? Weird. So I'm having this fake convo with my friend and pick up the pace a bit. I ducked down a road to the right, which basically was like turning back on myself, like taking a U-turn. I figured that if he took the same right, that he was most certainly following me, because why take that route? He did. He took the turn, still with a long metal thing in his hand, and I ducked quickly to the left, another left, back onto the same road, and then I took an extra turn before I rejoined the main road. Thankfully, he had been left behind by my weird route and fast pace. I just remember this. Super creepy, but not sure if it really was. Or was I being paranoid? Does anyone have any thoughts on this? Was it actually creepy? Why carry the thing just out like that? What do you think it was? I can't figure it out to this day. I'm just glad that I didn't get close enough to find out. For context, my native language is not English, so please bear with me. By the way, I also changed the guy's name for privacy reasons. Okay, so this story happened like 2 years ago. For a little background, I have autism, and when I turned 18, my mom told me that she couldn't take care of me anymore, so she sent me to a sort of group home for people with autism. It was a tiny one-story building with about 8 apartments for each person. My first day there, it was pretty clear that I was one of the high-functioning people there, and it seemed that I was the youngest too. My mom stayed with me the first night to help me get settled, and 2 guys who lived there kept walking up to my door just looking. Me, being used to being around socially awkward people, like myself, didn't really think much of it. Although I really hated the attention, I didn't want to talk to them, and after about 2 hours, they gave up. My mom said that they were sweet and just curious as to who was moving in, but I wasn't in the mood to socialize. Fast forward to me living there a couple of weeks. I'm sitting in my very tiny living room watching TV when I see a shadow outside of my window. My window was placed beside the main entrance so that I could always hear and see people walking by. My blinds were on though, but I could still see the shadow since the main entrance had lights on all night. So I started looking away from the TV and just looking at the shadow by the window. The person stood there for about 5 minutes, then walked away. Or so I thought. Then I saw the shadow sorta duck behind a wall, but still try to look into my window. And that was when I got kind of freaked out. The next day, I tell the people working in the group home, and they're like, "Oh, it's probably just Eric, he does that sometimes." And I'm sorta like, well, I would appreciate it if he didn't, 'cause it freaks me out. They just said something along the lines that they would talk to him about it, and I agreed. Fast forward again to having been here for months. It's a daily occurrence that this Eric guy walks past my front door and front windows 40 times a day, walking past 4 times in 4 minutes. My door is made of glass, so again, he can see through. Sometimes, I walk out of my living room and I see Eric just standing at my door staring at me. It's the most unsettling thing. At this point, I've told the staff multiple times, but they say they can't really do anything and that he's harmless. Right. At one point though, Eric is gone and I'm relieved to finally being comfortable with having my blinds up and walking around my own apartment. So, probably a year into living there, maybe less, I get really depressed. It wasn't the best place to live and I've never felt so lonely in my life. I end up attempting suicide, and they put me in a mental hospital for a couple of days so that I can be watched. Well, guess who's there too? Fucking Eric. He notices me right away, and every time a nurse tries to walk into my room, he stands by the door staring at me. They have to keep telling him to go away. One time, I had to wash my clothes with one of the nurses, and he followed us yelling so everyone could hear it. Hey, that girl lives where I live. Hi, Michelle. Her name is Michelle." And being the type of person that hates attention, I just start walking faster until the nurses can get a hold of him. So at this point, I'm actually in an okay mental state. Still not the best place to live, with neglected staff and shitty people around me just all around. And Eric is back too at one point, and honestly, I haven't been outside because I'm afraid I'll run into him. His apartment isn't even on my side, so it makes no sense why he's there all the time. I've noticed it's been quiet out there for a while, so I decided that it's safe to go down to the basement with my laundry. I turned the corner and boom, almost bumped into him. I kind of freaked out, but remember, he's still just a person, and I politely give him a smile and say, "Oh, hi." He doesn't say anything, and he just stares. I then walk past him, and on my way to the basement, I look back, and this fucker is following me now. He actually turned around to follow me. I start walking faster, and I thank God that I have the key for the basement ready. I open the door and shut it quickly so that I know it's locked. I walk into the laundry room with my laundry, and then I hear the door open. I froze. Was he going to kill me? I mean, I didn't even know the guy or what he was capable of. 3 minutes go by, and I finally have the courage to peek out of the room. The door is open, but he's nowhere to be seen. It seems that he's gone. It scared the lifeless crap out of me, so I hurried up and put my clothes in the washing machine and hurried back to my apartment. Again, I speak to the staff, and this one guy is actually really helpful. He's the first to take me seriously and says that they need to fix it. I know that they talked to him about it and also about standing by my window, but do you think he'd listen? To describe Eric, I would say he's a very tall guy. I couldn't tell if he was skinny or chubby because he was always wearing a big green jacket. He had glasses, was hunched over, sorta, and had long dark greasy hair. So basically, nightmare fuel to any girl. Okay, I know I sound like an asshole, but I'm a very tiny girl, and I knew if he tried anything, I wouldn't stand a chance. So now, it's the norm again to see him at my window, although when the staff tells him to stop, he just laughs very childlike. He thought it was funny? It annoyed the shit out of me, and I went from being scared to being super angry. I knew he had issues, but damn, I had issues too, and he wasn't helping me with my anxiety. He actually made it worse. I told the staff if he ever tried anything, I would beat the living shit out of him. Aggressive, I know. I was short, yes, but I was angry too. They told me that wasn't allowed, and I reminded them that him looking into my windows and following me around wasn't allowed either. They agreed, but told me again that there was nothing that they could do. I seriously considered calling the police at this point. The last thing he did that really made me angry was he walked past my door and windows many times, as always, but then I realized he was gone. I sighed in relief, but I still had the feeling of being watched. My eye caught movement outside, and this fucking dude was hiding behind a tree outside my apartment watching me. When he saw me, he grinned and moved closer. I walked into the living room not wanting to deal with this shit and called my boyfriend. My boyfriend stayed at my apartment pretty much every day from now on, and he stopped for a while. I think he even asked the staff if that was my boyfriend, and they told him it was. He still walked past our door sometimes, but not as often and not as creepily. Thankfully, we moved out about a year later, and I haven't seen him since. But it made me very cautious and very dependent of my boyfriend. I know he probably didn't have any bad intentions, but it really fucked my mental state up, and it really scared me. Back in July of 2018, me and my 3 best friends decided to go on a vacation to Barcelona. The 4 of us, all females, were 18 at that time and had just finished our freshman year of college. For context, we had planned this trip for several months, but the lazy asses that we were took our time before booking our flights and Airbnb. We eventually started our search in May, and if you have ever been to Barcelona, you might know that it's already pretty late if you want to find an affordable and well-located summer accommodation. We ended up scrolling on several websites for days as everything was way out of our budget. One of my friends finally found this very decent studio located near the Ramblas, a very touristy neighborhood. The condo was actually located on a narrow street that was perpendicular to the main Rambla. You had to walk about 500 meters, or 0.3 miles, until you arrived at the sketchier end of the street where the flat was. It really didn't bother us as the building was pretty secure. You had to open the first front door that led to the streets. Then, you had to take the stairs to the second floor, where you had a second door which required another key. The second door led to 3 condos, so we had a third and final key to our personal flat. This final door did not have any outside handle, which meant that if we were to leave without our keys, we would end up locked out. There was finally no outside handle on the balcony door either, so you could only open the door from the inside. It might seem like a lot of details, but it's important for what comes next. The day we checked in, we were pretty excited despite our terrible exhaustion. We had been traveling for 15 hours at that point, so we decided to go smoke a cigarette on the balcony. The balcony next to ours belonged to our next door neighbors, who were a bunch of Italian boys who we only met at this very moment. They had been pretty loud throughout the stay, but we've never thought too much of it. As last elements of context, our condo was disposed as follows. The front door led to the main room, which is where 2 of my friends were sleeping. The bed was on the left, and at the end of the room was the living room, which also worked as a kitchen and a bedroom, since the sofa was foldable, and that's where my third friend and I were sleeping. We were there for 5 nights. As the young women that we were, our daily routine was pretty consistent. We would go clubbing every night, go home at around 4 a.m., pass out in our beds, and wake up at 11. We would visit the city up until 7 p.m. and then get ready to repeat. Our first 3 nights were awesome. We had some male friends who were staying in Barcelona too, so we would meet up with them and it was fun. Yet, the 4th night was rather creepy. We had gone home at 4 a.m., screwed around with my friends for another hour, and fell asleep by around 5. Around 7:30, my friend who was sleeping with me in the living room and who suffers from sleep paralysis wakes up as she feels something tickling her ankle. She opens her eyes and sees someone crouching at the end of the bed, his hand on her ankle, as if he was looking for something under the bed. At this moment, she is convinced that she is experiencing sleep paralysis again. But the fear makes her sit up on the bed and shout, "What the fuck?" which rarely happens with sleep paralysis, as your muscles are often numb. The shouting wakes me up, and I see the guy too. At the end of the bed and still half asleep, I whispered, "Edward?" I think I had been dreaming about a friend of mine and confused this guy with him. The guy gets scared and suddenly gets up, stares at us, and then tiptoes away saying, "Oops, oops, oops." He walks back past the bed where my friends are dead asleep and walks out the front door. My friend and I stayed up for a long time talking about what we had just experienced. Then we woke the other girls up and told them the story. We never knew how this guy broke into our flat. He didn't steal anything, even though we had ostentatiously left our credit cards, IDs, phones, and cash on the table. The only thing is that night we did not lock the front door. But it was closed, so normally no one could open it as there was no handle. Unless someone had a key. We chose not to talk to the police about it because of this, as they could have told us that we were responsible for not locking the door properly. We also chose not to tell the landlord for the same reason, but also because we didn't want to ruin our last day there. We tried contacting our neighbors, the Italian guys, went to their flat and knocked, but they never opened the door. Looking back at it, we should have definitely done something about it, and we shouldn't have stayed there for another minute, but we were too young, I guess. We could never figure what the guy wanted, nor what he was looking for under the bed. None of this makes sense, to be fair. Why would someone come to someone's place, uninvited, to look for something at 7:30 a.m. while the occupants are asleep? I guess we will never know. I worked at a hardware store in high school, and we had a number of fairly regular customers, but there was one man in his mid-30s that became a regular after I checked his items out one night. I noticed that I kept seeing him on my shift, and he would continually try to strike up awkward conversations with me, hold up the line until I told him that I had to take care of other customers. Our registers were in front of a large glass window, so anyone walking outside could see who was working. He eventually started to wait outside the window and tap on the glass to get my attention after leaving. I rode my bike to work, and getting off late at night started to terrify me. One night, when I was working alone, he asked me if he could have my number and if I was 18. When I told him that I wasn't, he asked for my birthday, to which I replied some arbitrary date in the distant future. I told my boss about this interaction, and from then on, she made sure that I never worked alone and that she would follow his ass anytime he entered the store, to the point where he stopped coming. The day of my fake birthday, or close to it, I couldn't remember the exact date I'd given him, he came knocking on the glass again. It was busy, and my boss wasn't around, so I tried to ignore him. I eventually noticed that the knocking had stopped, and I could only assume that he had made his way into the store. Very soon after, I'm greeted by his face in front of my register. He hands me a plastic grocery bag and says, "Happy 18th birthday," and I'm embarrassed, so I take the bag and tell him to please leave. When my friend and I opened the bag after work, it contained 2 packages of fireworks and nothing else. So this is my first post to Reddit. I was told about this forum, and the scenario has come back to haunt me after a couple of bad dreams. It was high school, and I always spent my time in the art classrooms, as it was one of the few things that made me happy. Pottery was my one true love during high school. I made bowls, cups, teapots, whatever made me happy. In my blissful ignorance, I was sure that everyone in my class were nice and genuinely kind people, and for the most part, I was right. I befriended most of them, or at least kept on friendly, positive terms, but mostly always had my headphones in and was zoned on the pottery wheel or another art project that was due. I made the mistake of befriending a junior boy as a sophomore, Isaac. Now, Isaac seemed nice and normal. You know how sometimes people seem a little bit off, and that's why people give them a chance? Well, that wasn't the case. Either that, or I was too dumb to see the red flags. He was kind and helpful to everyone, and it gives me the heebie-jeebies to say this, but in the beginning, I actually had a crush on him. Fortunately, I had reserved myself to not dating due to some soul-crushing insecurities, and I never really shared or pursued my romantic feelings with anyone, not even my closest friends. However, midway into our first semester, I started to get the creeped out feelings. I would catch him looking at me, which he would smile and wave, so I didn't try to think too much of it. Then I noticed how he seemed to always just be there to make conversation. If I mentioned being interested, even in the slightest bit in something, he would go up and out of his way to learn everything about it or even gift it to me. He ended up giving me a copy of a movie franchise that I was interested in because I was too anxious to say no, and I never watched it because I didn't want to invite any more conversation with him than I had to. But things weren't bad yet. I had no clue he was stalking me. I just thought maybe he liked me and was a little bit weird about it. My memory is a little foggy at this point because this is when I realized, wait, no, there's something fucking wrong with this guy, that it's just my brain's defense mechanism apparently. So our semester final is coming up. We had a very special project that I still hold dear to my heart, but it was rather unique, so I don't want to share the details. I will say that I poured my heart into this project. However, I could not be happier to this day with how it went. That's the only good thing in my story. After the final, we all stood together with our projects for a group picture. Isaac stood next to me and a close friend of mine who picked up on how creepy Isaac had gotten way before I did. Now, I'm gonna mention that I had an ED and I am non-binary, and at the very least looked like an underweight tomboy lesbian. Short hair, stretched ears, a flannel and a binder to hide my chest. Even for my small town, how did more people not guess I was a queer? Anyways, that is not important because I was very insecure about how feminine my figure was, and I did not take compliments well. Okay, back to the story. So we were all standing to get our picture taken, and while our teacher is figuring everything out, Isaac turns to me and says, "You look really nice today." I smile and nod, saying thank you to be polite. But it doesn't end there. He proceeds to tell me, "I like your shirt. It looks really good on you." My smile dropped, and I said something that I don't remember to try and deflect the comment. He only smiles and leans into me saying, "Don't say that. You're beautiful, don't you know?" Red flag, red flag, red flag. But with me being me, I was terrified, uncomfortable, and frozen to the spot. Luckily, my friend was watching the whole thing right beside me. He goes on to say, "You're so shy. It's really cute." And at this point, my friend interrupts yelling, "Anyways," and physically moves me to the other side and takes my place. Was I about to cry? Yes. Did I? Also yes, but later in the bathroom. She asked me if I'm okay and I nod. But, girl, my brain, she knows I'm not okay. From there on out, I actively start avoiding him and he notices. I don't remember if this happened in my sophomore year or junior year, so this might not be entirely accurate time-wise. But let's say the new year starts. I get into our AP art class, I figure out my schedule, reluctantly say hi to Isaac and everyone else, and soon it's business as usual. Traveling dead-eyed from one classroom to another. But very quickly, I noticed any classes I had on the first floor, Isaac was always there to chat me up. I would always smile politely and walk as quickly to my next class as I could, but it felt like he was always there. Then, it happened. I'm in the art room working on the wheel with a group of others, and he comes and either kneels or sits across from me. He would always try to talk to me while I was throwing on the wheel, even when I had headphones in. And he starts to walk his way into asking me out in front of everyone. I'm very familiar with people trying to get you to do something that you don't want to in a public setting, in hopes that you will say yes as to not make a scene. But I was very tired of being polite, and even though everyone else could tell that I was uncomfortable. So I was thinking maybe we could... No. One of the first goddamn times that I ever told someone no in my entire life, and I thought that I was going to get murdered for it. He freaks out. I honestly don't remember what happened, and I just remember that I ended up on the other side of the classroom, and his friend physically dragged him into the other room and put him in his place. His friend comes back and asks me if I'm okay, and tells me that he is sorry for Isaac's outburst, and I don't even remember what I said. I just know that I wasn't in the room when Isaac returned. After that, I really noticed the fact that he was following me this whole time. I had made a few more upperclassmen friends who picked up on this as well, which I am so grateful for them, but they couldn't always be around. He followed me from class to class, sometimes trying to talk to me, sometimes following behind me, sometimes walking right next to me the entire time. He would find me in the cafeteria where I had the horrible luck of not sharing it with anyone who knew. And he would wait for me to leave the school and follow me to my bus. I decided, well, fuck this, and I told my dad. I thought, if anyone could scare this guy into not looking in my direction ever again, it would be my dad. The guy who's head chef and bartender at a restaurant he works at. The guy who throws out rowdy drunks and beat the shit out of a dude who tried to sucker punch him after trying to bail on his check. And this motherfucker scares all my friends on accident. He will scare this boy for sure. Except, he didn't believe me. He told me later that he didn't think that I was serious and thought that I was just exaggerating. So I told my counselor, "Oh, but Isaac's such a nice boy. He's just a little awkward." And then I told my art teacher, "Some people just show emotions differently. I can't do anything about that." Cool. I had a few friends who would keep him away from me a few times a week, and absolutely no adults to help me. So I stopped going to the art room outside of class, and I stopped going to lunch, and then class. The only time he wasn't there watching me was when I lost him in the crowd of kids and hid in the bathroom until the bell rang. I cut across the road to get to the buses, which I continuously got yelled at for, but it was the only way I could get away from him. He never laid a hand on me, thank God, but the mental games were exhausting. I was paranoid, tired, and anxious. I found out how to get into the art room, where no one was there, however. Upper art class students were notorious for just always being in the art room. It was technically 3 connected rooms, and the main entrance was the storage area, which led to the regular classroom, and out the side was the ceramics room with another door. So, being in the evolving burnout I snuck in early morning and locked the ceramics door, which was always supposed to be locked, and when my teacher was teaching a lower class or just wasn't there, I would sneak in. I felt like I had my space back, and for a while I actually thought things were getting better. Have you ever sat in a public bathroom for 6 hours before? It's fucking awful. So I was so happy to have the art room back. I would throw my backpack down, pull my hair back, blast my music, and just vibe. I got pretty comfortable with going into the rest of the art room. And one day, of fucking course, I come out to clean a few paintbrushes and see him walking through to talk to our teacher. And you wouldn't know it. He sees me. So I go back into the ceramics room alone, like the dumbest final girl from a horror movie, and almost immediately he is shutting the door behind us. I'm fucking shaking and just hoping he leaves. But he starts talking. Where have you been? I don't see you anymore. You're hard to find. Do you hate me? Do you hate me that much?" Well, at least, I really was hiding from him if he couldn't find me. I don't remember if I said anything. I just remember everything felt like it was in slow motion. He seemed really close to me, and I think I said I had to go, and then I fucking booked it out of there and into the nurse's office. Come to think of it, I should have told the nurse, or my history teacher, or our security guy. They had more sympathy on their left pinky than the entire rest of the staff put together. I know a good school nurse. After that, I really didn't go anywhere unless someone was with me. Even then, I felt him staring at me, and without fail, I could pick him out of the crowd watching me. He didn't smile or wave or even avert his eyes, and I was very convinced that something bad would happen if I was ever alone with him again. I didn't bother telling anyone anymore because every adult turned me down and dismissed me. Hell, my own dad didn't even believe me. The last time that I'm aware that he saw me was the end of my junior year. The seniors were all out of school early like always, and he had stopped in for something as I was skipping class and wandering the halls. Because that class was led by a homophobic racist that talked down his nose at me and made nasty comments at all the girls. I had my headphones in and was swinging the hall pass around when I saw him walking toward me and waving. I immediately turned around and basically ran up the stairs to the second floor. He called my name, then yelled it. He yelled something else before finally yelling, "What? You're just never going to talk to me again?" And, yeah, I never did. I know it's not intense as what others have gone through, but it's the mind games and the lack of knowing that still keeps me up at night and gives me nightmares. What all did he do that I wasn't aware of? How long did he really follow me? How long did he keep tabs on me after he graduated, if he did at all? What if he never stopped? High school was hell, and the teachers were demons. And Isaac, if you ever see this, let's never meet again. So I've been living alone in a foreign country for a year already. The last months I've been taking a ferry to move, because the metro is usually crowded, stressful, and in COVID times, it's a nope for me. So ferry is always the best option. At least, this was my thought until this week. On Monday, a random guy, probably 30 to 35, sat next to me in the ferry and tried to talk. I'm not good with the language yet, so I let him understand that I didn't know what he was saying. He kept talking and showed me his phone. He had just taken a picture of me. I asked him to delete it, but he didn't understand. So I just ignored him to make him stop. It was irrelevant at the moment. But on Tuesday, I noticed this guy was in the ferry again. But this time, he greeted me and called me by my name, which of course surprised me since I don't know him. He sat next to me and kept talking non-stop, but this time, he went over familiar and tried to hug me. For my luck, a woman noticed it and sat between him and me, pretending to be my friend. On Wednesday, I used metro instead of ferry, so it was normal. On Thursday, I took the ferry, and guess what? This guy was there again, but this time he sat far away. When the ferry reached the other side, I noticed the guy was following me, so I changed route and went to a bus stop, which is just next to the ferry port. As it was late at night, there wasn't so much people around, so I was scared. So I sat in the bus stop, and there was a couple waiting there, so I felt safe. But the stalker came and sat next to me, and suddenly held my arm while saying, "Come, come, come." and trying to take me with him. At this moment, I just held his arm tight and asked help. The couple next to me called the police and I did the report. I mentioned that on Monday he was taking pictures of me, that he might be doing the same with other girls. Police asked for his phone, and to my surprise, he handed it to them with no problems, like he was sure nothing was gonna happen to him. When police checked his phone, they found pictures of me, but not just from Monday. This guy has been taking pictures of me for months. Months! Not just on the ferry, but also in the parking side and even outside my home. Besides my pictures, they found pictures of different girls which I believe he has been following for months as well. The worst thing about this whole situation is that I filed the report to the police, but they couldn't do anything because the guy hasn't hurt me. So right now, I'm looking for a new place to move. Anyway, be careful, y'all. These creeps can be everywhere. Let me start by saying that I'm a 14-year-old male student from England. This happened to me back in September of 2020. I had been decently acquainted with a girl called Olivia since the end of primary school. She was not a good-looking girl by any means, and at that time this happened, she was really fat. This will come into play later. She was around 5'5", and she had a really horrible sense of humor. Basically, the opposite of me. One day, on the first week back after the UK's first lockdown, she started following me on Instagram. Of course, I didn't find it any more than normal at that time, but that was the start of a really strange and creepy ordeal. She would send me DMs most days, asking how I was, what I was doing, that sort of thing. It went on like this for around 10 days, and while I didn't find this too creepy at that time, I had no idea how much worse it would get. After a while, she would constantly DM me at least 10 times every few hours, each one stranger than the next. She would start by saying how cool I was, which struck me as weird as I was pretty much the definition of a nerd and still am today, and also how I was perfect. She would constantly remind me that she dreams about me every night and that she wants to run away with me. That was when something finally clicked in my brain. I realized how strange this was getting, and I blocked her. For a few days that worked, before she made a new account. At first, it was the same as the last time, just the same odd messages about her loving me. But then it changed. It changed to her going on rants on how nobody liked her. Gee, I wonder why. And how she's going crazy without me. The weirdest was when she messaged me talking about how she was stress eating everything she could find because she was going crazy over love. This was getting too much now, and I told my parents, who told me to put my Instagram account on private and tell them if anything else would happen. Strangely enough, it worked. She had completely stopped everything. The creepy DMs, the new accounts, everything. So now, fast forward a month or so, to the middle of the night, I was going up the hill that I lived on to a supermarket to get some things for Halloween, when I saw a girl around my age crossing the street towards me. I looked at her for 1 second before realizing that through the hood over her head, it was Olivia. I had been homeschooled by a private tutor for the last month to avoid her, so I was surprised that I saw it was her, but I did. Instincts kicked in, and I'm running up the hill. I heard Olivia mumble, "Oh shit," under her breath, before attempting to run after me. I might have been a nerd, but I was kind of good in shape at that time, so I was able to get to the supermarket at least 30 seconds before her. I immediately went to an employee who thankfully stepped in. before she got there. She was extremely out of breath from the running up the hill, maybe 50 meters. The employee grabbed her and went to a phone. He called the police and told them my story, mentioning a knife in her pocket, which I didn't see. During this time, she was staring straight at me. I could clearly see she had gone mad. She had clearly stuck to her word of eating everything she could find, as I could see that she had gained at least 3 stone, or 19 kilograms. Her hair was longer and messier. Her clothes were so tiny that you could see the bottom of her belly sticking out the bottom of her hoodie. And she had a crazed, deranged look in her eyes. When the police came to take her away, she stared me straight in the face and said one of the most haunting things of my life. "Just so you know, I never loved you. You're lucky I'm so fat, because if I wasn't, I would have caught you and slit your fucking throat." Thank God, that was the last time that I ever saw her. I started going back to school, and my life slowly went back to normal. So, if you learn anything from my story, let it be this. Never judge a book by their cover, because you never know if they will be a crazed psycho. My friends always tell me that I have an unusual knack for attracting weirdos, and this is always the first story that gets brought up when we talk about it. So I thought I'd share my experience with this guy from when I was back in secondary school. I'm in my final year of university now, and this guy still haunts me sometimes. When I was in secondary school, around 6 years ago now, I was friends with a group that constantly added more and more people into it. It was a good way to get to know more people from other schools, and generally, these people were quite nice and never invited creeps. One day, a new guy started to turn up and hang out with our group. For the sake of the story, I'll call him John. John was 2 years older than me, and when I first met him, I thought he was a little weird, but everyone in our group got on with him. He was good friends with someone who went to my school, so I didn't think on it too much and just tried to get to know him. He told me about where he lived, what he was studying at college, and a little bit about his family and interest. I probed him a little further, and this is where things began to get a bit strange. Bearing in mind that I had just met him that day, he begins to get all excited and told me how his father was a vampire and his mom was impregnated by him, using the exact word which unsettled me. He said it jokingly, but looking back on it, it's a tad frightening. He said that I should be worried about him because he's half vampire and he'd be coming for me in the night, and then kicked over a metal bin. Safe to say, I thought he was a downright weirdo, but I didn't go out of my way to be mean to him or ignore him because he seemed nice enough and friendly, and he never presented himself as anything but an ordinary guy. My best friend Macy had a really flirtatious personality, and John took to her really quickly after he met her. We used to go on walks, and if we found interesting abandoned places, we'd play manhunt or something. And every time we did this, he would actively try to find Macy instead of anyone else. She hated this because she was already dating someone and knew that he was trying to get her attention, and so she flat out told him that she wasn't interested in him, and he soon stopped even talking to her. I guess out of pity, I began to be kinder to him. I saw the tides were turning in our friendship group, and people were beginning to talk badly of him because Macy was really popular and well liked in the group, and even though she hadn't told anyone to act differently, The fact that he'd unnerved and upset her set people against him. So I actively tried to be nicer to him. I knew what it felt like to be outcasted, and I didn't want him to feel left out. But this was something I would come to regret. We began talking most nights, and we would video chat every other night because he said he was feeling lonely or he just wanted to see my cute little face. I never thought too much of his comments because I just thought they were compliments. At that time, I never really thought too much on things that guys said about me, as I was busy studying for my GCSEs, and those were constantly on my mind. He would offer to help me study, even though he knew nothing on the things that I was studying. I thought it was sweet, but I always studied better alone, so I would always say no. He would insist, but I'd again say no. Soon things escalated and he started turning up outside my school to try and see me. When I would get upset, he'd pass it off as he was actually there to see someone else, but he was always open that he was there for me. Some of my school friends began getting involved. They say that they were concerned and that he seemed like a creeper and that he was too old to be hanging around our school gates. Even our head teacher came out once and lambasted him for loitering around the school's property. It was so humiliating. However, things really came to a head around April. It was my 16th birthday. He was 18 and soon to be 19. I was at home, getting ready to go out and meet friends to go to the cinema. My dad was at work and my mom was out doing the shopping, and it was just me in the house when there was a knock on the door. I knew it couldn't have been my parents because they both had keys and my brothers were all still at school, so I presumed it was going to be my friends and their parents coming to pick me up and take me to the cinema. So imagine my surprise when I opened the door and John stood there with a present tucked under his arm. He greeted me happily and pushed the gift into my hands and said that it was my birthday gift. I was really confused as I hadn't told him it was my birthday. And what's more is that I'd never given him my address. Well, I assumed at that time that one of my friends had given him my address. It later came out that no one had actually given it to him. He didn't say much else and then walked off hands in pocket, and I shut and locked the door. The messaging and calling continued, and it worsened when he began texting me. Once again, I had never given him my phone number, and no one admitted to giving it to him. One of my school friends joked that he was stalking me and maybe she should have bought me a knife for my birthday. We laughed it off, but looking back on it, I don't think it was genuine laughter. After a few more incidents here and there, I stopped talking to him. He messaged constantly, but I never replied. And one day, he just stopped messaging me altogether. I was relieved, and I was able to continue with my life and studies, and I vaguely fell back into my normal routine with no worry that he'd just turn up. I had a friend, Katie, who had only joined the group about a month before. She was 13 and went to a local school. She was really lovely, and she was one of my closest friends, even though I've only known her for a month. One day, she confided with me that John had now begun harassing her and that he messaged her constantly, and he surprised her with unannounced visits to her house in the early morning, in which she had never given him her address. She also confided in me that he tried to assault her in her house after giving her alcohol. I was horrified and I felt my blood run cold. But like me, she grew up in a very strict household and her mom was a strict Orthodox Christian and she feared her mom wouldn't believe her, so we kept it to ourselves. She had a boyfriend and she couldn't even tell him, fearing that he might try to hurt John or something and that he would get himself in trouble. So I never told anyone. All in all, it was a tough situation. John hated that she was with someone else, and though he'd turned his affections away from me, I still felt involved and tried hard to keep Katie away from him. One night in about October, our group decided to go camping. At this point, there was a consensus to not invite John to the things that we did, as he had slowly dissolved from our friend group. We were camping a few towns out from ours in a field next to a Boy Scouts club, so we felt safe enough. It was a really cold night and we didn't have enough blankets, so me, Katie, and another 2 people shared a tent and huddled together to keep warm when we went to bed. At about 4 a.m., I woke up to go to the toilet. I could hear rustling outside and presumed it to be a fox or the wind and headed out to brave the gross weather. I sat down in the bushes to pee when I heard the unmistakable break of a branch, and I looked over to where I heard the noise from. It was John. He saw me, and I saw him, and I literally couldn't believe he was there. He looked like a serial killer half shrouded in the bushes and his eyes gleaming in the moonlight. After about 5 seconds of staring, he just walked in the other direction into the tree line. I stumbled back to the tent in shock and didn't breathe until the tent was fully zipped again. I cried quietly for an hour before I fell asleep again. The next morning, I asked if anyone had invited him or if he even knew where he was. It was a closed group chat and none of us told anyone where we were going, meaning he had to have followed us from the train station to this area. Who knows how long he was there? People thought that I was dreaming, but I wasn't. It was him, as clear as day, and I will never forget the bored and plain look on his face as he turned and walked away, like I didn't even see him. After this incident, he never messaged any of us again. I never saw him again, and he was like a ghost who existed in my life for 9 to 10 months. We spoke about him and the fact that he was so weird, but we never invited him to hang again. Some of my friends at that time didn't even believe that any of this happened. Though me and Katie don't talk much, it's still something that she doesn't even like mentioning to this day. Even just his name being mentioned upsets her. I don't even know what happened to him, but I call him my casual stalker because his stalking of me wasn't nearly as severe as Katie. She told me he'd just walk and follow behind her sometimes after the camping incident, but I never saw him again. So, to my casual stalker, let's not meet again. Hi everyone, I'm a bit freaked out, so I'll just get right into it. On Wednesday night in November at around 10:30, I heard a knock on my front door. I was upstairs at that time and I wasn't entirely sure that I'd actually heard it, as I don't get too many visitors at that time, especially on a weekday. I live on a fairly busy street, but it usually quiets down at around 7:30 p.m. and a very few people other than neighbors come and go after that. Anyway, I decided it wasn't likely and that I'd imagine it, and I went downstairs, made a cuppa, and forgot about it for half an hour. For some reason, it popped back into my head and I decided to check the Ring doorbell app to see if the doorbell had caught anything. Not really expecting to find much, so it took me by surprise when I saw a stranger in a yellow high-vis jacket and a beanie hat standing at my front door just half an hour before. I watched the video and it captures the few steps he takes before he stood directly in front of my house. He looks up at my bedroom and then he takes a step back into the road. My front door opens directly onto the footpath and there's a road after that. Now, I can't tell if he takes a step back in order to see my bedroom better, or if it's because a car had just turned onto my road and he wanted to position himself between two parked cars to make it more difficult for anyone to see him. Whatever it was, he definitely seemed to be aware of the car. When the car was out of sight, he stepped forward and knocks on my door. People do this a lot despite me having a doorbell. And the moment that he knocks, he starts to act even weirder. He rubs his head, he's looking left to right, and then up at my window, and then left to right and up at my window again. He sighs, as though he's exasperated, and then something to the right catches his eye, and he very swiftly power walks off in the opposite direction that he came from. Moments later, I hear my neighbor's front door open, and I realize that this strange man has seen the neighbor walking toward his store through the privacy glass and decided that he didn't want that confrontation. I lived in a terraced house, and it's easy for neighbors to get confused by whose door is being knocked on. I call for my partner to watch the video, and he also has never seen this man before, but agrees that he looks really dodgy. I send the video to two of my brothers, who also agree that he looks shifty as hell, and advise me to call the police if he comes back and to call them right away. Now, we live in a high crime area, and we've all seen our share of drama and trauma, and we're all detecting something off about this man. It's not just a case of paranoia. Anyway, I decided to check previous captures by my doorbell, and I see this guy walk past my house 4 nights in a row. Just walk right past and that's it. The last and 5th time he's caught was the incident I just described, and he's never seen again. So, last night, about 11 p.m., I'm in my backyard emptying my indoor recycling bin into the outdoor one when I suddenly get an odd sensation and look to my left to see what looks like the shape of a man standing at the far end of my alleyway. In some English terraced houses, 2 houses will share a long alley that is sandwiched between them and sort of built into brickwork. They're really dark even in the daylight, and most people will agree, quite scary. Mine and my neighbor's back gardens can be accessed through our alley, and it leads right out onto the street. Now, my alley has a large gate that I try to keep locked at all times, but I have noticed someone had been only putting the latch on and not locking it with a key. Anyway, back to the shape. I don't have the best eyesight, and so for a moment, I think my mind is playing tricks on me. It was like there was a vague man shape that was darker than the surrounding dark, and so I'm looking at it, trying to convince myself that my mind is playing tricks on me, when suddenly, my heart is in my fucking throat because I hear frantic footsteps coming from the direction of the shape, and I suddenly lose sight of the head, or where I thought the head was. Like it had suddenly ducked down or something. I literally flew into my house and locked the door. I stand in my kitchen looking out of the window, not knowing what to expect, when I realize my partner is in the shed doing woodwork. So I text him, someone is in the alley and to stay put. And what he takes from that is, run into the garden wielding a hammer. So that's what he did. This fucking creep would have had plenty of time to realize what was going on, as my garden is long, and so he took off. My partner confirmed the gate had been messed up with and opened. I'm just wondering if 2 things are linked and what everyone's thoughts are. I have the video, but I live right across from small businesses with its name in huge letters, and so for privacy reasons, I'd rather not upload it. Update: I have reviewed the video that you can't really see the name of the businesses as clearly as I thought. If you would like to watch the video footage of the guy by my door, please check out the description of the video and the link will be there. It all started in high school. I was a naive, shy, and awkward 14-year-old when I asked this one guy to our school Sadie Hawkins dance. I knew him from a mutual friend of ours, but we really didn't talk. All I knew was that we both liked anime and manga, and that he was kind of quiet most of the time. So I wanted to be nice, and I asked him out to dance. That was mistake number 1, and that started the years of torment. He said yes, and we agreed that we would just meet at the dance with the rest of our friends. A few hours later, I get a message on Facebook from him, and it's a long message telling me that he'd always had a crush on me, and that I was beautiful and that he couldn't compare my beauty to anything else because he considered that an insult to how beautiful I was. It was pretty cringy, but at the end of it, he asked if I would be his girlfriend. I was uncomfortable after reading the entire message, but again, being the shy and awkward 14-year-old that I was, I told him yes. Mistake number 2. He was ecstatic. He asked to call me that night and asked for my phone number, and I gave it to him. Mistake number 3. He calls me later that night, and I learned a lot of things that I did not want to know. One of the major things was that this guy was a massive crybaby. I'm not trying to say that men that cry are weak, but this guy would cry at everything and would always play the victim. Felt like all his friends didn't like him? Cry. No girl other than me would love him? Cry. Teacher failed all of his assignments, even though he openly admitted that he didn't want to do any of the work? Cry. The list goes on, but I'll get to more things later. I also learned that night that he had a foot fetish. Now that I was his girlfriend, he was going to do so many things to my feet. Again, not trying to shame anyone, but as a 14-year-old who didn't like showing off any part of my body, I was uncomfortable, and when I went silent for a little bit, guess what he did? Cry, because I thought he was a freak. That was his words, not mine. I told him no, and I didn't think that, though I was really starting to, and he instantly cheered up. He continued to call me every night, and the conversations were usually the same as the first night he called, until the night of the dance. At the dance, he mentioned that he'd never had his first kiss, and how sad it was. I already had my first kiss at this point, and I'm so glad he wasn't it. I kissed him at the dance, just to get over with. However, throughout the night, he would try to kiss me even more and even tried shoving his tongue in my mouth. It got so bad that a teacher had to pull us apart. Of course, he goes off to sulk and cry. After the dance, I get a text from him saying how magical I made the night for him and that the kiss was delicious and how the stupid teacher didn't understand our love. I was feeling pretty sick to my stomach at this point, and I wanted to break up with this guy, but I stayed a little bit longer. Mistake number 4. 2 days later, he asked me out on a date to the movies. Stupidly, I said yes, and he asked if one of his best friends could come along and if I could bring one of my best friends, since his friend found her attractive and wanted her to be his girlfriend. I told both of them no because he wasn't her type, and in all honesty, she hated him. They keep pushing me to bring her, but I keep telling them no. Now, his best friend calls me killjoy cunt. And he did his usual thing of crying because he didn't get what he wanted. We go to the Lorax at night and his friend sits behind us. The second the lights go out, He turns my head and starts kissing me and pushing his tongue into my mouth. I try to push him away because I was not going to let him do me the entire movie. Again, his friend is right behind us and he keeps trying to kiss me. Movie ends, and when I get home, he sends me a text saying that he was depressed and a picture of my feet would make him feel better. I told him no, and he threatened to kill himself, and it would all be my fault because I didn't send him a photo. Horrified at how fast he snapped, I sent him a photo. Next night, he asked if I had been naughty lately. Knowing where this was leading to, I told him no. He then starts crying about how I was cheating on him and that I had been being naughty with other people, and again, he threatened to kill himself. I tried to calm him down by telling him that I was a virgin and I was not a sexual person at all. He suddenly, as if on a dime, stops his fit and asks me if we could just completely forget about what just happened. I tried telling him that what he did was incredibly inappropriate and was about to tell him to leave me alone, but he pulls the victim card again and starts crying. During the crying, he asked for another picture of my feet to calm him down. Scared that he was going to snap again, I sent him another picture. This continued for a few more days until he would try and message me whenever I was busy with school, babysitting, volunteer work, and many more, and he would accuse me of cheating, telling him what was going on, him saying sorry and playing the victim, and asking for pictures of my feet to calm him down. I eventually had enough, and after 2 weeks of dating him, I broke off the relationship. He cried, of course, and begged that we at least stayed friends. School year was ending, and he said he was transferring to a new school, so I figured I would never see him again. Wrong. Beginning of the school year, he would message me, and when I didn't respond, cry and threaten to kill himself. After a while, I just started to ignore the messages and threatened to call the police if he didn't stop messaging me. Thought he would have stopped after that, right? Wrong. Every year until I turned 21, he would message me random things at random times. Examples. Hey, my friend. We're friends, right? Can you send me a pic of your feet? Ugh, I miss you. I'll leave you alone if you want me to. I'm pathetic, aren't I? And so much more. And each time I ignored him and finally blocked him on every platform he tried to contact me on. Fast forward to 21, I'm in college and ways away from my town and from him, and have a boyfriend. I get a notification from Instagram saying that he started following my profile. I quickly block him, and not even 5 minutes later, I get a message from Facebook from a random profile that I didn't know, and the message read, "Why did you block me on Instagram?" I lost it. I sent him a long message telling him that if he contacted me in any way, shape, or form, I would get a restraining order, and told him how damaging it would be to his reputation and his future career. Again, he played the victim and told me that he couldn't believe that he fell for a liberal bitch like me and to never contact him again. I've never heard from him again, and good riddance. A few months later, I get a message from a girl who used to date him as well. She told me that he used to threaten to kill himself and cry if she told him she ever left him. Again, I'm sorry for the long post. There are more details to the story, but this is already way too long. Every summer, with a few friends, we take a trip to the seaside of France for about a week. Last year, Oscar on the southwestern coast to go surfing, but ended up in a small touristic village called Molietsima, an hour from where we were supposed to go because of a reservation messed up. The week was going okay until the last 3 days of the trip, but the story I'm going to tell is the last night's. So, the past 2 days, we had been in trouble with the police and a few other tourists because of some misunderstandings over a pack of cigarettes. We had spent the last 2 nights stressing and trying to cool things off, and therefore, we thought the last night we spent there couldn't be as bad as those 2. And it couldn't possibly be, as we were leaving the next day very early in the morning. So we had only planned to go to a restaurant for dinner with some friends we had met there to celebrate the trip. The dinner was great. We were all having fun, and as time passed by, it started getting dark. Toward the end of the meal, my best friend, Dennis, who was driving us home the next day, thought it was best for him to leave early and not drink too much so he could sleep as soon as possible and be in the best shape for the long drive that was coming. He left about 15 minutes before the rest of the group while we stayed and drank a bit more. We paid the check, and as soon as I got up from my chair, I received a message from Dennis. "Call me. There's a guy following me." Here's what happened. Dennis had to pass through a caravan parking lot and a golf to get back to the residence in which we had rented a house. While he was in a parking lot, he noticed someone behind him that was about his size with a hood and a cap on. At first, he didn't think anything of him, as the village was actually quite touristic and there were a lot of people usually passing by the parking lot. But when Dennis stopped to pee on a tree, he had a glimpse of a guy behind him, stopping and hiding behind another tree a few feet back. And as soon as he got walking again, the guy stepped out from behind the tree and started following him again up to the golf. As Dennis got there, he was a bit creeped out, especially since at night the golf is completely dark and was only lit by the moonlight and empty of people. He stopped again for a second to light a cigarette and checked if the guy was still behind him. Once again, the guy stepped out of the path and hid behind a tree until Dennis started walking again. That's where he understood that he was in danger. The guy wasn't physically imposing, and so Dennis thought it was weird he was confident in following him. Maybe he was holding onto a knife or a gun. Nevertheless, Dennis kept walking and acting as if he hadn't noticed anything, although the guy was following him again and sent me the message, "Call me, there's a guy following me." As soon as I picked up, he talked loudly to try and scare off the guy by saying, "Hey, you're at the golf with the other 8? No problem, I'll be there in a minute." Even though we were 5 and absolutely not at the golf, which was terrifying for me. But it was clever because it made me understand that he wasn't joking and where he was. I swore to him that everything was going to be okay and that I would be there in 5 minutes. I told him to be careful and safely try to go home. But as soon as I hung up, I started running towards the golf and explained very briefly to my friend that Dennis was in trouble and we had to get to the golf as soon as possible. Meanwhile, when I hung up, Dennis put the phone back in his pocket and kept walking. He took a glance back and saw the guy was still a few meters behind him. He took a last puff off the cigarette he had lit 2 minutes before, then threw it and started running towards the residence. As he was running, he took a look back and saw the guy started running too. It lasted for about 5 minutes before he got in front of our house, which was empty. When he got there, he stopped for a second, looked back one last time, and the guy was about 10 meters behind him in the middle of the alley, immobile, and then went to hide behind one of the cars that were on the side of it. As soon as Dennis saw that, he panicked. He barged into the house, locked the door with difficulty, grabbed the biggest knife he could in the house, and waited on the couch, facing the entrance to the house, which was a glass canopy. When me and my friends got there, he was scared but unhurt. He explained everything to us, and then we went looking for the guy in a group of 4. The neighbors hadn't seen anyone other than us, and even though we got to the residence at first in separate groups, at different times and through the 2 different entrances, we didn't see anyone coming out of them. He had completely disappeared. Nothing was stolen, even though we had left clothes to dry outside of the house, and nobody was hurt. So, we didn't call the police, but warned the neighbors. And me and 2 others stayed up all night outside to look out for the guy, as he had seen where we lived, and we were afraid that he would return during the night. Dennis had been lucky. We never knew what were the intentions of this guy, or if he was hiding something that gave him the advantage over my friend. Furthermore, he didn't even try to get into the house, and good for Dennis, because there was another entrance to the house. Another glass canopy that led to one of our friends' room, and which had not been correctly closed. We couldn't even understand what he did. If he wanted to steal from Dennis or murder him, he could have done that in 2 separate times, when he went to pee and when he lit his cigarette. But he didn't. So what did he want? Who was he? And where did he go? I don't think we'll ever get any answer. We can only hope that he never did anything to anyone and was arrested if he did. We didn't call the cops back then because we had trouble with them the past 2 days because of the problem with the pack of cigarettes I talked about before. Also, after those 3 days that had gone wrong, we just wanted it to end, go home and sleep. I regret not calling them now that I think about it, but it's too late now, and I hope this guy hasn't been creeping on anybody since. We are all extremely tired the next day, and the drive that was supposed to be 5 or 6 hours long took 10 hours to complete under the heavy summer heat. But we all got home safely, slept well, and never had any problems of that sort since. And now we laugh about it. To conclude, I would advise you to never walk alone at night in places that you don't know much about. There are crazy and weird people everywhere, and a calm night can quickly turn to a nightmare if you don't watch out. Thank you for listening. I hope you liked it, and that it made you think about being more careful at night. So this happened 6 years ago when I was 12. I was a huge PlayStation and Minecraft fan, and that's how I met this kid. This all started when I was on a public party that PS3 offered, and my 12-year-old self just wanted a friend to play Minecraft with, so I sent out a request for anyone who would play with a 12-year-old female. Some guy named Jeff replied, and we began to play daily, inviting his best friend Sunny often. Sunny was actually a great dude, and we kept loose contact to this day. Jeff started to get much too comfortable and clingy with me. If I couldn't or wouldn't play one day, he would spam call and text on Skype until I answered with an excuse. If my excuse wasn't good enough, such as I just didn't feel like it, he would force me to stay on the call, saying he would cut himself or kill himself if I didn't listen to his daily sob story. Oftentimes, due to him living multiple states away, he wouldn't let me sleep if he felt that I wasn't caring enough that day. At that time, I thought it was normal. I mean, of course, if you care about someone, you have to sacrifice a little sleep, right? Well, he kept pushing and I kept caving. He asked me to be his girlfriend, and I, of course, originally said no. Then, he was threatening to cut and kill himself again, saying that he loved me and I wouldn't give him a chance, that I was heartless and never cared about him for real. I wasn't comfortable dating him. I didn't trust him much. Then Sonny called me and told me how bad it was, how he was crying and making plans to kill himself because I rejected him. Sonny begged me to give him a chance, and I couldn't say no. So, we started dating. Yes, I know the irony. I was the Minecraft girlfriend, but as a boyfriend, he was even worse than ever before. He would ask about guy friends that I would hang out with at school. He knew I struggled with my gender and hung out with mostly guys because I felt more like a guy. And this made him extremely angry and jealous. He told me to stop hanging out with all my guy friends at once and to make him happy so he wouldn't hurt himself. I said I did, but he had no way to fact check me, so of course I kept my friends. Early on, he would make me Skype late at night or extremely early in the morning, always waking me up and introducing me to his family. He would show me off like I was a trophy, saying that I was the only good thing he had. And although his family was nice, they were very overbearing, asking lots of overly personal questions and not leaving up alone for long periods of time. After a few months, I couldn't take it, and despite my fear of making him hurt or kill himself, I broke up with him. For months, he would beg for me back, saying he would cut himself or kill himself. He did send me pictures of his arms with cuts in it, and I tried my best to calm him down, but I was stern on staying only friends. Finally, he calmed down and stopped the possessive behavior. Or so I thought. I started hanging out with a new group of 3 Australian guys, and Jeff did not like this. He looked on my friends list, adding every single person and messaging all of them asking if they were my boyfriend, including my dad. My group obviously told me about this, and I went off on Jeff, telling him that he does not, nor has he ever owned me. He needs to leave me, my friends, and my life alone and stop playing the victim. Finally, that seemed to work. I still got messages from him where he would stalk my profiles, so I would block him from social media. Sometimes, I think he would use Sunny to keep tabs on me, but it didn't affect me, so I left it alone. It took 3 years for my life to go back to normal. I know, this isn't as intense as a lot of stories on this subreddit, but it's something that stuck with me.
This is a messed up story with so many details that I'm not sure how to structure it. I'll probably forget to add some parts, but I'll divide it into chapters so it'll be easier to navigate. I used to live in Stockholm, Sweden. There I attended high school and met my then boyfriend Jack. He will come into play later. I had a GIFyo back when that was a thing. I used to use GIFs to link to my blog to show makeup, hairstyles, etc. For those who don't know what a GIFyo was, it was basically Instagram but only for GIFs. The site did have its downsides, particularly the nasty sexual messages you could get quite often. Then this person Robin started following me and was so nice and friendly. It felt like genuinely like Robin wished me all the best and made me happy whenever he or she would write. Robin said that she or he was a male, 23 at the time, and was from the US, but had Swedish relatives. I thought that was really cool, and we would chat a few times a month in English. I also loved to sing, and I uploaded covers to YouTube. Robin would be so excited when I released new covers. It was so nice to have an online friend who seemed truly happy for me. although this behavior started to become too much sometimes, and it started to feel wrong. Robin then sent me a drawing, and he said it was a portrait of me. It was a girl with animal ears, making a cute pose with her hand, piercing green eyes and whiskers. He said that it was me, but mixed with a cat, my favorite animal. I was beyond impressed. It was so cute, and I was so flattered that someone would draw me. But then, the excitement turned to ash in my mouth one night. This is when things started for real, where the flags should have gone up. I play League of Legends, and one of my favorite champions back then was Ahri, especially in her Firefox Ahri skin. I was scrolling through Safari on my phone to find a wallpaper of her to have on my phone, and then I saw the picture, the fan art Robin made, only that the eyes were now yellow, like Aris. I clicked the picture and it linked me to a DeviantArt account, and the caption was something like, "Casual cute Firefox Ahri, posted 3 years ago." I wrote to Robin and told him how upset I was that he stole a drawing from an artist, then edited the colors and claimed to have worked hard in making it himself. I explained to him how awful it is to take someone else's work and say that it was yours and that you made it. He said that he was ashamed and sorry, and he only wanted to impress me and to make me smile. I couldn't stay mad at him for long, but now I was wary. It had been a while since I had posted a cover, and Robin made sure as hell that I knew that it had been a while. He would nag and plead with me to make another one, to the point that I had to tell him to back the flipping burgers off. Then I posted one a few weeks later. I broke up with Jack, the boyfriend. We went our different ways, and it was okay. Robin, on the other hand, was not. He couldn't, for the sake of humanity, grasp why we had broken up and pleaded yet again, but this time it was pleading for me to get back together with Jack. I tolerated this at first because to most people, Jack and I seemed perfectly happy. I got really upset with Robin because after a few days on end, he would ask me if Jack and I were getting back together, and I had to explain that Jack was being unfaithful, seeing other girls, and flirting with them. Robin's response was, "Oh, but you can't forgive him? You guys aren't getting back together?" I was done, and I told Robin to leave me alone. I was scrolling on the internet and thought one night that I wanted to listen to others doing the same cover that I did. I started scrolling through the list and I saw my face on a thumbnail. The only thing was, though, this was not my video and not my account. My heart froze and I felt myself growing cold. I clicked the link and my audio started playing. It was my voice, my picture, but not my name. I clicked the profile and the coldness intensified. Every cover of me, every video from my own YouTube, Instagram, friends' YouTube channels, and SoundCloud were all on there. The videos dated back 2 whole years. The account said that her name was Jenny, and she was the one singing and producing the music, even going as far as taking videos of my relatives and saying that it was her family. I was so confused, scared, and angry. Who would do this? I then got my answer with the most twisted thing that I ever experienced online. It was in the comments section to one of the videos. There were comments from Robin. One of Robin's comments read, "Thanks so much, Jenny, for dedicating this song to me." And Jenny replied, "Oh, no bother, Robin. I made it all for you." The stalker had to be either 2 stalkers, or this person made up 2 characters and was talking to him or herself through the comments. This freaked me out big time. I wrote to all my friends whose content was stolen, and I told them to help me shut this account down, and luckily it was shut down within 20 hours. I locked all of my social medias, removed everyone I didn't know in real life. I Google image reversed all of my profile pictures and nothing came up. I was paranoid for about a year after this, and I didn't trust anyone I didn't know in real life. Robin made new accounts to follow me, which I then blocked. I have an official Instagram for work and such, which she or he could be looking at. I've now just accepted it's something that may happen, and that I shouldn't live in internet fear because of one person. I logged into Tumblr because I wanted to see if I had some juicy memes. Yeah, I know, cringe. I then saw blocked accounts. Only one was blocked. Guess who? Robin changed the Tumblr blog from his or her Robin fakery to something new and something personal. The blog was filled with angst, just like any other Tumblr, but this was filled with self-hatred posts, extremism and racism, and long posts that were written in Swedish. And this is when it hit me. This person had to be Swedish. I told my best friend to go through the blog and use her FBI skills and see if she could sniff something out. I'll combine all the evidence that we know so far. The stalker was probably born in 1989, and he or she lives in the same part of the city as my parents. We're not sure on the gender. The stalker couldn't go to high school with me, but must have known me through somewhere else, maybe mutual friends. He or she stole my content for years, pretended to be my friend only to get more content, and they're probably still checking in on me. My best guess is that it was a girl who wanted to be me, have my life and my boyfriend. When I stopped creating new content, her whole made-up world started falling apart. If Robin somehow reads this, I hope you'll find acceptance and happiness in yourself, because it's no life living it through someone else. Go in peace.
So let me get a couple of things straight. Our little village was the kind of place where everyone knows everyone, and I could count the amount of houses with two hands. We were a really quiet and close-knit community, and nothing ever happened there. Proper out in the stick stuff. One night a few years ago, my mom and my stepdad had gone out to this concert and left me in charge of my little brother and the dog. I wasn't very old, about 14, and I felt really proud that my parents trusted me enough to do that. I thought I was a pretty cool big brother, and I thought we'd be doing cool babysitter stuff like staying up late, eating pizza, and many more. I'm kind of glad we did, because I don't know what would have happened if we didn't. At about 10:30, the power cut out. I didn't think anything of it, because the weather hadn't been great lately, and I figured that had something to do with it. I got some candles out of the cupboard and lit them, and put some of our favorite songs on. And as soon as I sat back down, Sonny, my little brother, turned to me, and being the weird little kid he was, told me very calmly that someone was outside. I was a little perturbed by him, but the dog hadn't done anything, so I presumed it was just the neighbors or something. He just shrugged and went back to his drawings. There's a running joke in our house that you don't need a clock with the dog around, because he is such a creature of habit that he will consistently get up at exactly the same time every night to tell you that it's time to initiate his nightly go-to-bed protocol. It was about 3/4 of an hour after the power went out when my dog decided that now was the time. I told Sonny to go get the dog his biscuit while I let him out for a piss. Now, our kitchen is an extension to the original house, and so as such has a flat roof that's competitively low to the ground compared to the rest of the house, and it offers easy access to the bathroom window. As I opened the door so the dog could do his thing, Sonny pushes past me in the doorway and whispers, "I know you're out there, and I'm calling the police." As he turned around, with the biggest and proudest smile you have ever seen on his face, there was a very distinct rustling coming from just above the doorway. I don't think I'll ever forget the way Sonny's face dropped when he looked just above my head. I looked up, and the man sitting on the roof above panicked, tried to kick me, and then ran off into the next door's garden, and presumably into the cornfield surrounding our village. I was scared shitless, and Sonny was bawling his eyes out. I ushered him inside as quickly as I could and got a knife from the kitchen. We both went to his room and told him to try and get some sleep while I waited for our parents to come back. It was an agonizingly long 4 hours before they did. My stepdad immediately went outside to check if everything was all right, and I heard them talking about something had smashed the fuse box. Obviously, we called the police, but they didn't come until later that day. They did a search of the immediate premises and found a makeshift bed in a nearby disused barn, along with pictures of silhouettes of us in the shower through the frosted glass. I think it's pretty safe to say that the whole experience definitely shook us up, because we moved out as soon as we could, but I still shut curtains whenever I can, and I see shadows underneath every door that I see. Sonny keeps quiet about it, but I'm not sure if that's just because his brain has cut it out or what. So yeah, weird kitchen roof stalker. Let's not meet. I'll begin by giving a little background. At the time this happened, I was a 16-year-old female working at a chain coffee place while in high school. I'm in college now and I'm 19 years old, 7 hours away from the said place. This happened at a time in my life in which I was super shy and I had a tough time standing up for myself. In retrospect, I could have handled it a lot better. I used to work closing shifts with my best friend after school. It would be from 3 to 10 p.m. or 5 to 10 p.m., and we worked at a relatively dead store, so we spent most of our time playing music or talking. We did our duties like taking the trash out, restocking, and many more, although both of us always dreaded taking the trash out as we had to go out back. The dumpsters were behind the store in a dimly lit area next to a sketchy liquor store. One night, a man came in. It wasn't unusual to have customers come near closing. It was just uncommon to see anyone we didn't already know. Our store was mostly just regulars. He was lanky and probably around 30, and I mostly just remember his eyes. They were piercing, the type that never break a stare, and I remember initially thinking that he was attractive. Yikes. The way he spoke was short and concise, just ordering a small hot latte. I made his order, and that was it. I told my friend about how I thought he was attractive, and we then started referring to him as the small hot latte guy. We always call people by their drink orders. He came a bunch of times after that, each time staying a little longer and longer, talking a little more and more. One day, he came with a woman, presumably his girlfriend, and I remember that I felt a little weird, like she was staring at me, or like they had spoken about me beforehand. She glanced over at him and said, "Wow, she's pretty." I didn't think much of it. I said thank you, served them, and I thought that would be the end of it. He then began showing up and talking to me a lot more without her. He started off as being friendly. I honestly don't even know what we'd talk about. I think music? Then he got kind of flirty. Initially, I was just flattered, but being underage and immature, I didn't even think about the fact that it was kind of alarming. He began to stay for a while. Sometimes he would bring a laptop or a notebook, and I could feel him staring at me and listening to our conversations. But at that point, I wasn't getting creep vibes from him, as my coworker and I had dealt with our fair share of creeps. He then somehow got my number. To this day, I honestly don't know how. He texted me and somehow I still wasn't creeped out. We would talk about music a lot, then I began to learn more about him. He was in his late 30s and had prior problems with substance abuse that he never really got into. He went back to school for art and would show me his pieces. He'd also send a lot of pictures of nature, and I thought they were nice. Looking back, they were actually pretty creepy. For example, a picture of his backyard sent at like 3 a.m. He'd stay and work on his art as well. He then told me he barely enjoyed hot lattes and he just wanted to come see me. He would then come in and began giving me gifts. This was the point that I finally started realizing that I did not like the situation. He began by just giving little snacks or drinks. I would accept, but would never eat or drink them. It wasn't that I necessarily thought that he had ill intentions. I just had a hard time accepting gifts. I remember one night, he brought me a book about one of his favorite artists. I reluctantly took it, but had tried to decline before. I remember telling him about one of my favorite musicians and sent him a link to a performance that I really liked. But he started being kind of sexual while still talking about the song. He then began talking super suggestively, and I would laugh it off and decline when he'd ask to send pictures. I began talking less and less and told my friend about the situation. She agreed that it was getting creepy and said that I should maybe change my schedule. I told her I'd be fine. Yep, I'm stubborn. He'd still come every week at closing time, and he'd even stay in his car until we closed. Meaning, he'd watch me go to the back to take the trash out, and I began making excuses as to why I couldn't talk, and began going to the back of the store when I'd see him. He then sent me a bunch of texts about how graceful I looked while working, but I didn't respond. He kept texting me and I told him that I didn't want to talk anymore. He sent a bunch of messages describing how much I meant to him and that how he wouldn't be okay. I started freaking out. I blocked his number. Still, I returned to work. I honestly thought that he'd stop coming, but I was wrong. I felt uneasy the whole shift, and my friend said that if he came, to just go to the back and wait it out. I saw his car coming, and my heart sank. I was on the verge of tears, and I hurried to the back. I could hear them talking, but I couldn't decipher what exactly was being said. Then about 10 minutes later, she came to the back. I could visibly see that she was upset, and we ended up both just crying and hugging each other. She told me he kept asking to see me and asking how I was, and she kept refusing. She told him how I was underage and how he made me feel uncomfortable, but he wouldn't give up. Eventually, she threatened him and he left. We were both shaken up, but I thought it was over. It was time to take out the trash and lock up, and we both felt okay. I was opening the door while juggling like 3 bags of trash and saw something on the ground. I was confused at first, but then I realized what I saw. It was flowers and a note. I felt sick to my stomach and I looked around the parking lot. I didn't see his car, but I threw them out immediately and told my friend that I didn't want to read that note. She read it and told me that I had to. It was something to the effect of, "I've never felt so connected to someone. You're breaking my heart. Please, don't do this. I'm sorry." And many more. Looking back, I honestly didn't lead him on, but initially, I just felt as if I was in the wrong. Nonetheless, we turned the corner to take the trash out and both prayed the parking lot was empty. It wasn't. Let's just say the trash was not going to get taken out that night. I continued working there, and I still worked there on my breaks from college. I had different hours after that, and the summer I was going to leave for my freshman year, I saw him again. It was around 3 p.m. It was busy. We made eye contact, and he left. That was the last time I saw him. Looking back, I was so naive. I could have handled the situation so much better, but I am forever thankful to my friend. So, yeah, small hot latte guy who forever tainted my love for espresso. Let's not meet again. This happened back in March, right at the beginning of the COVID outbreak in the USA. So me, 18 and female, and my boyfriend Jordan went to Walmart for some quarantine shopping. You know, stuff to keep ourselves entertained, basic health supplies, and most importantly, aromatherapy materials for me. Something important to this shopping trip is that I have extremely high anxiety and a bit of a paranoia disorder from abuse that I suffered as a child. This is important to note for two reasons. One, it's the reason I went to the candle section in the first place, as I use aromatherapy to help my anxiety. And two, with my paranoia, I often downplay dangerous situations in my head because I make myself think that I'm overreacting when I'm not. And now, on with the story. As Jordan and I are walking through Walmart, I thought I noticed a guy trailing us. I thought nothing of it and chalked it up to me being paranoid and decided not to tell Jordan, which I would later regret. Despite my internal decision that I was just being paranoid, I decided to test my theory and told Jordan that I wanted to go look at the stickers. We went into the sticker aisle and the guy walked past, looking at us as he did. After the guy was out of sight, I broke down crying. Not wanting to alarm Jordan, I told him that the virus was just really stressing me out. Jordan calmed me down and we went on our way to the candles. As I was looking for my different scents that I would need to help myself get through quarantine, Jordan decided to go look at some hardware nearby for some projects that he was going to work on during his quarantine. We didn't quarantine together. I thought nothing of it and decided that I would just stay by the candles until he got back because I can be a bit of a wanderer and didn't want to cause more stress than necessary. Not more than 10 seconds after Jordan walked away, I felt a pair of eyes on me. Something in my gut told me that it was the same guy from before, but I was too scared to turn around and check for myself. I stood there frozen in panic for about 30 seconds when I hear footsteps approaching from directly behind me. They come towards me, stop for a moment, and then I hear them walking away. Then they turn around and I hear them approaching me once more and stopping a few feet behind me. This entire time, I can't see who is behind me because I'm just paralyzed. After about 2 minutes, Jordan finally comes back and gently wraps one arm around my waist, giving me a knowing look. We decided we were done shopping. Even though we didn't have everything we needed, we checked out and went home. Later, Jordan told me that he had noticed the guy following us earlier and he watched the guy standing about 5 to 6 feet behind me as I was looking at the candles, and that the guy was just staring at me. The guy walked closer to me and noticed Jordan looking at him and changed course to look like he was going to a different aisle. Then when he thought Jordan had left, he walked even closer to me, standing about 4 feet behind me, again, just staring. That's when Jordan decided that this guy was up to something and came back by me. I'm so thankful that I had Jordan there with me because who knows what could have happened if he wasn't there. And to the guy who followed me and stared at me in Walmart, let's not meet.
This happened to me when I was at elementary school. It would usually take me about 30 minutes to walk home from school. On the way home, there was 2 sets of traffic lights on a big 2-lane road. My school was by the seaside. I loved it. I used to walk in a group of close friends of about 3 or 4. We used to chat about the latest fads and fashion, homework, that sort of thing. It was a really fun time for me when I think back on it. It was summertime in my 3rd year of elementary school. As usual, I was waiting for my friends outside in the playground after school had finished. I noticed an old man in a white car staring at me through his open window. At first, I thought he was a child because he was very short and very petite. He was so sunken in his seat I could barely see him. Not to mention, he had his cap pulled down just above his eyes. I remember that the cap had a logo on it. His skin was slightly sunburned too. He looked to be about 40 or 50 years old. He fully rolled down his window, leaned over the passenger seat and called out, "Hi! I'm sorry to tell you, but your dad has been involved in an accident. He's been rushed to the hospital. I'm one of your dad's friends, and I'm here to take you to see him in the hospital." Of course, when you hear something as terrible as that, it's going to shock you. But I had never met this old man before. When you're younger and an adult tells you to get in a car, you listen, right? Especially when they say something like that. I didn't know what to do. What was I supposed to do right now? My legs were frozen solid. It was at this point one of my friends arrived. I had began to tell her about what I had just heard from the old man in the car, but our conversation was interrupted. "Hurry up, your dad's waiting for you," ordered the old man in the white car. My friend and I said nothing. "Your dad asked me to come and get you," he called. Those words upset me. I didn't know him, but I was so worried about my dad. I was only in the 3rd year of elementary school. I was so confused and very wary of the situation. Something in my gut told me that this was very dangerous. This standoff between us and the old man in the car went on for about 10 minutes. It was agonizing. Until he said, "Fine, don't get in. I hope your dad forgives you." He rolled up the window and started the car, drove off. I watched that car driving away. I had conflicting feelings of guilt for not accepting the ride with him to see my father in the hospital, yet I had strongly felt that it was not safe. After a while, my friend and I decided to head home as usual. I was nervous all the way home as we walked along the seafront. I got home and spoke to my mother about what had just happened. She confirmed that the creepy old man was a liar. She reported this to my school and to the police. She looked me dead in the eyes and said, "I am so glad you didn't get in that man's car." The next day at school, all the students were gathered and given a warning about this strange man and told about what had happened to me. The teacher explained that if you see an older man wearing a cap in a white car and he tells you that a family member or a friend has gotten into an accident and he will take you to the hospital, do not believe him and get away from him as fast as possible. I found out at a later date that a child had gone missing not too far from our school, and the child's whereabouts were unknown. It was said that the child had been tricked into getting into a stranger's car, and the police were currently conducting an investigation. I do not know how that case ended, but I do pray that the child was returned safely and the perpetrator was arrested. I mean, what would have happened to me if I had gotten in that car? I'm much older now, but I think about this often. And when I do, I always break out in goosebumps.
This happened on a time span of a couple of years when I was 15 to 16. There was this guy in the locker room of the gym who was about 30 to 35 years old and constantly sat next to me when we were in the room at the same time. It started with some chat, nothing wrong, but he had a strangely chill voice and I didn't like the way he looked at me. Then he started asking questions about more personal stuff, such as where I went to school or what I did in my free time. At some point, he asked where I lived, and I told him a totally different place, far from my actual home, but still plausible given the distance from the gym, and he kept asking for details. It was mostly annoying because he had never ever laid a finger on me, and I wasn't physically scared of him, being taller and potentially stronger, but it creeped me out for a while. At some point, he tried to approach me in the cafeteria, but I just ignored him, despite him calling me, "Hey kid," even in front of a friend of mine who was aware of the situation. At some point, he just disappeared, but I still wonder what the heck he wanted from me.
This happened about 2 years into my life living alone as an adult female. I was working crazy hours. I wasn't getting enough sleep. It was pretty tough. I used to pretty much sleep all weekend, and then start it all again on Monday. So one weekday night, I got back home late, as usual. I took a bath. Took a look at the time. It was already past midnight. After the bath, I thought I'd better go to the toilet before going to sleep. When I think back to this, I remember at this moment, I felt something was off. You know that feeling when you think something is out of place? I was doing my thing in there, and I was about to get up and leave, when I saw something that made me freeze in place. There's a gap between the floor and the door of about a couple of centimeters, maybe about an inch in height. I saw a shadow pass in front of the door. I thought, because I was tired, maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. But a moment or two later, it happened again. I couldn't explain it. There was nothing in the hallway that could cast a shadow back and forth, and I wasn't living with anyone. It happened a third time. Chills raced up my spine. I pressed my ear to the door. I couldn't hear any movement, only a dull hum, like a kind of noise, which I guessed was the ventilation fan in the kitchen. Hang on a second. That's not the fan. I didn't even put it on. When I listened closer, I could hear that it was the sound of someone breathing. There was someone stood in front of the toilet. I was panicking. I knew it wasn't the thick door. My heart was beating fast and I began to sweat. I thought there was a thief out there, but my thoughts drifted towards the paranormal. I had no idea. My brain was full of images from horror films. I didn't know what I could do. I just curled up as far away from the door as possible and kept silent. A shadow occasionally passed back and forth. What did this thing or person want, I wondered. Then suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the light in the toilet was cut. A whimper of fear just escaped out of me. I backed myself up as far as I could in the toilet, and cocked my fist back, trying my best to prepare myself, to at least put up a fight against this intruder. I was shaking with adrenaline and fear. My eyes slowly adjusted to the darkness as I stared at the door. The doorknob slowly started to turn. They were trying to open the door. I grabbed onto the handle with both hands and put all my strength into keeping the door closed. The door handle began to violently turn in my hands. I held on as best I could. Whoever was trying to get in was incredibly strong. I knew I needed to take one hand off the door handle to lock the toilet door, but would I have the strength to keep this person out one-handed? I whipped my left hand onto the lock and scrabbled to lock it. The most satisfying sound I think I've ever heard. Then the doorknob ceased shaking. My apartment went back to silence. I froze in place. Sweat was dripping down my forehead. Still silence filled my apartment. Did you give up? I thought. I stood as still as possible for I guess about 15 minutes, and I didn't hear another sound. Was it safe to come out now? I had no confidence in that decision. I thought I'd check the crack of the door to see if there was still a shadow there, but it was pitch black. I wanted to see if someone was out there. I had to. I got down on the floor and put my head near the crack. I was terrified. I lined my eyes up with the gap and saw a pair of eyes peering back at me. I just remained silent, unsure what else I could have done. I didn't leave the toilet. I couldn't. I just had to stay there. I didn't have a phone, so I couldn't call the cops. It was just a waiting game. If whoever was out there wanted to get in, they could have probably done it by now, I thought. I was so exhausted I caught some microsleep leaning against the toilet. I woke up to sunlight filtering through the gap in the door. I was thinking that whoever was out there was gone, and I had to get to work. I couldn't stay in the fucking toilet for the rest of my life, so I threw the door open. I grabbed a knife from the kitchen and checked my apartment out. No one was there. My cupboards and drawers had been ransacked, but I don't think anything had been taken. Maybe one of my bags? Or some underwear. It was a horrible situation. In the end, I decided to take the day off, and I started apartment hunting. I still have no idea how they got in. Maybe, in my tired state, I didn't lock the door or something. Please, guys, stay safe. I think I had a narrow miss here.
I'm a female. Also, I'm not a native speaker, so please forgive me if I make any grammar mistakes. This is my story from 2019 and 2020 when I started going to high school. I was 16 at that time, and I met Tom by my classmate, who was a goth. He had his own band and all, and everyone considered him as the type of person who is dangerous. Though, to be honest, he was the sweetest person that I have ever met, so I didn't really verify what kind of vibe Tom, his guitarist, was giving me off. I just assumed that if my friend was sweet, his friends must be sweet too, which in most cases was the truth, right? Tom was shorter than me. I'm 5'7", so it's not that uncommon in my case. And he had really long blonde hair, and because of that, many people has misgendered him. He was nice and funny, though he wasn't exactly the type of person with whom I'm hanging out with. Most of my friends are loud extroverts with a lot of energy and even more memes saved on their phones. Me, my friend, and Tom were going to the same school. So when I was talking with my friend, Tom was usually there too. After some time, me and Tom started to spend more time alone, and he somehow became one of my friends. Please mark that I have told him a lot of times about my crush, so he definitely knew that I was interested in someone else. Time has flew by, and my best friend started noticing that Tom was evidently interested in me. I just laughed it off and didn't think much of it. Me and Tom? Come on, guys. Though I didn't believe them, I wanted to make sure that Tom knows what kind of intentions I have towards him. So despite the fact that I'm a really cuddly and friendly person, I tried to not show him so much attention anymore. Months flew by, and here February came in. Despite the fact that my friends have told me about some red flags, that he was watching me, and that he magically appeared everywhere we went, and that he followed us around, I, again, so naive and dumb, thought that it was established for good, that we are just friends. No need to say, my friends were not big fans of him. So, when he invited me for shopping after school, I was like, yeah, sure. The day before, he had texted me about how he was excited for going out and many more, and offered me a lift home after. I've told him that no, that I'm okay with the bus, because I live in the next town, not too near, not too far. But he insisted. He was so persistent in giving me a lift home that my naive, though aggressive and assertive ass texted him, "Bitch, you right? I'll give you a ride home one more time, and we're not going anywhere." So he finally stopped. I really hate guys who don't take no for an answer, and it was definitely the case here. The meeting was nice, but weird. You know, around 15 minutes after we got to the shopping center, I knew he wanted something more. I'm naive. not blind. So after some awkward time, I said that I gotta go. I have went to the bus stop and he wanted to walk me there. And that was about it. At least, that's what I thought. He got on the bus with me because apparently he was going the same way. I knew that he lived in the other part of the city, but maybe he needed to do something there. Though I knew that something was off, so I have got off the bus a few stops before mine and called my mom. He got off too. I asked him why he was following me, and he said that he wants to make sure that I'm getting home safely. Yeah, what the fuck, dude? Do you think it's fucking romantic? I told him to go home, but he was persistent. I've told him that yesterday I've texted him that I'm okay with coming home alone. And he said, "But you are coming home by yourself. What's the problem?" Now, I'm literally scared and really uncomfortable. I have read way too many true scary stories from Let's Not Meet and Creepy Encounters, and I got that feeling on my spine that his intentions are not pure. It was getting dark, and I was alone with him in the middle of nowhere, and he started to make his move. In this moment, I started being more annoyed of him than scared. I'm a tall, sporty girl with a fucking blue belt and after boxing classes, so if he tried something, I would beat the shit out of him. At least my voice is really loud and I scream louder than an ambulance. Then I remembered my, dangerous meeting with some old creep who wanted to do you know what. But he failed, don't worry about that. So I stood there frozen for the first 10 seconds and I couldn't even move or make a noise. So I decided it wasn't necessarily the best place to turn him down, so we just waited silently. I would have definitely feel more safe alone than with him. He started touching my back and my hair and etc. And when I asked him to stop, he said, "Ah, you're so cute when you're angry." Dude, no means no. I've told him that, and he started making monologues about how girls always say no, but they mean yes. No, they don't. And then it was so dark that I had to turn my flashlight on. He asked me if I was cold. I said that no, but apparently we're talking about a guy who doesn't take no for an answer. And so he hugged me tightly. I tried to push him away, but then I remember that night when I was almost, what I said earlier, and again, I was frozen. I felt him sniffing my hair and neck. His hands were tightly hugging me. He was way stronger than I thought, and I felt his slow breath on my skin. You really are perfect," he said after a while with changed voice. It was deep. I felt like a rabbit caught by a fox. I laughed hysterical and started crying, but he was still holding and sniffing me. When my mom came, I've run to her car, and she is thankfully parked away from the bus stop, so he couldn't ask himself to my home, even if he'd wanted. When I got home, I started crying my eyes out. I thought it was over after that, and I have definitely limited acquaintance with him. He still was a friend of a friend, so I didn't want to make a big deal out of it. And then lockdown came in, so I thought that the problem was solved. Notice that I have alarmed my mom about this, but she said that he just likes you. And, oh, come on, boys will be boys. So I was alone with my problem. He was calling me a few times per day, and when I asked him why, no, I wasn't answering calls. He texted me that he wanted to talk because he missed my voice. As a dumb bitch I was, I thought that ignoring him will make him stop, and surprisingly, it worked. At least the texts and the calls stopped. When we came back in September, he was acting like in September a year ago. A pure, nice, shy dude. My goth friend was expelled from school at that time, and we kind of lost contact, so I couldn't talk about Tom with him. Maybe Tom just acts this way. I don't know. I know some clingy people who would totally do the same things as Tom, but with the purest intentions. Yes, I am a naive dumb bitch. And then the lunch break came. After everyone from our table left, only me and Tom stayed. I eat rather slow and he was drinking his juice. It's a nice thing we finish the lessons at the same time at Thursdays. He said, we can hang out then. Maybe go ice skating when the winter will come. Or have some sushi or something. What? First of all, my school has a private lesson plan for each class, so you can't just check it on the website. The teacher needs to send it to you. Plus, I didn't give it to him. So how the fuck did he know? Second of all, I love ice skating. I've told him that a year ago, the day that we met. How did he remember? And finally, I have never told him that I like sushi. Why would he ask me to go there if he wasn't sure that I liked it? A lot of people hate sushi. Even I eat it only occasionally with my friends. And then, it hit me. My friend told me that he was following us. He knew I like sushi because he saw us eating it, probably several times. Or maybe I have told him after all and just forgot. I tried to make an excuse for him, but I started to feel so scared that I couldn't move. Yeah, I answered awkwardly, trying to make my voice sound normal. How do you know? He started to look a little bit uncomfortable and changed the subject. Okay, this is way too suspicious. I have told my best friends about it, and one of them, Hannah, said, "Oh my God, yes, I remember now." After that, I thought that she, for some reason, had sent it to him, so I felt relieved. I have met him today at the principal's office. He was taking our class plan. I thought it was pretty weird too. I wanted to tell you this since you guys are friends and all, but I forgot. Sorry about that. He what? Okay, now, if he wanted to be friends, he would just ask me about it. And if he knew that I wouldn't give it to him, why is he so persistent? Okay, we need to get this clear. My friends thought the same. I confronted him a few days later, and I have told him that we can't be more than friends ever. I like someone else, and I don't have romantic feelings towards him. Of course, I said all of those in a nicer way. After my monologue, he was just standing there, and after a while he said, "I knew about it." He looked at me. "You did like my touch though. I saw you liked it. So why are you acting like this?" I've told him that I didn't, and it made me very uncomfortable. That even then I tried to push him away, but I couldn't. And if a girl says no, she means no. "Well," he said, "it seems like I'm stronger than you after all." Good thing to know. Well, be happy that I won't use it on you. You're too pretty. We just stood there, me in shock, and he just looking at my reaction. And then my next class started, so I went away. When I've looked back, he was still standing there with this blank expression on his face. Then he looked up and our eyes met. He seemed sad and angry, and after that, we stopped talking for a while. Though I could see him in very weird places staring at me, like in a building where I trained karate, or my bus stop. He never took this bus stop. He lives in a completely different direction, but also, this stopped after some time. But here, my so-called best friend, Hannah, turns in. She became friends with him, knowing what kind of relationship me and him had. I was trying to tell her to stop asking him to hang out with us, but she didn't care. Also, every time that our choir needed music help, she texted him to help us. Aw, come on, Asia. That's my name. He's so good with a guitar and he can totally help us. The second lockdown had come in, and I don't know what to expect when I'll come back. The worst part is that I know that he's a good person. He will get over his feelings. At least, I hope so. But I think it's just cruel for Hannah to ask him to hang out with me and her, because then it looks like I ask her to do it, to play with his feelings or use him. I know that she likes him. Also, not in a romantic way as far as I know. But, come on, girl, don't do this to me. Can't you hang out with him alone? I don't know what to do. I will also keep updating if something happens, which I highly doubt so. We haven't spoken in half a year and he acts normal. We texted just once to share each other's experiences about the musical that I have recommended him in September. But I'm happy I had ended it before something bad happened. And I hope that nothing bad will happen too. Tom, I know that we will meet again. So let's just meet as normal friends with nothing more to it.
About 7 or 8 years ago, I was living alone in the Chiba countryside, going back and forth to university. My apartment was on the second floor, and it was tiny, narrow, and a dirty place, but I liked it at the time. It was fine for me. I met a guy at uni and we started dating. It was a good time. About half a year passed. I was living next door to a good-looking office lady. I noticed one day that someone had left a strange-looking note on the small window next to her front door. Let me explain. In the hallway of the building at the top of the stairs, there's a frosted window that belongs to her apartment, at about head height on the right-hand side. About 70 centimeters by 40 centimeters. My boyfriend said, "What's that about? Maybe we should ask her next time we see her." I asked her about it, and she said she didn't know who had put that on her window. She said late one night she had decided to have a little peek through the window, and the second she looked out, a face appeared. It really freaked her out. It frightened me too. She said she stays at her boyfriend's apartment most nights now. I mentioned to her, if she ever didn't feel safe, or if anything happened, knock on the wall and let me know. I told my boyfriend that too, and he said that he would come straight away to help. I chatted with her in passing, time to time, and she said things had gotten worse. She was planning on moving out of the apartment block, and eventually she did. That's when things started happening to me. When I was home alone, in times where I would be doing nothing but lying on my bed, I would hear this metallic tapping sound against my door. Since my apartment is tiny, you can easily see the door from the bed. Once, when I was looking over, I saw the door handle gently turning, as if someone was trying to quietly open the door. I didn't know who it was or what was going on. Keep calm, I told myself. For some reason, I called out, "The door's locked!" I heard heavy thuds against the door. They shook the glasses in the kitchen cabinets. Now I was freaked out. The thudding stopped eventually. Was someone trying to break in? So I called the police, and they offhandedly told me to beef up my security. That doesn't really solve the problem though. Something else happened. Again when I was on my own in there. I remember that it was the end of January. Someone was trying to open the door again, but this time, a lot more violently. My whole body went rigid. Thank God I locked the door. Somehow, I found the courage to creep over to the door. I wanted to get a look at the person who was doing this. Someone was stood on the other side of the door. It was a guy. He had a bucket hat pulled way down to cover his eyes. My skin broke out in goosebumps. I was terrified. I wanted to get as far away from the door as possible, but that wasn't easy to do in my tiny apartment. I ran to the other side of the room and called the police again, sobbing uncontrollably into the phone. Are they still there? Can you go over to the door and check again? Are they angry, do you think? The cop said. That really made my blood boil. Are you for real? Can't you hear the banging? I tried to keep my composure and not go off on him, and did as he requested. I looked through the peephole again, and the man at the door was still there, which sent me into a panic again. Even though there was a police station 5 minutes from my house, the policeman told me it was out of his jurisdiction. I pleaded with the guy, and he said he would send someone over to look over my place. They showed up 40 minutes later. Luckily, I called my boyfriend. He came from his part-time job. He arrived long before the police. He caught me on the phone to them and asked the officer, "Does she have to be dead before you come and check it out?" I half smiled at this, but the reality hit home. The person who was trying to break into my apartment was long gone. It's true, in Japan, the police won't do a thing until someone dies. I hate the police here. I'm sorry to say that, but that's just how I feel. The third time something happened, my boyfriend was in the apartment with me, thankfully. We were washing dishes in the kitchen and drinking tea. He suddenly felt a chill, and I felt it too. Then we both asked at the same time, "Are you cold?" He then asked me if a window was open. I looked in the direction of the window near my bed and saw it was open a crack. Then, I saw one human eye staring right at me. We must have stared at each other for about 10 seconds. I tapped my boyfriend's shoulder. I was too scared to speak. My boyfriend understood the message and ran towards the window, chasing after whoever was staring at us. However, that creep had a mountain bike positioned ready down below my window and got away. We couldn't have got down the stairs quick enough to chase him, living on the second floor and all. I saw him speeding away as I looked down from the corridor. One of the fence posts below my window had been broken, which is probably how he was able to climb up to the window. By the way, my bathroom is near the door of my apartment. Since it's a tiny place like I said before, I always had to make a short naked run to my dressing room across the hall, which makes me think that is why the guy had broken the fence and fashioned a ledge to stand on and peer at me. It's my guess anyway. It made my skin crawl. I applied for other apartments immediately after that incident. Also, shortly after this had happened, my boyfriend and I broke up. We didn't have a big falling out or anything, it just kind of fizzled out. I was glad that we were able to move on without any hard feelings, to be honest. We decided to split up over coffee one evening. He said he had to tell me something before we parted ways though. He told me that he thought the guy who had been messing with me had been doing the same to the woman who lived next door to me, like a kind of stalker. I kind of already guessed that, to be honest. I was joking, trying to lighten the mood by saying, "I lost a boyfriend, but I gained a stalker." He went deathly quiet. "I was really scared when that guy was staring at us in your room that night. There was something I didn't tell you, which I probably should have told you," he said. "When I saw that guy getting on his bike, I noticed a huge knife in his hand." I'm so glad he was there at the time that creep came. Who knows what would have happened if he wasn't. I was able to move out, and my ex even helped me. He said I could call him any time I was frightened, but I haven't been scared once in my new place. What was the purpose of that guy messing with me? What did he want? To rob me? Was he a stalker? Or was he planning on doing something a lot worse? I think about it all the time. I don't ever want to be in that neighborhood again. Thinking now, that metallic tapping sound I heard against the door could have been the knife my ex mentioned. I don't like to think about that kind of stuff at nighttime. In case you're wondering, the apartment is still there.
Warning: potentially offensive language and content ahead, but I will censor it if necessary. I just felt that it explains the situation at hand and the setting. Not saying that using slurs or offensive language is right in any way. It also came out longer than I expected because I've only ever told this story to my girlfriend before now. This happened nearly a decade ago now. At the time of this story, I was 15, male, 5'5" and 132 pounds, which is around 60 kilograms. I was a wrestler, so I always knew my exact weight and kept myself extremely lean, but still had a fairly muscular build. I lived in a fairly small town of 50 to 60,000 people, and in my off-season, I did whatever I could to be somewhat active and outside. I had a friend, let's call him Blaze, who is really into disc golf and always asked me to come play with him and smoke a doobie while we were in the more secluded parts of the course. He was a couple years older than me, but no bigger than I was, just a not so great influence for me at that time. The small town only had 2 disc golf courses, one at a very public park near a middle school, or one at the edge of town in an older park that was much bigger. Obviously, we weren't smoking for everyone to see, so the edge of town sealed off park it is. Little did I know that on Thursday afternoons, this park happened to be my town spot for gay men to meet and hook up in the parking lot. I live in the Midwest US, so these were not your stylish, young pretty guys. It was mostly guys aged 30 to 50 who were pretty big and aggressive looking. So, we finished the course and the joint, walking out of the woods anything but sober. We typically either just chilled in the grass or played catch after we finished up until my buddy was more normal and ready to drive back. We noticed that there were way more cars in the parking lot than when we got there, and a lot of older guys sitting on their trunks of their cars or on tailgates, loosely grouped together. This very large hairy man in a tank top and his tall thin friend dressed like a biker gang member started to do the wolf whistle towards me and my friend. I get pretty uncomfortable, not because gay men whistled at me, because we had to walk in their direction, and I could feel the eyes of way more guys on me than I wanted. For a testosterone-filled, weight room junkie teenager, I did not feel very safe here, knowing there were at least 30 guys in this group, and I could see in my peripheral that a fairly large portion were eyeing us closely as we walked toward the parking lot. I'll make it clear that I am not a fighter, and I would never intend to hurt anyone aside from self-defense, but I was definitely confident in myself to hold someone off. Us two were just so outnumbered and not in a sober state of mind, so anxiety made things much worse. A couple of them said some gross catcall-like things, more whistles, and that weird noise that rednecks make when they're excited about something or instigating, similar to the woo, but if Eric Catman screeched it. I think they had the idea that we were some people they met online and were coming to meet up. Being high, I didn't care what was going on. I just wanted to be safe and not the center of attention. When we got closer, the big hairy man who did the first wolf whistle said something like, "You think you can handle this?" And I just mumbled no thanks and tried to keep walking. He yelled back, "What was that, boy?" To which I just said more clearly, "No thanks, I'm not into that." He seemed offended and angrily said, "Not into what?" All I said was, "I'm sorry, I'm not gay." And he seemed to be offended by the word gay, again asking me to repeat myself in a very aggressive tone. So I corrected myself and said I'm not homosexual, and things escalated from here real quick. The man stepped forward from leaning against the truck and grabbed my wrist. He said, "We can fix that real quick." Don't get excited. I didn't do some cool fight move to attack him. Just a simple wrist roll and using that momentum, a quick push of the elbow to turn him around so that he would have his back to me and that I could get by without anything more. He said, "Touch me like that again and we'll get the both of you." Another guy made his way over to Blaze, who was much less than calm and chill type of stoner than I was. I can only describe what he did as one of those kicks or side steps off a wall, but to that guy's chest or abdomen. He started to run and yell, a "fuck off," and then the slur. Very quickly, bunches of guys began to stand up from their seats on the outside of their cars and motion our direction. I started booking it for the car too, and Mr. Skinny Biker Man was running right after us. Thank God, it was just him running and not multiple chasing us, or this story might be different. I was faster than Blaze, so I got ahead of him. And picture us running across a parking lot to his truck that was facing us, backed into a stall. I got around the passenger side quickly, with Blaze still about 100 feet from his truck. He tried to cut to the right and made it to the driver's side of his little S10, but Skinny cut him off and sent him to the left passenger side. I ran around the back of the truck as fast as I could to the driver door, and Blaze slid his keys across the roof to me. I hopped in, well aware that I did not want to be driving right now in this state of mind, much less in such a crazy situation, and even more less someone else's vehicle. Still, without thinking, I started it and skirted out of the parking lot while Skinny banged on the bed of the truck chasing. That's not the end. A truck and a car are on their way right behind me. Skinny jumped into the car that was in the back and the chase began. Terrified and still high, I cut through the grass of the park to get to the main road more quickly, thinking that I would lose them that way. These guys raced right over the speed bumps and around the bends in the park road right up to the main road, and they were driving so fast that I would have gotten T-boned if I didn't smash the pedal to the floor at the right time. I am so stressed, and I start silently crying while driving, thinking of how horrible the possibilities could be. Contact wearers know that when your eyes are dry from the smoke, then they rapidly get moist. Contacts tend to drift a bit until they find their place again. This is definitely not ideal for someone with awful vision driving twice the speed limit down a road in the middle of town. So I started turning down residential streets and weaving in and out, being tapped on the shoulder by Blaze to keep my speed up because the two were still right on my rear bumper. I even made some risky U-turns and they followed right along. This chase lasted over 10 minutes of me frantically driving through main streets, residential, back alleys, and everything that I could try to get away. I was so scared that the best case scenario ended in us getting pulled over and myself obtaining a permanent record or DUI by the ripe age of 15. Luckily, a stroke of luck and a surprisingly quick reflex came to my aid. Blaze yelled, "Cop!" and pointed to a parking lot to our left, where there was a police cruiser probably just waiting to catch someone speeding or running red lights on the semi-busy road that we ended up on. I whipped into the parking lot and parked a couple stalls down from the cop. The truck prepared to turn, but stopped in the middle of the road so quickly once he realized what was going on and that the car following him had to swerve and pop the curb. Catching the officer's attention, he backed out, and the two vehicles split different ways and were out of sight before he got out of the parking lot. Never went back to that park any time other than mornings after that. So thankful that nothing bad came of the incident and that we made it out completely unscathed. I had no idea what they would have done, but people engaging teenagers in a car chase could not have good intentions in mind. It was my first time in my life being sexually harassed too. You would think being in a car chase might be fun or exciting, but I just felt so powerless and like I had no control, like nothing I could do would both get these guys away from us and simultaneously not get me arrested. I just discovered this sub today on my main account, but I was nervous to post this from it due to the nature of it. And I still wouldn't go anywhere near that place during the afternoon again. My husband and I had been married in May, but he was still living in student housing until his lease was up, which ended up being in August of 2019. We found the perfect sized apartment for our needs in the city his school was located. It was kind of a sketchy area. Despite most of it looking decent, there was definitely some questionable activity going on at all times of the day. To make the situation worse, we didn't have a car at this time, and so we had to walk and ride the city bus wherever we needed to go. It felt unsafe to me since I've only ever lived in small towns growing up. One night, the unsafe feeling really kicked into high gear when we had to get groceries on foot. On the way home to our apartment, we cut through a darkened parking lot. A man emerged from between two buildings that were just on the edge of the parking lot. He had the worst vibe about him, and that made me go on high alert. My husband tried to calm me down by being the rational person he is. Maybe it was just a coincidence? I continued to look over my shoulder, and sure enough, every turn we made, he made. The hairs on the back of my neck were standing on end at this point, and I looked at my husband and I told him that this man was definitely following us. He was taking each turn we were, and he stayed far enough away from us to where it wouldn't look too suspicious. I told my husband that, even though we were tired and had groceries, that we needed to take a different route home. He continued following us for another block or so, and that is when we decided to book it. We turned down a random street, found a car, and squatted behind it. When the man turned the corner, he was looking every which way for us, and every time he came close to the car we were hiding behind, we would slowly and as quietly as we could sneak to the other side. I called up my mom in tears, trying to stay as quiet and as calm as I could. Yeah, looking back, maybe calling the cops, even on a suspicion, would have probably been better. Anyway, thank God, the man eventually gave up. Once we knew that he was for sure gone, we ran and walked the rest of the way home and locked the door the minute we shut it. It felt like my husband and I were in a thriller horror movie and that we were the main characters trying to survive. I don't know what that man's intention were, and I don't want to know. So, to the creepy shadow lurker, let's never meet. I've been reading on here tonight, and I have a few creepy encounters of my own, so I figured, why not? This happened like 12 years ago. I was 14 and my sister was 12. It was during summer vacation and we were hanging out, just the two of us outside, midday. We lived in a smallish town where during weekdays, it was pretty empty because adults were at work. Anyway, we'd been messing around, picking flowers, and other random crap when we decided to cut through a massive field of underdeveloped land on the edge of our suburb. It was technically a shortcut to get home, but it wasn't the best idea because it was a really bumpy, potted land that other kids and teens left all sorts of shit laying in. Well, our bad decision came around and bit us. We hadn't made it very far in the field when my sister got two bad things at once. Some sort of twisted metal, I don't know, maybe an old piece of a tool, It pierced right through her foam flip-flop and into her foot, and right after it happened, she shrieked, jerked, and twisted that ankle on the uneven ground. She started crying and howling, and I was worried. The metal hadn't gone too deep, and I was able to stop the bleeding with the hem of my shirt, but she couldn't walk anymore, obviously. And our parents weren't available. I didn't know where we were, and this was before I had a cell phone. Shit. My sister was still on the ground crying, and I was trying to calm her down when something made me feel like looking up. It was the feeling of being watched. Out of the field, across the road, and standing on the corner in the distance, was some random guy watching us. He was too far away for me to see him clearly, and all I could tell for sure was that he was blonde, probably adult, and dressed too warmly for July. He was all alone, stock still, just staring at us. And I've always been a skittish horse, so I looked back at my sister and basically said to get on my back, and that I was carrying her home, and that we were leaving right now. Now, I had to carefully pick my way through this stupid field on my own crappy flip-flops with my crying sister on my back. Luckily, she was tiny, but I was no linebacker either. It had rained a day ago, and the field had puddles of slimy water in the low spots. We were both kind of wet from her falling when she got hurt, and I swiveled back to check if he was still watching us. And he was. Not only was he watching us, but he'd crossed the road and entered the field. Now he was standing stock still again and just watching. Ice in the veins doesn't describe it. One of the scariest moments of my life at that point. And my sister looked when I looked, saw my face, and started crying even harder. I just shook her a bit on my back and whispered something like, "Stop it. I need to concentrate on getting us home. Watch him and tell me if he starts following us again. Just be quiet." So that's what we did. I started walking again as fast as I could without getting hurt, and my sister watched him while I carried her. After less than a minute, she whispered to me that he was following again. "How fast?" "Just walking." "Is he watching us?" "Yes." I told her to tell me if anything changed and kept going. I stomped through puddles I couldn't see into when I had to, hoping there was nothing sharp in them. I even lost a flip-flop in the mud and just kept going. We were about 3/4 of the way through the massive field when my sister whispered what I least wanted to hear. He was speeding up. I turned us right around so we were facing him head-on, and as loud as I could, I yelled something like, "Hey, we see you. Fuck off and leave us alone. I'll call the cops." Nothing. He'd stopped again when I stopped, but gave no sign whatsoever that he'd heard me. Just nothing. I turned us around again and kept going, and my poor little sister was shaking like a leaf and just saying my name over and over again. It was awful, and there was nothing that I could do but keep going. Eventually, he started following again at a slow pace. I finally made it into our suburb and out of the muddy field and onto solid concrete. I told my sister to hold on tight as she could, and I booked it. I started running with her on my back as fast as I could. We couldn't see him anymore and didn't know what he was doing or where he was, and I was going to make it to our house or die trying. Every muscle hurt from carrying her so far, and my bare foot was all scratched up from the road, but I didn't stop. I kept moving, with my sister looking out behind us. It felt like my heart was going to burst. The fear and suspense was awful. After what felt like forever, I made it to our house, ran across the yard and up the drive, put down my sister, who'd started crying again, and my hands were shaking so badly that I could barely use my key. We made it in safely and called my mom. She had us lock every door and window and came rushing home. But nothing happened after that, and he never found us. We never saw him again, and that's the end. I have no idea who he was or why he was fucking with us like that, but it gives me chills to this day. The way he'd stop when I stopped, and the way he ignored my yelling. I don't know what he wanted or what he was doing, and I don't want to know. This happened literally a month ago, back in February, when my boyfriend and I had decided to try out an open relationship for a little while for various reasons. We live separately in one of the larger cities in the north of Middle America, and there's a decently sized population of college students like me to keep the gay community fresh, so I was doing pretty well for myself. One night, I was bored and scrolling through Grindr, looking for an easy hookup, when I got a message from a guy who was barely 800 feet away. He wasn't terrible looking, and I was a little desperate, so I agreed to go to his place. He lives quite literally down the street from me, and I could see his building from my window. So I walked over, and he let me up into his apartment. We made small talk, and I mentioned where I lived. Hell, I even pointed out my window from one of the windows in the stairwell. From the first, I thought there was something off about the guy. Not necessarily bad, but just different. An odd twitch in his hands when he gripped the banister, the vacancy of his eyes when he smiled, and I'm not so cliche as to say felt evil or anything like that, but I wasn't exactly surprised that after we got to his apartment, the first thing he did was to tell his very pretty and friendly cat to say hello, and the second thing he did was walk over to the kitchen counter, grab a needle, and shoot up. I hadn't even closed the door behind me. I stood there staring, and he turned around, dropped the needle on the counter, and went, "Oh shit, man, I should have asked. You cool with that?" I'm not a good Christian boy. I have broken into a church while tripping on LSD, and I had sex on a headstone back in high school. But I have my standards, so I shook my head mutely, pulled my hat back on, and opened the door to leave. The guy rushed over and put a hand on my shoulder. "Yo, I'm sorry. You don't gotta go. We don't gotta fuck. Do you want to watch Transformers 3 with me or something?" "Nope," I said bluntly, hustling away down the stairs. I bundled up my scarf against the early February chill and hurried back down the street to my apartment. He followed me downstairs, barefoot, in pajama pants and a t-shirt, until I stepped outside into the whipping winds. I turned back briefly to look after a moment, and he was still standing there in the doorway watching me. I didn't have any premonitions of doom or weirdness. I grew up in Missouri, and junkies barely register as odd to me by this point, so I went home and went to bed. Now, you might have guessed it, but I've never seen this dude around the neighborhood before. Truthfully, I hadn't seen most of my neighbors because my neighborhood is an odd mixture of white-collar suburbia, college housing, and low-income housing like my paramour's building, all in one street. So it didn't really register when I started seeing him more. I would leave for work in the afternoon, and he'd be on the other avenue across from my building strolling along. Or he'd cut across my building's parking lot like all the kids in the neighborhood did. A couple times I saw him walking across the campus mall. My apartment building is directly adjacent to my campus, but he'd always swerve to avoid me. Once or twice, I'd notice him in the grocery store I work at as a barista, but it's the only one within walking distance, and he mentioned he didn't have a car. This went on for the entire month of February. Eventually, I started noticing he'd always be walking down the street opposite my building when I left for work at my usual time, and he was only ever at the store when I was working. He'd never approach the coffee stand within the store where I work, but he'd look at me. A couple of times, I noticed him enter, look at me, pretend to shop, and leave without buying anything. I was starting to feel creeped out, but he hadn't done anything yet to make me feel particularly unsafe. One day, late February, I worked an early shift, and when I got off, I felt a little crazy from lack of sleep, and I reached my place about 20 minutes before I usually leave for work. And on the corner of the sidewalk opposite me was the guy. He was checking his watch over and over and looking up. I did a bit of brilliant deductive analysis and followed his gaze up to my living room window, then looked back down at him. He looked right at me. There was a moment of tension as we stared each other in the eyes. Like I said, this dude didn't give off any evil or dark vibes, and I've met people that do. Now, what I saw in this guy's eyes, in his face, was much more human and much scarier. Desperation, loneliness, pain, and anger. He hurried after me, but I'm a 6'3" and a former sprinter, whereas he was a 5'8" junkie wearing flip-flops on ice. I made it to the first set of doors to my apartment, scanned myself in through the second, and locked them behind me. He walked through the unlocked first set, tried to open the second, and tried pushing the handicap button to open them, and then gave up. "Look, man, I'm sorry," he shouted, laying a hand on the glass of the door. "Can we talk about it?" I shook my head. "Absolutely not. Leave me alone." Then I whirled on my heel and stomped over to the elevator. When I turned back, he was gone out into the snow. I didn't see him for a couple weeks afterwards, which is nice because my boyfriend likes to walk down the street past this dude's apartment when he stays over and needs to go smoke. One night, my boyfriend was over at my place. He'd just gone out for a smoke before he went to bed, and he mentioned that he wanted me to come with him the next time he went out. "Why?" I asked, pulling him in close to me while he shivered. "It's dark and cold, and I get paranoid out there sometimes," he mumbled into my chest. "There's this creepy dude that sometimes stands on the corner across the way, and he stares at the building. One time, he asked me for a cig, and I told him that I didn't have one, when I had one literally in my hand." He laughed, kissed my chin, and passed out. I laid there awake and troubled. When I was sure my boyfriend was deeply asleep, meaning about after 5 minutes had passed, I extracted myself and went to the window. It was a cold, clear night, and I could see across the street. Under the orange glow of the streetlight was the guy. I couldn't make him out clearly, but when he saw me, he waved, and I flicked him off and closed the blinds. I didn't feel like I should tell my boyfriend because he was either gonna immediately go to the police, which I hate doing, or he'd try and defend me. And while I love him with my entire heart, I don't want to watch a fight between a junkie stalker and my underweight nicotine-addicted boyfriend. So I kept it to myself and still haven't told him. But I did start accompanying him when he went outside to smoke. The guy was usually outside. Sometimes he'd follow us for a bit before ducking away down a side street. Sometimes he'd watch from a distance, and sometimes he'd be up in his apartment. My boyfriend never noticed, and I kept my composure and nothing happened. One night though, We went out so my boyfriend could smoke, like normal. When we'd reached the end of the street and turned around, the stalker was behind us, about 50 feet back. I turned my head to check, and there he was. He waved at me again, and something told me that I had to get back inside. "Hey babe," I said quietly to my boyfriend. "Let's get back inside, yeah? I'm cold." "Aw, baby," he said, kissing me on the cheek. "Okay, I'm almost done anyway." We walked back to the apartment building, and without turning, I knew the stalker was behind us the entire time. I kept my hand intertwined with my boyfriend's and kept up the usual conversation we'd been having about how I hate geese. We got back up to my apartment, and he got changed for bed while I grabbed some water. So, I never lived in an apartment before, and I don't know if it's odd or not, but this building has a wired telephone in each unit that rings when someone wants let in. Ours never rings unless it's Uber Eats, so my boyfriend was surprised when it started ringing late at night when neither of us had ordered anything. "Probably just some asshole playing a prank," I said, unhooking the phone from the wall and putting it in the kitchen cabinet. He accepted that without a struggle, and we lay down in bed. After he was soundly out, I got up, got dressed, grabbed a couple things, and headed downstairs in my thick winter coat. Sure enough, my fanboy was out there in the parking lot. He waved at me and jogged over, smiling broadly. "Hey man, what do you want?" I said flatly. "Look man, I feel like we ended things awkwardly last time and I just wanted to talk to you," he said. "So you stalked me?" "What?" He started to look angrier, his brows furrowing. "Nah, man, I didn't stalk you. I just wanted to know when I could talk to you, but you always avoid me. Now, you're walking around out here with that skinny little bitch boy trying to rub it in my face, and I don't fucking appreciate that. Look, man," he said, smiling again, stepping closer. "You wanna go talk about this back at my place? Ditch the white boy and come hang out with me tonight, please? I won't shoot up or nothing this time." He took another step closer to me, and I saw, in his right hand, a dull gleaming piece of metal, a folded up switchblade. He smiled at me, and I stepped back, shaking my head, and his smile drained away into a deep scowl. "Bitch, I'm done asking. You're gonna come over to my place now and finish what we started," he growled, unfolding the knife and pointing it at me. This dude was 5'8" tops and skinny, and I'm 6'3", 200 pounds, and regularly lifts weights. Also, I had a 12-inch kitchen knife, which I drew from my coat pocket and leveled at his throat. He looked at my knife and then back at his and smiled again. "Bro, I was just playing. We can just talk right here, bro. I don't..." "Leave me and my boyfriend alone," I said very quietly, "or I will cut your face off and eat it." "What the fuck?" "I spent 8 years in juvie for stabbing a kid in middle school," I lied. He backed up, putting the knife back in his pocket. I took a step closer, holding my knife level. He backed away, quickly, almost falling on the ice, until he was full sprinting back to his place, and I was chasing him down with my knife, until he crossed the street and I stopped. I slid the knife in my pocket and watched him run back to his building. Then I went back up to my bedroom, told my boyfriend I just had to go pee, and fell asleep. So, nameless horny junkie, let's not meet again, or I will eat your face. The events that I'm about to tell you happened when I was just 18 years old, fresh out of school and living on my own for the first time in my life. Looking back at this situation in hindsight, I should have gone to the police. I worked at a children's clothing store called Justice. I was working a typical shift from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. when a pretty atypical customer strolled into the store. Right off the bat, he gave off major creep vibes. He was a dirty, smelly, upper middle-aged balding guy who didn't even have a child in tow. Definitely not something I was used to seeing in that particular store. He didn't seem genuinely interested in the merchandise, only feigning interest in a few of the displays anytime that I would look over at him. I could feel his eyes on me, and as soon as I would go back to facing or stalking though. The manager, also picking up on his sketchy vibes, scared him off with her aggressive hospitality. I found it super weird that he refused to make eye contact with her while she asked him if he needed any help finding anything. He just shook his head no and left in a hurry. I saw him walk past the storefront once or twice after he left, but since this Justice store was located in a strip mall, it wasn't that weird, so I didn't give it a second thought. I made a mental note though, and since at that point the whole staff had begun talking about the greasy old sketchball, and my manager, who had been eagle-eyeing him the whole time, pulled me aside and confirmed to me in private that my suspicion had been correct. He had been staring at me any time that I wasn't looking at him. That had happened considerably early in my shift, and by the end of the day, after dealing with multiple Karens, which was a daily occurrence working at Justice, the sketchball was far from my mind. I clocked out, headed out into the parking lot, got into my car, and started the 7-mile drive home. About halfway home, I looked into my rearview mirror to see a white truck with a plow on the front of it behind me. The only thing that struck me as odd at first was it was midsummer and this person had a plow on the front of their Toyota, and the windows were tinted so dark that I could barely make out an outline of the driver. I suddenly got a sinking feeling as I remembered sketchy greasy guy. I decided to see if I was just being paranoid or if this person was trying to follow me. I'm sure I'm not the only paranoid person who has tried to make a bunch of nonsensical turns to shake a theoretical tale. Only unlike all the other times that I've played Shake the Tail, this person actually managed to stay on me. After about the 5th turn down a random avenue, my gut twisted into knots as I watched the Toyota slowly creep around every corner that I rounded. I had circled the block twice, and still the white truck with a plow and tainted windows was behind me, but far enough away that I still felt like I was just being crazy. I decided to try one last test to determine for sure if this was a trick of my imagination or actually something to be worried about. I winded my way out of the avenues, deciding to pull off to the side of the road into a little dirt turnaround beside a local bar, hoping and praying with all my might that the truck would just go by, but still clinging to the slimming chance that this was all in my head. I let out an audible gasp as the white truck slowly pulled up right behind me now. I saw the driver's side door open, and I floored it out of there before I saw anything else. Heart racing at this point, I floored it back up a different set of avenues, finally stopping at a stop sign where I felt sure that I was in the clear. To my horror, I heard the hunting roar of an engine with its pedal to the metal, and seconds later, Seeing the white truck with the plow on the front coming so fast up the avenues that it launched slightly into the air as it passed me at the intersection, flying down the perpendicular no-outlet road. I took my chance and turned left onto the road the truck had just come from, figuring they were going to have to turn around in someone's driveway before continuing the pursuit. I drove white knuckle, clenching the steering wheel the whole drive back to my town, constantly checking my rear view for the white truck that I never saw again. I even circled my own block for an hour after that, fearing that person was out there somewhere, watching me, waiting to see which house I pulled into. Once the situation was over, I naively brushed it off without so much as a police statement. The more time went by, the more the whole situation seemed like a bad joke. I never found out who was in the truck. That person might not have been connected to the greasy sketchball guy at all. At that time, I didn't take the incident very seriously. When I got home, I told my ex-boyfriend and he shrugged it off, so I did too. It wasn't the first creepy thing to happen to me, or the last. Disturbing to think that it's not uncommon for young girls or boys to find themselves in similar situations. Has anyone ever said, "Hey, let's go to the bathroom together"? I don't like this kind of thing. I never have done. When girls go together to the bathroom, I always found it a bit childish. I don't need someone to accompany me in there, so I never know what to do or say when I'm asked. And although I'm not good with these requests, I know that if I say no, then it might upset a friend and it's a pain to explain why not, so it's just easier to go with it. This isn't some new way of thinking based on this trend. I've always been like this. When I was a kid and someone wanted to go with me, I was like, leave me alone. And I mean, it's really a one-person job, right? Then one day, on the way home from school, I used to go home via train with a whole bunch of school friends my age. I wanted to use the bathroom, and I had to tell them to wait up for me. And I thought that they would do their usual thing of wanting to go all together. Great. "I'm going to use the bathroom," I said. "Okay," one said. "Oh, so no one else wants to go?" I asked. "Well, if you want someone to come with..." No, it's fine. Just hang on a second and I'll be right back." This was awesome, I thought. Off I went into the bathroom by myself. I opened the door to the ladies. One of the stalls opened and someone came out as I was walking in. A man. I felt incredibly tense and anxious to see a man in a woman's bathroom. The man stared at me and I felt like a rabbit in the headlights. He had these big glaring eyes and he moved towards me. He grabbed me by my arm and tried to drag me into the stall. I screamed for help and I tried my best to wriggle free of his grasp. I screamed for my life and I don't know how else to put it. And my friends came rushing in. We were in a big group, thankfully. The sight of him seeing all of my girlfriends bursting into the bathroom was amazingly relieving. They shouted at him, out of hate or fear or some sort of natural instinct. I don't know. I don't want to repeat what was said. The creep stood there, as if the words meant nothing to him. Unperturbed, essentially not scared in the slightest by us, a gang of schoolgirls. But then, we showed that we weren't scared, and we were stronger together than he could ever be. He went to run for it. My friends formed a barrier around the bathroom door, and he tried elbowing them aside, and he wasn't gentle about it either. A station guard, must have heard all of us screaming at him because someone police-like burst into the bathroom, altered to the commotion we had created, no doubt. And since this day, my opinion of going to the bathroom in a group has changed. There is safety in numbers. I did a little sleuthing online, and it turns out that I might have been exceptionally lucky that day. A truly disturbing and ghastly crime happened in the very same area. It was called the Bunkuo murder case. The victims were two schoolgirls about the same age as me. Things like this happen every day, and it's not uncommon. The case I mentioned is a case well known in Japan. Think of all the other cases which go unreported. It frightens me. As the years went by, I began to second-guess myself, thinking that what happened to me might not be as common as I once thought. I met a guy eventually, by the way. The bathroom attack didn't put me off dating and intimacy completely, and I'm glad it didn't. So one day, I was idly chatting with my boyfriend, and I decided to tell him about the bathroom incident in the train station. His reply shocked me. It doesn't just happen to women, it happened to a friend of mine. Something is going on, regardless of gender. So be wary if you are in the bathroom alone. It all started with a normal day at work. I worked at a small grocery store at that time, and my duties consisted of gathering shopping carts in the parking lot and bagging groceries. Normal minimum wage stuff. It was rainy that morning, and of course, I was assigned to carts all day. About 2 hours into my shift, I saw a man rushing to get his groceries into the car. It was pouring, and I ran over to him and started helping him with his bags. "It's pouring," I said. "Mind if I help you get out of the rain?" "Yes, thank you so much." As he was closing his trunk, he looked at me with a very surprised look on his face, lowered his eyebrows, looked me up and down, and smirked. "Are you a new hire?" "No, I've been here for a couple of months." "Oh, you're very pretty," he said in a weirdly sensual tone. "Thank you. Have a good day." I shut it down. I was not interested. As I was walking back to the store to hide until he left, I could feel him watching me while I walked away. Nevertheless, I continued to work, not really thinking about it. After my lunch, I was at the register bagging groceries, and I noticed the same man from earlier walk in. I pretended I didn't see him and just kept bagging. He came up to my register and got a single chocolate bar. I didn't give him a bag, and he stands towering over me and says, "Aren't you going to bag my item?" "Oh, sorry, I didn't know you wanted a bag for one thing." I put his chocolate bar in a bag and told him to have a good day. "When are you off work, sweetheart?" Man, I'm not comfortable giving that information out," he returned with. "That's okay. You've been here for what, 5 hours? You probably get off around 6 or 7, right?" He smiled, winked at me, and walked away. Disgusted, I went to my manager and told her what happened. She told me not to work the lot anymore and to ask someone to walk me to my car. So by the end of my shift, I had a male co-worker walk me to my truck, and we scanned the parking lot looking for this man's car. We didn't see him, so my co-worker went back inside and I started my truck. I called my mom to tell her about what happened, and once she answered, I left the parking lot. Literally, the second I turned onto the road, I saw his car pull onto the road behind me. I told my mom I thought he was going to follow me, and she just told me to drive around a bit to try and lose him. I drove around for about 20 minutes just going in circles around my town. I hit a red light, and he pulled up next to me, and started yelling something to me out his open window. I, of course, pretended he wasn't there, but I could still hear what he was saying. "You would bear some good kids for me. You'd make a great slave for me, little lady." He then started being very explicit about what he was going to do to me if he caught me. I told my mom I was going to call 911, and if I wasn't home in an hour, then call the police. While I was trying to dial 911, the man speeds ahead of my truck and starts brake checking me. Frantic, I wait for the closest intersection and turn up the block. My phone fell under my seat while I was turning, so I decided to go to the nearest open establishment and run in and hide and have someone else call 911. The closest open business I could find was a convenience store at a gas station. I pull in, park, and run for my life into the store. I tell the clerk what's happening, and she takes me to the break room and locks me in there. While processing that I might have survived this ordeal, I hear the doors of the storefront start violently rattling, and before I knew it, the clerk was locking herself in the break room too. She was on the phone with the police and they were on their way. We were silent, cowering in a dark room, and I found myself feeling guilty for wrapping another woman into our worst fear. My thoughts were racing through what I said to him. Did I lead him on? No, I just told him to have a good day. Has he been following me for longer than tonight? How did he know what car I drive? Are the police going to get here in time? Are we going to die? Finally, the small room is illuminated with red and blue lights from the crack under the door. We hear a voice over the intercom telling us it's safe to come out. Shaking, the clerk takes out her keys and opens the door, and we walk out and give our statements. After the police leave, I turn to my unexpected savior and profusely thank her. We cry, hug, and she walks me to my car. The next night, I went back and brought her some food and an Amazon gift card. I have been in a near-fatal car accident 10 feet away from a mountain lion in the wild, and I'm a survivor of sexual assault. I can tell you, my reader, with total honesty, I thought that was the end of my line. So thank you for reading. Stay aware, be cautious, and stay safe. I've been living in a quite friendly neighborhood for the past 5 years, and for the time, nothing really bad has happened, nor have I felt uneasy. But suddenly, I started to meet this weird guy with his dog when I'm out for a walk with my dog. It started off normal. Our dogs ran into each other and sniffed each other's bottom, and this guy started to talk with me about our dogs and stuff. My dog is scared easily and starts to bark and run away first before she wants to get to know other dogs. Nothing out of the ordinary, but my gut feeling kind of warned me that I should take care when I talk to him, and my gut feeling is almost never wrong. Anyway, the next few times I saw him, he always comes to me and says, "Hey, beautiful." This kind of disgusts me because I'm 18 and he's like in his mid-60s. He also started to ask very private stuff like if I had a boyfriend, where I live, and what I do for a living. I never really gave him an answer. I just said that I live nearby and that I don't have a boyfriend, which was probably a mistake when I think of it now. I started to feel uncomfortable when I see him, even a bit scared, and he always comes towards me when he sees me. And today, I unfortunately saw him again when I was walking down the river, and I started to walk faster. My dog, as scared as she is, started to bark because she saw his dog, and of course, he looked around and saw me. I pretended like I haven't seen him and I continued walking fast. After a few meters, I looked back and saw that he was following me. That freaked me out and I almost started to run. After a short while, he turned back and left. I felt a bit safer, but I kept my eyes open wide. For what comes next, you need to know that the river is small and thin and that there are a few trees and bushes at the edge. When I reached the end of the river, I started to walk back on the opposite side of the river that I don't happen to bump into him again. After a while, I saw that he was just standing there and watching at the opposite side from me, as if he was waiting for someone. I don't know if he saw me or not, but he suddenly moved towards the river. I was scared, and I hid behind a bush to wait what he'll do next. Nothing happened, so I stood up, and that's when I saw he moved again, but hasn't left his current place. I obviously didn't want to see him anymore, so I turned right and continued to walk on this path, which was thankfully there. I thought that he's gone now, and after a while, I turned back just to be sure. But then he was there again. There was no way he could have been there so quick unless he walked straight through the river. But I couldn't see if his pants were wet or not because he was still too far away to see that. When I looked behind, he stopped walking and just stood there again. I again started to walk faster and thankfully reached the street soon. I really don't know if I should be concerned or not. I mean, I am a bit paranoid and all those stories I've read on this subreddit don't make it any better. But I am really just too paranoid. Or is this weird guy a creep? My best friend and I went to Walmart one day to get groceries for her mom. We walk in and start grabbing produce on the list when I notice a strange man standing right by the front door and staring. It gave me the creeps, but overall, I thought he was just a weird man. I live in SoCal and they're everywhere. About 6'3", Hispanic and wearing a duck sweatshirt. As I was grabbing some potatoes, he comes uncomfortably close to me and looks at the potatoes too. I walk away and I go to my friend who was 20 feet away from me. I still didn't mention this man to my friend because I thought he had just no clue of keeping a good social distance between people. We finally made our way to the soup aisle, and here he comes walking down the aisle right in between me and my best friend to look at chicken broth. I tell my friend that we need to go grab other things, so we leave the aisle and I give her the rundown on how I believe this man is following me. She agrees that she's seen him and feels weird energy around him. We head over to the tampon section because my friend needed some. I'm standing at our cart and she squatted down on the ground when this man comes up and squats right next to her, looking at pads and tampons. This made us feel extremely awkward, so we left immediately and went to the back of the store to see if he was actually stalking us. We noticed that in his basket he had nothing but a bottle of Sprite, yet he's been down so many food and item aisles with us that he should have grabbed something if he was just a normal shopper. We wait about 5 minutes in the back of Walmart where we start to walk to the front, and we see him walking the opposite way as us, peering down each and every aisle. Once he sees us, he stops and just pretends to look at something on the side aisle while keeping eye contact on us. My friend and I went into the makeup section. If you know a ghetto Walmart, you know it's blocked with only one way in and one way out with a lot of cameras. We go in here and look out through one of the aisles to see him still searching for us. We start to kind of freak out because we both aren't the strongest girls and know that he can probably take us if it came down to that. We decide to just hurry up and get in line to check out. I was talking to my best friend, facing away from the cashier, when he gets in line right behind us. She did the most ballsy thing I have ever seen her do and told him off. She was saying how he was following us and that he went down every aisle we did, but he only had a Sprite in his basket. Soon after, he scarcely walks away, which still made us feel uneasy. We didn't know if he would be waiting outside for us or have some friends ready to get us. We went to a worker and told them to keep an eye out for this guy. After we check out, we quickly make our way to the car with my friend's taser ready to zap, and we made it back safe to the car and didn't see him since our interaction. Hopefully, I never meet this guy again. This was a couple years ago when I had just moved back to the city I grew up in. I was separated from my husband and about to start the divorce process, so I was still getting used to this single mom thing. I had to go to Walmart one day, and I had no choice but to take my 5-year-old and 1-year-old daughters along. I was pretty distracted dealing with my 5-year-old, who at that time loved running too far away from me in the store. Thankfully, this isn't a story where she was snatched. But I had noticed the man in the same aisles as us for a while, which I brushed off as coincidence. We got to the candy aisle, and I was looking at something on the shelf. When I turned around, the man was right behind me. Like his face was probably in my hair. Still, I wanted to believe the best and said that I'm sorry as I assumed I was in his way. I noticed someone with a walkie-talkie tell him to come with him. Still being naive, I assumed he was stealing. I paid for my items and went to leave when I was stopped by loss prevention or security and asked to come with them, which was scary and embarrassing. I knew I hadn't stolen anything, so I assumed my kids had pocketed something. The person who pulled me into the room said, "You're not in any trouble, but I really think you need to know what was going on. Did you notice the man following you?" I said, "Yeah, I saw someone near us, but I assumed it was just a coincidence." They asked to make sure I didn't know the man and it wasn't some weird sex thing. Then, they informed me the man had been following me and my kids around masturbating. They didn't know why me, or if he was interested in me or in my girls. I was horrified. They informed me that the man had been banned from the store, and they walked me to my car to make sure that we left safely. I don't know why they didn't call the police, and in hindsight, I should have. I was just so freaked out and wanted to get me and my kids home safely. So, to the man masturbating behind me in Walmart, let's not meet. Trigger warning. This story involves suicide. However, I am happy to report that no one dies. Several years ago, I attended a screenplay writing convention. It was located at a resort on a lake. The perfect place, I thought, for me to hone my writing skills and maybe make a few friends along the way. I met John on my first day at the convention. He came up to me while the attendees were slowly filtering into the auditorium and wanted to know what I wrote and whether I'd finish a screenplay and if I knew who Dostoevsky was. He seemed a little shy and all the other attendees seemed to already belong to established cliques. So I decided to play the hero, which is rarely a good idea, and be his friend. I knew all about Dostoevsky, as Crime and Punishment is one of my favorite books, and I had actually brought it with me to the convention, and I had written 3 books, not screenplays, but he was satisfied that they were published. So we had plenty to talk about. I gave him my business card with my professional website and email and told him that I'd see him around. We ended up in different small groups that met on opposite sides of the resort, but somehow, John always seemed to appear near my conference room. He got lost, perhaps, or he left his computer in the hallway right outside. I wasn't sure what to make of it, but I figured he was probably just lonely. I had gone through that as a kid. A few days into the convention, he asked me to go out with him. Not go out on a date. No, he actually meant go out, as in be his girlfriend. Taken aback at the speed with which he made that decision, I told him that I had a boyfriend and thought that that would be the end of it. Spoiler alert, it wasn't. I soon noticed that I had a John-shaped shadow that followed me everywhere that I went. When I was in the restaurant, he would linger outside, his eyes fixed on me. When I was walking around the park, he'd sit on the bench in the middle, staring at me. When my seminars went long, he'd be outside waiting for me. Then, he'd leave right before I came out. He had dark brown hair, almost black, eyes that looked like holes in his face, and I saw those damned eyes reflected off the windows everywhere I went. On the day the resort held a party for its guests, I lied and told him that I was sick and I wasn't going. He told me he wasn't going either, but I went anyway, and when I got there, I saw him sitting on a bench, scanning the crowd. The moment he saw me, his whole face changed. You might expect that he would just be surprised to see me, but he didn't look surprised at all. In fact, he looked like he knew I was going to be there, and he looked pissed. When I walked away from my friends to raid the buffet, he approached me. "I thought you said you weren't coming." "I changed my mind," I told him. But I could see in his eyes that he didn't believe me, and my answer hadn't appeased his anger at all. The next day, I decided to see if he was really following me, or if it was all my imagination. I told him I was going back to my cabin. He didn't know where that was, and I knew that he was staying on the opposite side of the resort and had no reason to follow me, and set off down the road without looking back. When I got inside, I slipped on a quick but professional disguise. Glasses instead of contacts, a ball cap, and a different outfit. With my waist-length hair tucked under the hat, I thought that I could at least buy myself a few seconds of anonymity. Confident in my new identity, I stepped outside and looked around. The cabins were arranged in a circle and were bordered on all sides by woods and bushes. Anyone who had a legitimate reason to come to the cabin would be on the road or in the clearing between the cabins. Anyone who didn't have a legitimate reason to come to the cabin would probably come through the woods. I spied an anomalous object amongst the trees and adjusted my glasses. There, peeking out from behind a bush, was dear old John. He almost recognized me, but he hesitated just long enough for me to slip away. Believe it or not, all this happened in one single week, and as I was leaving the camp, I decided that I wouldn't answer any more of his texts, as I was starting to get a little nervous about the extent of his obsession. He must have figured that I would do that, because less than 24 hours after my ignoring campaign began, he texted me that I had driven him to suicide, and when he died, I would have to live with the knowledge that it was all my fault. If I had been friendlier, if I had been nicer, if I had responded faster to his messages, and if I have told him more about myself. I told him to call 911 if he was having a mental crisis, warned the resort security about him, and blocked his number. Fast forward a few weeks, remember that innocent little business card I'd given John? Well, somehow, from that meager bit of information, He managed to contact me on Instagram, Twitter, my website, my email, Hangouts, and text again with a new phone number. Each time the message was either, "I'm sorry, will you take me back?" or, "If you call the fucking cops, I will make you regret it." Or, "Don't you feel bad that I almost killed myself because of you?" Each time, I blocked him. A year into the seemingly endless fiasco, I thought that I'd finally gotten rid of him. That is, until I received an email asking me to review a screenplay. That's nothing unusual. I do reviews and critiques all the time, and I was more than happy to review this one. It was poorly written, and the style was a bizarre mix of dark and nonsensical, but I worked my way through it as thoroughly as I could and sent it back to the young aspiring author who'd asked for my help. A few days later, I received a message from Carlos confessing that it was really John all along. Blocked again. What a pain. 6 months later, once again, I thought I was safe and went about my business doing critiques as usual. Until I received a DM from a young lady who admired my work and wanted to know if I could recommend her a book. The style of the message and the suddenness of the request made me suspicious. Using Google Analytics embedded into a page on my website, I grabbed the sender's location. And what do you know? They came from the same location as John. Because I'm a nerd, I calculated the odds of that happening by accident. They were about 1 in 1,000. Fishy. That, as far as I know, was the last that I've ever heard of John. And may we never meet again. This story takes place when I was around 16 to 17 years old. I lived with just my dad in a little apartment in a questionable area. It was the type of area that you would not want to be out and about when the sun goes down. Up until a certain time, like 10 to 11 p.m., there would be a cop or two in the area patrolling and making sure that there are no gang-related activities going on. I had a job at a restaurant in the city, which was about a 30-minute car ride and an hour-and-a-half away train ride. The train was a couple of blocks away from my place, and since my dad was always too lazy or hungover to drive me, that was my main form of transportation. I went to work around 3 p.m. I would usually get home around 12 or 1 a.m. This was my schedule 4 days a week, aside from having school. I would see a lot of familiar faces on the train because of this, but we never really made conversation with each other. Until one night, when I got out of work late because some assholes wanted to sit in the restaurant past closing. Thanks to them, I missed my train. The next one wasn't scheduled to arrive for another hour, so having nowhere to go and no money for Lyft or Uber, I sat there waiting. No one was around me, so when this older man showed up, kind of staggering a bit, I assumed he was another drunken hobo in the city just trying to catch a train to sleep in. Something about his face gave me a déjà vu, but I shrugged it off, thinking maybe I've just seen him on the train here and there. He made his way over to me, much to my discomfort, and started up a conversation. He wasn't slurring, but the way he was looking down at me gave me goosebumps. He asked me why I was out there so late and all by myself. I had to reply as to not anger him. I mean, we were alone and he was close enough to pull out a knife or something. Anyway, I told him that I was waiting for the train and he asked which one. Now, the train was color-coded with a strip at the top to indicate whether it goes to the north, south, east, or west areas. I took blue, but I lied and I said I took green. He looked at the schedule above the benches and saw that the green train was coming in 15 minutes, so he said he'd keep me company. For those extremely long 15 minutes, he asked me how long I had been working at so-so restaurant. This made my blood run ice cold. I never told him where I worked. I just looked at him and very timidly answered, "For a year," and he laughed. He said, "Wow, it's already been a whole year, huh?" At this point, my skin was itching out of anxiety, and as soon as the green train came, I knew I had no choice but to take it. I said goodbye to him and thanked him for the chat, hoping that would be the end of it. Nope, he suddenly told me that he took the green train too, so he followed me on and sat in a seat behind me. My mind was racing whether he was going to try and do something to me, like chloroform me or hurt me in some other way. But we rode the train in silence. I was trying to figure out how I was going to lose him. There weren't many people riding that train at that hour, and our car was empty, unfortunately. As the ride went on in menacing silence, I could feel him staring down the back of my head. I waited until we got to a stop where there was another person, and I was so relieved to see a woman sitting there. She wasn't boarding, so I immediately got off the train, and the man followed me as expected. I took a seat on a bench next to hers, close enough for her to see and hear everything going on, hoping that she would catch on. The man noticed that I was sniffling, allergies plus being out there in the cold, and he asked if I was sick. I told him no, but he insisted on giving me these weird pills he had that were supposedly cold medicine. I declined in a louder voice. "Sorry, I don't accept pills from strangers." This prompted the lady to look at us, and I made eye contact with her. She knew now. Now, this went on until a blue train came and the lady got up, giving me a look that told me to get on with her. So without explanation, I did. She waved me over to sit next to her, and when the man tried to follow, she said, "No, you go sit over there," and made him sit a couple of seats across from us. He chose the one where he could face us and stared at me the entire time. I was shaking and about to burst in tears. The woman leaned over and whispered to me that she had a pistol, and I felt safer with her there. We whispered back and forth about what happened, and I told her where I lived and how I was worried that he would follow me home. She told me a friend of hers would be boarding the train soon, and when he did, she told me his name was Ray. Ray was filled in about everything and agreed to escort me home, and she promised me that I could trust him. The two of them waited with me until I got to my stop. The man, still watching me, started to smile wildly, resembling the Cheshire Cat. He shouted, "This is your place, right?" To which I didn't respond and just gave the woman a hug and thanked her. Ray and I hurriedly hopped off the train. As I looked back, I saw that the woman had pulled out her pistol and told the man to sit back down, even blocking the exit with her body. And I finally let myself cry in relief. Ray walked me home and tried to calm me down by telling me about his job and his family. After watching me get inside the gates of my apartment safely, I thanked him profusely for his help. This happened like 2 years ago. It might not be that bad, but I still get nightmares about it. Also, English is not my native language, and this is my first time posting here, so please bear with me. I was in 8th grade that time, and I go to this big public school near my house. It was my first day and all, so the teacher assigned me to sit next to a boy who looked nice and outgoing. Let's call him Dan. So I took a seat there, and he was chatty, asking me about my name, age, and etc. He was really friendly and normal. After a few days of sitting next to him, I felt some bad vibes around him, but I never really gave it that much thought. But then after 2 months of sitting next to him, he was trying all sorts of things to get closer to me, and I was uncomfortable with his actions, but I didn't confront him. I know, I was naive and not good with confrontations. But John, my other guy friend, was assigned to sit next to us. Now I'm sitting in the middle of Dan and John. So John and Dan grew close, and I had no problems with that. Then John was going to eat lunch with us when he brought Dan with him. I was surprised that Dan was now tagging along with us, which he never did before. But I never paid attention to it. So Dan took a seat next to me. Not next to John, but to me. I was a little confused, but as a naive 14-year-old girl, I just brushed it off. But that's when things get a little creepy. He started moving closer to me, like he was trying to let our bodies touch. But I was a Catholic girl, and I was to stay my distance with boys. So I moved a little away from him now. But he didn't stop, and he kept going at it. That's when my friend told me that she needed assistance in the bathroom and that I should go with her. I frantically accepted it. It turns out, my friend noticed how creepy he was. But I still didn't do anything about it. I thought maybe he was just having a crush on me. So I kept my distance. And that's when he started to get really, really creepy. One day, I've gotten very sick and couldn't go to school, so I stayed home and just watched some TV and even checked my Facebook. And that's when I saw it. Dan has sent me a friend request, which I never accepted, and some message requests. I was curious, so I opened it. And there were hundreds of messages from him. He was asking why I was not at school and what happened to me. He was also getting mad and cursing at me. He also said that I was a bitch for ignoring his messages. All those 100 messages were sent the same day, and I felt sick to my stomach. I've never experienced this, but I didn't tell my parents, because I was scared that they wouldn't allow me to go out with my friends anymore. I know, I was stupid. I'm sorry. And that night, I was still pretty shaken up from what he did when I received another new message from him, and that message still haunts me to this day. Hey, I hear you were sick. Sorry for getting mad at you. I just thought you were avoiding me. So, feel better and drink your medicine. I know you haven't eaten dinner yet, so please eat dinner so you can feel better. Then I can see you again at school. That sent chills all over my body because I haven't told anyone that I was sick, and my parents didn't tell anyone either, not even my own teacher. And the fact that he knew that I haven't eaten dinner yet was so weird because it was 11 p.m. and people usually eat at 8. I suddenly felt like I was being watched, so I closed my curtains. I still didn't tell my parents because I was making myself believe that maybe that it was just a coincidence. I got better and I was on my way to school. I didn't want to sit next to him anymore, but that wasn't an option because my teacher was pretty strict when it comes to sitting arrangements. I was walking to school when I see him walking behind me. A sick feeling came to my stomach again. I just fastened my pace and he did the same. I was so scared, but finally I reached the school entrance and ran. And I saw my friend and told her everything. She advised me to stay away from him, and I did. But that didn't stop him. That's when Valentine's Day arrived. Our school made a big deal about Valentine's Day, so They canceled all the classes, but still asked us to go to school and made us wear red clothes. I just wore black jeans and a red plain shirt with a black cardigan. Nothing really fancy, but then I get a message from him asking if he could take a picture of me and if he could print it so he could watch it while he falls asleep. He then sent it with a winky face. I didn't know what it meant, so I just ignored him again. But I saw him staring at me while touching his private part. I was so weirded out that I reported him to our teacher, but they didn't do anything. So my friends made sure that he stays away from me. When a guy gave me chocolates and flowers because they liked me, Dad threw angry glares at me, but I ignored him again. So when I was on my way to our classroom to get my bag, because I left it there, I saw Dan sitting there. His face was blank. We were both alone in the classroom because our classmates were busy at the gymnasium. I was so scared, but I took out a brave face and walked to my bag. He saw me and screamed, "You're a slut, like your mother. Why won't you like me back? God wants us to be together." I was so scared that I just froze out of my spot. He was looking at me, and I was feeling like I was going to die. But then he stormed off, and I was relieved. I left after that and cried in front of my friends. And that was the last straw because I told my parents and they reported him. But the school just said that they were going to talk to him, which they never did because he didn't show up at class the next day. We heard he quit school and was working at a small convenience store near school. But that's not the end, because he made a fake account with his name, but his picture was me. He sent me another message, a screenshot of his phone, and the wallpaper was me. But the picture that he sent me was not familiar with me. I never took that picture. It was shot from my window while I was sitting in my bed studying, and I had my earphones on. I was wearing a large shirt with no bra and just some shorts. He captioned it with "I hope to lay next to your bed." I was really freaked out that I cried. I told my mom about it and she told me to just block it because we were going to move out of that town in a few weeks. And so I did. But he couldn't take the message. A year after the incident, I was now in 9th grade, but we didn't move because there was a problem with the new house. That's when he created another fake account using my friend John's name and photo on it, and I accepted it because John was talking about creating a new Facebook profile a week ago, so I assumed that that was him. Now, Dan, who was pretending to be John, messaged me and said, "I just want to explain. I dropped out of school because of you. I told my parents that we broke up and that I can't stand seeing you. I'm also sorry for shouting at you that day, but I want us to be together, to have lovely sex and children. If you can't like me back, it's fine to me. Just please, just don't block me again because I think I will kill myself if you do that. Okay? I love you." I was confused at first because I thought John was messaging me. But then, it started to sink into me. This was Dan. I immediately got sick into my stomach that I vomited. I was so scared of what my next move should be because if I block him, he might actually kill himself based on his mental state. So instead of blocking him, I asked my parents to reach out to his parents, and they did. His parents were so embarrassed and they apologized to us, through text, of course. I heard he was now at a mental facility, getting the help that he needs. And me, well, we moved out, and I cut all my connections with Dan. I started a new life, and now I take caution to whom I should be friends to. So, to the guy who stalked me, let's not meet again. It's hard for me to write this because it has only been a year since it stopped. It started in 2014 and it happened in my home country of Sweden when I went to an art school for a summer course as a form of daily activity. The people at this art school were some of the worst people I have ever met, and that included me because I was kind of thrashed back then too. I was 21 years old and had little experience of the real world. I had gone 2 extra years of school because of switching majors and taking an extra year on my second choice, so I was literally on my first year of independence. I also have a light form of autism and didn't receive schooling until I was 12, which made me a bit more slowly developed mentally during high school. Don't worry, I'm all caught now. Basically, I was a 21-year-old with very little experience in life. The people I met at the art school were not, let's say, the highest of achievers. They were some of the meanest and most terrible people I have ever met. They treated each other and me awfully, as well as the teachers. But I was quite the little turd too. In fact, I feel like being around those people also made me worse. What started the stalking was an incident involving acrylic paint. It was going to be thrown away, so some of us took some of the paint so it wouldn't go to waste, and I finally took the remaining paint. Well, it's over showed up. Her name was Anna, and this is how she introduced herself. My art teacher was pushing these big tables on a trolley through the narrow passageway of the art hall, and Anna, dressed in expensive designer clothes, stood in her way. So my art teacher, not fearing anything, screams, "Move it!" Anna steps towards her with this crazy look in her eyes and shouts, "Excuse me, do you know who I am? I'm a famous woman." My art teacher, not impressed, responds with, "Okay, famous woman, move it." That's how we learned of Anna, the famous artist. She then proceeded to have all the terrible people of my class smooch over her and treat her like a celebrity, but her real reason for being there was because of her paint. So the great hunt began. I was roped into it, and my initial plan was just to give her back her paint so she could be off. Except, during the hunt, I got these terrifying red flags. She kept sniffing the paint of other people to see if any were hers. Apparently, she poured some kind of oil into the paint so she could sniff her way to where they were. During the hunt, she admitted that she had been put into treatment for the criminally insane because she had stalked a previous schoolmate that she thought had stolen paint from her. She even showed a CCTV video of her old schoolmate pulling a suitcase behind her, saying that's where she had the paint that she stole. I asked her how she got the video, and she said that her dad had connections with the local government, which had gotten the video from one of the local government cameras, which is illegal for a layman to access too. During this time, she even showed me the court document which she had saved as a PDF on her phone. During this time, she also admitted that she had been sending messages to a famous artist because a voice from heaven told her to do it and that she was destined to help her with her career. Anna also thought that staring wide-eyed made her more attractive, like the kind of stare where you can't see any of her eyelids at all. So while she was saying all of this, she had this crazy-eyed look on her face. I was terrified of her. I couldn't figure out a way of handing back the paint, so she ended up threatening to have the principal fired if she couldn't search every room for the paint. And when she did find all of her paint, she put it in one of the school's rooms and said that she would pick it up when she wanted to. She said that she would come every year during the art exhibit to check if her paint was still there and that she would sue the school if she found it missing. What a crazy person. End of the story, right? How I wish. About 2 years later, I enrolled in a 1-year basic art program at that school. I had completely forgotten about this crazy person. At one point, we were cleaning out the art rooms and her paint was brought up again, and it would again be thrown away. Me, not remembering the crazy famous artist, took a nice crimson bottle for myself, while others took some of the not ruined color for themselves. Then, as we all tried to continue with our lives, the crazy lady one day returned and started sniffing all the color. I didn't recognize her at all and had forgotten how dangerously deranged she was. I had even forgotten that I had gotten the crimson color from her paint, so when she started interrogating me for why the paint smelled like hers, I didn't know what to say. She also smelled her paint at some other girl's table and was harassing her as well. Thinking that this was all more fuss than it was worth, I threw away the crimson paint. It had started to cut from age anyway. And that is when everything went to hell and crazy-eyed Anna became my stalker. When she found out that I had thrown away the paint, she became convinced that I had re-enrolled at the art school specifically to steal her paint. She started convincing a bunch of gullible and, to be honest, low-achieving people that this was true, and I started being harassed. It started with a physical attack. I was painting alone in the evening, minding my own business, when this huge brute ran into me, tackled me on the floor and hit and kicked me. While this was happening, crazy Anna was fake crying in the corner, but I could see on the floor how she went from fake crying into gleefully smiling as I was being kicked and hit. Another girl she had recruited picked up and smashed my phone, breaking it. As the guy stormed off and the second girl followed, I stumbled onto my feet and asked Anna why she had done this, and the answer she gave me made me realize what kind of person she was. So you will know that I can hurt you if I want. That is the answer she gave me. I later asked the brute why he attacked me, and he said that he hated people who stole. This guy is training now to become an art teacher, and I fear for those children. I had bruised my ribs but were not allowed to go to the hospital because the principal didn't want to get involved, and since my phone was broken, I couldn't call for an ambulance. So it took so long to get to the hospital that the outside signs of the abuse had healed. During this time, crazy-eyed Anna started wearing a crimson jacket wherever she went. I asked her why she was wearing it and also said she looked pretty, thinking that talking nicely to her would start a friendly conversation to maybe smooth everything over. Well, Anna is not like normal people and does not think like normal people. Her response was that she wanted me to think of her every time I saw this color, and said that she had seen it work in a movie. She then added, "I am more beautiful than you will ever be." Wherever she went, she had a horde of smoochers around her, all thinking she was some kind of famous and fancy artist. But eventually, she had to leave the school, and I thought I had peace. Except she one day suddenly showed up and gleefully presented me with the school's Russian exchange student. This student had been sitting at my table every day for weeks, and I hadn't paid it any mind because why would I? She was allowed to sit there, but this is when crazy-eyed Anna drops the bombshell that this exchange student was A, not a real exchange student, and B, she had been putting her phone on the table each mealtime while having it on speaker with Anna on the other end, silently listening in on my conversations. I remember when she first told me this and how I didn't believe it. I didn't believe, and a part of me still had a hard time realizing the lengths this woman was going to were real. But it was what she said next that terrified me the most. She said, "I know about the secret messages behind your words, and I know what you're up to. And I had heard a voice from above that told me that it was my mission in life to keep an eye on you and to make sure that you behave." The abuse at school escalated quickly after this. I was harassed and cornered in every classroom and chased around school, and at the same time, I got no help. It escalated into a happening one late weekend night. I was sitting in the school's texture room when a guy suddenly burst in and started running towards me, screaming, "What makes you think you can sit here?" He did not go to this school. I jumped out of a window and started running towards my dorm and managed to call 112 in the meantime. That's the emergency number for Sweden, and managed to scream out that I needed help and where I was. I ran towards my dorm, but another guy was waiting for me there, so I ran towards the head building, but a third guy was waiting there. They cornered me, and I remember how scared I was. I thought I was going to die. But then, a light of hope, blue and red lights from the road. I was saved. I remember how happy I was to see the police officer. Everything would finally be over. And then, he walked up to the girl who orchestrated all of it, Malin, and he greeted her like a friend. And I knew it in that moment that he wouldn't save me. I screamed for help and he ignored me. She told him that there was no issue here. He said he was looking forward to seeing her around town. Then he left. He left me. He just drove away. The last thing I remember is the backlights of that police car driving away. I wake up the next morning, laying on the ground with a huge bump on the side of my head. I don't know what happened. Malin claims they never touched me and I just passed out when one of the guys grabbed me. I know better. I know the pain I felt and the huge bump on the side of my head. I called 112 and I called for an ambulance. At this time, because of the abuse, I had memory loss and couldn't quite tell the lady what the issue was. But I made a mistake. I told her that I called 112 the day after and the police officer just left me. And she got mad. Really, really mad. She told me that I was slandering her coworker and to only call if I actually needed help. And then she hung up. I was alone again, with no one, not a single person on my side. I tried to make a police report against Anna and Malin, but the officer had heard about me and deleted my report. It was during this time that I had enough and thought about ending my own life, so I was forcefully put in a mental health ward. And the stalking didn't stop. Crazy-eyed Anna had a friend of hers be committed so she could come into the ward as a visitor in order to harass me. When I tried to go to art schools again, she had people she had threatened to join the same program so they could keep an eye on me. At home, she would have another guy she had threatened to park outside my house a few times a week in order to scare me. During this, she would also have things stolen from me. Things like shoes, gloves, and the like. And according to the people doing the stealing, this was because she had watched a movie where someone steals items and puts them back to make someone go insane from the harassment. Crazy-eyed Anna would call me a few times a year lying about being a data collector to get private information out of me, something that took a few years to even catch on to. Because she lived in a big city far away at that time, she constantly forced other people to do the stalking for her. Most of them had at one point given drugs to, and then would get them to do what she wanted by threatening to report them to the police if they wouldn't. Others, she just bribed with money or charmed. I have gone for hour-long bus rides where someone admits to being there for her sake. Most people are afraid of her because she wouldn't leave them alone, and she will do to them what she does for me if they don't say yes to her. One girl was roped into standing all dressed in red outside my supermarket. Another girl was also roped into sitting with her car outside my house for hours, a few days a week, all because of the fear of this woman. I learned from a cousin of hers that she affords all of this because she won an art prize for 500,000 SEK at one point. It's why she thinks she's famous. I also learned that most of her biological family has cut contact with her because she has been doing this since she was a teenager. And yet, even with that information, no one would listen. When I tell people what she had done to me, people call me the crazy one. I have no history of delusions or of making up tall tales, yet it was so much easier for people to just think that I'm crazy. I have even been forcefully medicated at some points with psychosis medication that baffled doctors lamented over not working. Not even my family believes me. Something that has forever barred how much trust I can put into the relationship between us. I asked her once why she was doing all of this, and she said, "To punish you." I asked her for how long I would need to be punished, and she answered, "For as long as I want." At one point, I even considered killing her. I am the kind of person who catches flies alive in a cup and let them out the window. I have never harmed another human being, and I have never been violent. Yet at one point, I felt so desperate for freedom that I would take prison rather than being haunted by crazy-eyed Anna anymore. I was more afraid of her than of prison. Then, it stopped. It just stopped. Still a year later, I don't know why it stopped. Nothing in her history tells me that she would stop willingly, so I'm convinced that either she has run out of people to threaten into doing her bidding, or something has happened to her. It's possible that one of those people finally reported her and actually got taken seriously. I don't know. Even so, I can't feel relief. Not yet. And I am still afraid that it will start again, and I have given up all hope of being taken seriously by the police. So Anna, let's not meet again. So this girl that I was talking to at that time, her and I needed to have a talk. Yep, that one. And we decided that we would go to our local college town statue to do so. Many kids that go to our college went there to hang out, take pictures, climb on the statue, college kid shit. Basically, this statue was 30 minutes away in the middle of just farmland. The road to get there is a small, one-lane each direction road. I don't know the story behind it or anything, but it's a popular place and you would think that it's safe. So, we decided to head out, and it was probably around 1 a.m. at that point. You could see the stars and all of that. It was pitch black outside. When we got there, I get a really creepy feeling, but we wanted to take a look at the statue, so we got out of my car anyway and proceeded to walk to the statue. It was about a 5-minute walk from the gravel parking spot. We take a look and decided to get back in my car because it was dark and cold outside. This is when I decided to keep my engine running and back up into a spot so I could look at the small road to see if anything was happening. About 10 minutes into our conversation, I see a large white SUV drive past us. I didn't think anything of it, but it was the only other car we've seen all night. The car drives maybe a quarter mile down the road and suddenly does a 3-point turn. Weird. but no problem. He then comes back towards us and takes a right onto a side road that sat directly in front of us. At this point, I'm like, okay, he missed a turn, but no problem. About a quarter mile down this side road, the SUV does another 3-point turn and is now facing my car directly. The SUV stopped 100 feet or so in front of us with its headlights blaring down my car. Now, I was like, okay, this is super weird. I'm gonna get out of here. Suddenly, the car drives straight ahead into our gravel lot and sort of blocks off the only entrance or exit. The SUV then just sits here again, and we are directly facing each other. At this point, all of my spidey senses are in full gear and I'm ready to book it. The girl with me was like, no, we need to finish talking. He's just being weird. But I decide to just start hauling ass, and as soon as I squeeze my car out of the lot and onto the road, the SUV is tailing me. So I'm like, okay, this fucker obviously wants to do something with us. I told the girl to call the cops, but of course, in the middle of nowhere, there's no service. I start to fucking push my car and I'm going at 120 miles per hour on this small country road surrounded by nothing. And of course, the SUV is right on my ass. The road that we are on is straight nothingness for 15 plus miles, and so we continue driving. Once we finally started to reach a sense of civilization, there was an intersection with other cars. I finally get my sigh of relief and thought that this guy would leave us alone, so just try to test or trick him. I turn on my left turn signal and get ready to turn. I turn my wheel enough so that it would look like I was going to turn. Then I put my entire weight on my gas and went straight. He followed me exactly, with a turn signal, turning, accelerating, and everything. A couple of miles later, we finally get reception and call the police. As we are on the phone with them, there is a brightly lit gas station, one of those big ones like Quick Trip or Racetrack, and we turn into that because if this fucker is going to kill or kidnap us, he's going to have to do it where other people can see. And as soon as I turn into that gas station, he books it and hauls ass to wherever the fuck he was going. We gave a description and what happened to us to the dispatcher and continued on with our conversation. And to this day, I don't know what that person wanted or what their objective was, but I'm glad that I didn't find out. First thing you should know is that I was actually blessed, or cursed, with young-looking genes. Everyone always thinks that I'm younger than what I actually am, and this bizarre event happened a few months after I turned 18. Bear in mind that I looked like I was 16. I lived in a large, very diverse city. I'm Latina. It matters later on. And I grew up going to a church that belonged to a larger organization. So, the church has a lot of locations internationally, and like 5 within the city. I went to this church since I was born, so I know most of the congregation. There were very few people that I didn't know. But there was one man, let's call him Nate, that always made me feel so uneasy and sick. The church has a routine of creating a line after service ends so we can all greet each other. I hated having to greet him. I told my mom how I had a bad feeling about him, and she said it was all in my head. Fast forward to a few months later, I was sitting in the dining area with my friend's boyfriend. We were just chatting, joking around, waiting for her. Nate was sitting about 2 tables away from us. There was no one else, just us 3. He just sat there, staring at us. I briefly mentioned to my friend's boyfriend how Nate always made me feel uneasy. I got so irritated because I could feel him staring. So I went to the restroom. When I came back, Nate was sitting across from my friend's boyfriend talking. It was a little odd, but as I approached, so did a group of our friends. Now, it was about 8 of us, ranging from the ages of 16 to 22. We all grew up together and met in youth group, and we were sitting with a man in his late 40s. He sat in complete silence with us, just staring at me every now and then. And about 5 minutes later, my friend's boyfriend said, "Oh, we have a youth meeting we need to get to." We all got up and left Nate sitting alone. When we got to the meeting place, in another part of the building, my friend's boyfriend pulled her and myself apart and said, "Maybe I'm biased because of what you told me, but when you left to use the restroom, he came over and started asking about you. He asked if I was your boyfriend, and he looked a little mad but seemed to lighten up when I said I wasn't." The crazy part is that at that moment, my friend told us that when Nate first started coming to our church, he messaged her on Facebook. He kept sending her messages that he was lonely and that he just wanted to be friends. And coincidentally, that's when she started dating her boyfriend. So she changed her relationship status and the messages stopped. At that time, I was taking a social media hiatus because my ex didn't handle our breakup well, so he was harassing me on socials. After my friend told me about the messages, I decided to log into my Facebook. And indeed, there was hundreds of messages from him. It actually didn't use his real name on his account, which should have been a red flag. The messages would start nice enough about being friends and would get verbally aggressive because I was ignoring him or because he saw me talking to any of my guy friends at church. I made the mistake of just blocking him and deleting the message thread. Big mistake. Always keep the evidence. I brought it up to my parents and they again blew me off. Said it was just a culture thing because Nate was from El Salvador and apparently it's common to be overly affectionate with strangers in most Latin American countries. Anyways, a few weeks later, my parents did 180. When Nate first started coming to church, he sat all the way in the front row, and I, being a teenager, sat all the way in the back row with my friends. Slowly over the last few months, Nate would start sitting one bench further back until finally he was sitting on the same bench as my friends and I. I don't know about y'all, but in my church, women have to wear skirts and dresses during the service. We forward to church Saturdays there as a morning and afternoon service, and in between, they have mini services and workshops for different age groups and genders. This particular Saturday, I wore a knee-length dress and had a couple of friends sit between Nate and I. I was just whispering with my friends during the afternoon service, and normally when it ends, everyone kind of hangs out and socializes. During this time period, my dad was working the night shift at a hospital, so he would have to leave before the afternoon service ended. But my mom would still like to socialize afterwards. Yet this Saturday, my mom basically herded our family to the car ASAP. My friend, who had received the messages too, was actually sleeping over, and my dad had asked us to buy a couple of pizzas and meet him in the cafeteria of the hospital, which wasn't too far from church, and it was empty because we got there at 8:30. We all ate, talked, and joked around until my dad asked my grandmother to take my younger brothers outside to play the giant chess just outside the cafeteria. Once they left, my dad apologized to me for never believing me. I was completely surprised because I had no idea what he was talking about. He went on to tell me that my mom had happened to look back because my parents sat in the bench in front of us, and they saw the way Nate had been looking at me hungrily during the AM service at church. She asked my dad to speak to him during the break time, and my dad has never wanted to go into much detail about what was spoken, except to tell me the following. My dad said, "My wife and I have some concern over your interest in our daughter." Nate replied, "Let me stop you there. Your daughter and I are in a beautiful committed relationship. It's God's will for us to be together. You should try to stop God's will." Dad, "What is wrong with you? She's still a kid. If you were really looking for an actual relationship, you would be pursuing one of the older single women in this church. You are sick." Hearing my dad confirm what I suspected and validating my gut feeling made me break down in tears. The whole situation frightened me because I knew he wasn't just trying to sit on my bench. He was working his way to me, to sit next to me, talk to me, and worse, to touch me. My dad proceeded to tell me that he talked with a group of pastors at our church about what Nate had been doing and what he said. One of the pastors yelled out, "Are we seriously going to let him do this again?" Turns out, I wasn't the first, and my friend wasn't the first. There was someone else. I didn't know who, but I was set on finding out more. I called around and let my people know from the other churches in our organization to keep an eye out in case he had or tried to had inappropriate social media or in-person encounters with any other minors. My investigating paid off, and I found 3 other girls, 13, 15, and 16, and they were all from different churches, and one from mine. They all had the same story, that he tried social media contact and eventually tried in-person contact. The 13-year-old has an older sister who handled him, and a few weeks later, he moved on to another church. The 16-year-old went to a church that was pretty much made up of literally her entire extended family. Almost everyone was related, and apparently, a couple of her older cousins caught him doing or saying something incredibly inappropriate to her at church, out of all the places. And it's unclear if they threatened violence or actually beat him up. But I do know that the police was involved only because of the cousins, not because of what was happening with the minor. This brings me back to the 15-year-old girl that went to church with me. He did his whole routine with her, but it went to the point that he actually got her number and was texting or calling her at all hours. Her brother stepped in and asked him to stop and apologized if his sister led him on. What the hell? He genuinely blamed his sister for what happened, and I remember being filled with so much rage. Turns out Nate was being prepared to be a pastor at my church, and even though my dad complained about his behavior, they were still going to go ahead with it. I told my dad after I stopped crying that I wanted to talk to a lawyer ASAP. Well, my dad had a friend that was an immigration lawyer, and she offered to help connect us with someone that could help us. The lawyer said, because he never actually threatened me or tried to physically hurt me, that I didn't have any grounds for a restraining order. I don't know if that's in all states or just in Texas. My dad informed the pastors prior to our meeting with the lawyer that we were seeking legal counsel to see what my options were for dealing with Nate. Thus, unfortunately, led to spread of false corrupted information, because by the next Saturday, everyone, who wasn't directly informed by my family, believed that I was trying to sue the church. These were mostly people that knew me my whole life, people that I loved, and they called me a gold digger said it was my fault for dressing provocatively and that I probably led him on. Keep in mind that I didn't wear V-necks, made sure that my dresses were at least knee length, and if my shoulders were exposed, I wore a cardigan unless it was very hot out. It broke my heart, especially because one of my favorite uncles, the only one that also goes to church, actually sided with them. And to this day, I only politely greet him, and I don't hate him, but my love for him is gone. This decision to not have my back affected his relationship with everyone in our family, including his own kids. I took a few weeks and stopped going to church. Nate just stopped showing up at church, and he stopped trying to message me from his fake accounts. He just disappeared. Things got so hostile that the president of the church organization administration had to step in and hold a hearing for everyone's complaints. It was decided that it would be best if my dad stopped attending church because he was a troublemaker, even though all he was doing was standing up for me, asking for respect and accountability. It was announced a week later that my dad would no longer be welcomed at that church. My dad took a few moments to say goodbye in front of everyone and said that we talked as a family and none of us would be coming back. He said he was choosing to leave, remembering all the good time and the life lessons he learned in his 20 years of attending that church. He asked them to learn from their mistakes and be better. Everyone started crying, including all the people that called us gold diggers and called me slut to my face. I remember this one older lady that was best friends with my grandmother saying that she and her husband really loved me, but I had stopped loving them, and that's why our relationship was so strained. Nope, lady. It's the fact that you called me a slut, even though you were one of the people that would change my diaper. I apologize for the long post, but I still get so angry when I think about everything that happened and how it all escalated. I also get mad at myself and the system because I know Nate is still out there, and because even though he lost interest in me, it doesn't change the fact that he will always be targeting underage girls. Sometimes, I can't help but worry because I know eventually talking and looking won't be enough for him. He's the reason that I signed up for self-defense classes, attend kickboxing classes religiously, carry a pepper spray or taser, got a license to carry, and why my dad secured our home like Fort Knox. He's the reason why my mom and grandma each take turns double-checking all the windows and doors are locked before going to bed, and I know monsters are real. He's the reason why I stopped going to church. Because until he happened, church was my sanctuary, where I felt safest, but he took that from me. So to Nate, you know who you are, you monster. And I hope we never meet again, because if we do, I will be your worst nightmare. And always trust your gut, even when you're told that it's all in your head. He stalked me across 2 different countries, so this is going to be pretty long. Several years ago, I was using a dating app. It was all fun and games, and sometimes I met some people for hookups, sometimes I didn't, and most of the time, I didn't even reply to those who only sent me certain types of pictures unsolicited. One day, this guy shot me a message on there. He was, or is, 4 years younger than me, meaning he was 18 at that time and I was 22. I didn't really consider him my type, but at the same time, I also didn't think it would hurt to get to know him. I mean, looks are just looks, and there have been plenty of times where I fell for a guy, not for looks, but for the personality. So maybe that could have been the case too. I just came out of a pretty toxic relationship that involved lots of cheating, trust issues, and insecurities. So, I wasn't really looking for a new relationship, but it did feel good to get positive attention from guys. We started texting back and forth, nothing out of the ordinary, but I realized pretty soon that the part of his personality he let me experience considered of not more than, I'm horny, let's fuck. And look, no slut shaming, because I wasn't that opposed to it. As I said, I just had a nasty breakup and I was looking for some fun. So I said yes. We exchanged numbers, agreed on a date, time and place, and then we went back to our normal lives for now. I had a lot going on at that time, and it was only a few months until I moved to a different place. So, I already started planning for all of that. And not just that, but a friend of mine invited me to come with him on a trip to Amsterdam, which obviously had to be prepared as well, since that trip was scheduled 2 weeks before I was supposed to move. Therefore, it comes to no one's surprise that I kind of forgot about that guy. Until the day we were supposed to meet up. He texted me a few hours earlier if we were still clear. After I scolded myself for forgetting, I told him that we were meeting as planned, even though that would throw my schedule off a little. So, I got ready for the date, and I kid you not even an hour before we were supposed to meet, he canceled. I mean, not too big of a deal. It happens that you can't always make it. So, we scheduled another day, which he proceeded to cancel as well. Cancellation after cancellation, week after week, 7 different dates, and each time, it allegedly was a sick relative or pet. So clearly, I took that as he didn't really want to meet me. Which would be fine, I'm not everyone's type either. But he could have at least had the decency to not lead me on then. So I told him off about his shitty ass behavior, and I blocked him. Maybe that was a little of an overreaction, but I just didn't want to waste my time with a guy that seemingly always found excuses to meet me, when I could focus on either the moving process, the vacation process, or with another guy who was actually interested. But then, he messages me on the dating app. How dare I block him? And he wanted to meet me, but I was just an unappreciative bitch. Obviously, after that I blocked him on the app as well. I thought that I had heard the last of him, so I went on with my days. I already started forgetting him after a few weeks. And then another account messaged me, fake pictures and all, but it didn't take long for me to figure out it was him. He basically admitted it in the first place. So, another block followed. Another account, another block, day after day. And I thought, what even is going on? He didn't want to meet me first, and now he creates new accounts on the daily to contact me. What the hell? So I just had enough and wanted to tell him off again. When he started to apologize for his behavior, that he was in the wrong and that he was willing to meet me if I was willing to still meet him. Trust me, I really wanted to blow him off, but in my mind, if I just met him and be just really bad at sex or something, he'd just never contact me again. Stupid, but hey, it was worth a try. So we scheduled a meeting a few days before I was supposed to leave for the trip to Amsterdam, which I stupidly told him about. And since I didn't have a car, he offered to come to my place. Now, I would never ever give a stranger from the internet my address, but back then, I did. I mean, he couldn't possibly be a creep, right? So, we met. He came into my house, we sat down on my bed, exchanged basic pleasantries, and then he stopped talking altogether. He didn't even look at me. Just to be safe, I wasn't a catfish. I looked exactly like I did in the pictures that I had on the app, and only when I asked him or something, he would reply with very few words. Until I asked him directly about if we'd hook up or not. Then he suddenly started kissing me. And, well, I don't have to go into detail. So when he finished, he just sat next to me staring at the wall, not saying a word. At that point, I was pretty annoyed. I mean, I get being shy and all, but if it's that intense, how did you muster the courage to go on a hookup? Anyway, after I went to the bathroom to freshen up, I told him my roommates would be back soon. So he jumped up, said goodbye, and left. I got no other messages from him after. Flash forward to my trip to Amsterdam. My friend, let's call him Joe, and I had lots of fun roaming through the streets of Amsterdam day and night, relax in our pretty fancy hotel, and do the usual shit tourists do. One day, we were just walking down a very busy road, very close to the main train station, when suddenly, I heard a car honk loudly next to us. The traffic light was on red, so the person wasn't driving. I thought nothing of it and didn't even look until the guy started to call my name. That voice was very familiar, and the face that belonged to it was still in my memory. It was my hookup. When I looked, he smiled widely and called out for me to come over. But when he saw Joe, who at that point asked me who that was, the smile faded. I was dumbstruck, so I didn't say anything, but that wasn't necessary. The traffic light just turned green and people started getting agitated that my hookup wouldn't immediately go. So finally, he focused on the road again and drove off. That was a hell of a coincidence, right? That he would be in Amsterdam at the same time. But why wouldn't he say so when I told him my plans? If he didn't want me to know, why call out to me in the middle of a busy road? I didn't allow my mind to think about him intentionally going there to find me. That was impossible. He wasn't interested in me anyway, right? Back at home, my phone started to blow up. Calls, angry texts, new profiles. It didn't matter that I told him to stop. It didn't matter that I threatened to block him again. He told me that I was a slut for going out with another guy despite being in a relationship with him. That I was just like everyone else. That he deserved better than me. And then he said that he had just been coming to Amsterdam for me to surprise me. When I tell you that I changed my number and deleted the dating app quicker than I possibly could have dreamt of, I mean, I sprinted to my car and drove to the closest shop to get a new number. Not long after, I moved into the new place. I had 2 new roommates that were both in the same college courses I was in. We got along fine, and the house was pretty big. One of my roommates inherited it from her mom. The moving went smoothly. I didn't get another text, and I didn't get any messages on my social media, and he didn't show up to my old place. Eventually, a few months later, I basically forgot again. For more context, the house was in a village, not even a small town, but a village. There were no shops, no nothing. For shopping, we'd have to do in the next town that was approximately 4 miles away. My room was on the ground floor, and the window of that room was right next to the entrance door when you were looking at the house from the outside. And right beside my room outside was the carport. The ground was covered in gravel, and once anyone moved, the light of the carport would turn on. It was a pretty hot summer, so I sometimes slept with my window open. I wasn't that afraid because, once again, It was a small village, and barely anybody would drive through here. So one night, I was sleeping, even had my back turned towards the window, and then I started to hear someone walking on the gravel towards my window. Immediately, I turned around, of course, and I saw a guy walking past my window. Though he didn't look inside, he walked to the mailbox and seemed to throw something inside, then left again. I was stunned for a few seconds, but at least it wasn't a murderer, I thought. So as soon as I could move, I closed the window and kept it closed each night from that point onward. This actually happened a few nights, that someone would walk to our mailbox in the middle of the night, but nothing was ever inside, at least that I knew of. It was weird, but maybe one of my roommates were receiving something personal that they didn't want to share. Cut to a few nights later, I was minding my own business when I suddenly heard some gravel again. My roommates had just gone to bed half an hour ago, and I didn't hear anyone leave, but I thought it was just the mailbox guy. But this time, he didn't walk to the mailbox, he just walked to the carport. I know that because the light turned on. Immediately, I texted my roommates about a guy in our carport. One of my roommates, Sarah, who had her room across the hallway from mine, while Mary, the other roommate, had hers upstairs, texted back into our group chat that we'd meet with weapons at the bottom of the stairs to investigate. I grabbed a scissor I had in my room and went to our meeting point. Turns out, my weapons were the most useful, since Mary came downstairs with a ukulele and Sarah thought an empty plastic bottle would suffice. After laughing at the absurdity of our weapons of choice, we started getting back in serious mode, going to the side door that led to the carport. Sarah looked through the window of the said door, but didn't see anyone, and the light was turned off too. Just in that moment, we heard someone tampering with our mailbox again. Not gonna lie, I probably peed my pants a little bit. Immediately, we ran to the front door, opened it, and looked outside. But there was no one. At least, not that we could see. After a look in the mailbox, which was empty of course, we went back inside. Not even 2 minutes later, I got a text from an unknown number saying how cute I looked in my nightgown, that no makeup even made me look prettier. He hoped that I'd come out alone so we could have some fun together like before I moved, but he was sad to find 2 other people with me. Needless to say that none of us slept that night. The police was called immediately and did a sweep, but no one was found on the property. He didn't exactly say it, but I know it was that guy, so I filed a report the next day. Nothing really happened with it, but since nothing else happened like that, I thought he got the message when we called the police. Sometimes, I still get messages from an unknown number, but they're pretty harmless and don't really bother any further when I ignore them. But the fear in the back of my mind that one day he could be back stays, of course. In the meantime, I took up self-defense classes. So, dear stalker, we better never meet again. The incident occurred over the past year, and I was so rattled by it that I hadn't gotten a chance to process it until recently, and I decided to write the entirety of what happened down. I don't even use Reddit, but I knew of this subreddit, and I'm hoping that in the rare chance that somebody out there knows the man in the story, maybe he can get help. But I also want to share it so that if he has any more victims, maybe they'll consider sharing their experience as well. It is bizarre, but admittedly, an entertaining story. So for all those reasons, I decided to share it on here. Also, I'm sorry for any shitty grammar, because I'm not used to writing like this. As an 18-year-old male, I never in my life thought that I'd ever have any association with a stalker. In the media, stalker stories are always portrayed as some creepy bottom feeder becoming obsessed with a sweet but clueless girl and slowly invading every aspect of her privacy. My encounter with a stalker was far different, however, and it occurred during the first time I was ever on my own. The incident was pretty lengthy as a result. This recounting of it will be as well. I'm originally from the East Coast, but I'm currently a freshman attending college in Los Angeles. Due to COVID, the dorms were closed and classes virtual, but I ended up coming to LA anyway, getting an apartment close to campus. I was really excited to move across the country and live on my own in a new city and get a taste of adulthood for a year. I wasn't completely alone though. I had friends from the past who also ended up in LA. My friend Tommy was a close friend that I had made at camp years ago who attended another college in LA. My other friend Felix was incidentally also from the same camp, and back in the day, the three of us had been very close. Felix had decided to take the year off and make music with friends in LA, and my apartment building was only about 8 buildings down from Felix's. However, with my packed weeks and free weekends, our schedules were nearly the opposite, with his weekends busy with work and his relative freedom during the week. As a result, I ended up growing particularly close to Tommy, and we would alternate who went where due to the 20-mile Uber ride between us. Please, keep that in mind. Oftentimes, Tommy and I would hang out with Felix and his other friends whenever Tommy came to my area of the city. With all of that background, you should have a good idea of the context that this incident happened in. My apartment was about a 5-minute walk from a downtown area with restaurants, grocery stores, coffee shops, and boutiques. When I first moved in the fall, I took advantage of the pleasant nights, in contrast to my home's often harsh climate, by taking long walks at night through the well-lit and populated streets, just to explore and get familiar with my new neighborhood. LA is a beautiful city with a dynamic culture and unbeatable weather, but it does have the constant and often harsh reminder of homelessness, many of whom have mental illnesses and have otherwise been discarded by society. I had grown to despise the indifference that is shown toward them by people on the street who avoid their eyes at all cost, as if their life depended on it. In particular, during my first week, I was crossing a major boulevard when I noticed a man who appeared to be homeless in a wheelchair with one of his wheels caught in a deep pothole. He wasn't making any noise, but he was flailing frantically. I was far behind him, and I could not believe that people were just walking past him, looking down at their phones as they passed him. I wasn't even going to make it to the other side, in accordance with crossing time myself, but I expected surely someone around me would help him. But people still passed by without acknowledging him. I was so frustrated that I ended up yelling to the people ahead of me in the crosswalk and got a middle finger back. I asked him if he needed help, and he still didn't talk, but he nodded. He was crumpled into what seemed like a wrinkled but finely made tuxedo jacket. I could only see his frizzy blackish gray hair thrashing in the clothes. I got his wheel out of the pothole and quickly wheeled him across the street. As I got him onto the sidewalk, he abruptly turned to me, exposing his face to me only inches from my face. I pulled away, both because he was way too close to me in the middle of a pandemic and also because of his startling face. He was tan, a deep worn tan with deep sun wrinkles, like you'd imagine on old people at Florida Beach, forming what looked like a mask. His eyes were sunken deeply into his head and completely dead. I mean, completely vacant. It didn't even feel like he was looking at me, but through me. "Get the fuck away!" he growled in a voice that was so raspy it didn't even sound human. I scoffed at the man and continued walking, assuming that would be the last that I would ever see him, especially in a city of 4 million people, and considering that I pass hundreds of strangers a day that I will never see again. I continued on with my life for some time and had forgotten about him entirely, but unfortunately, that did not last long. To walk to the grocery store, I have to pass through an area with a great amount of foot traffic. In this area, one afternoon, I spotted a man far in front of me that was soon to pass me walking oddly. It wasn't exactly a limp. It was almost like he was drunk. It wasn't until he got closer that I recognized his blank eyes and frizzy hair. There was no wheelchair in sight. There was something about the man that raised major red flags in me. Maybe it was the vacancy of his eyes, or just something judgmental gut instinct that told me to get away. I tried to reserve as much judgment as I could because I figured he likely had some sort of mental illness. I was hoping to pass him quickly without acknowledgement, but when I got beside him, he stopped walking, causing me to momentarily pause. It sent a shiver down my spine, but I smiled at him and quickly kept walking. After that incident, I saw him many more times, and every time he turned to my direction. I learned to ignore it and barely register it. Eventually, he went away for a while, and I foolishly thought that was the last of him. Months after I stopped seeing him, Tommy was supposed to come over to my apartment. We were supposed to pick up alcohol for all of us before going to Felix and his friend's apartment, to hang out. As we were about to enter the liquor store, I could see the tall man with the tuxedo jacket standing at the intersection several feet past the store. I was somewhat disappointed that he had come back, but it wasn't the end of the world, especially because I was with Tommy and had learned to ignore him. I didn't even bother to explain the situation to Tommy. Anyway, we had just checked out and left the store, taking a left to a nearby intersection away from the one that I originally spotted him at. And guess who was standing at the crosswalk? My heart sunk, knowing it would only be the three of us waiting for the crossing sign to change. Tommy was talking to me, completely naive to the situation, but I could see the man beside him turn to us. Tommy saw my face change and turned to the man. Tommy quickly turned back to me, giving me a look upon seeing the man's face. The sign finally changed and we walked quickly across the street. Tommy continued talking to me, but at one point I was rattled. Up until that point, I had never had such direct prolonged contact with a man. "Are you good?" Tommy asked. I explained to him that I was seeing that man everywhere, all across my area of the city, and that every time I would see him, he would stare at me. Tommy didn't really take me seriously and clowned on me for being so worried. We got to Felix's house, and Tommy soon forgot about the incident while we were hanging out, but I didn't. We all got fairly drunk, but I couldn't shake this nagging sense of dread. Eventually, around 2 a.m., Tommy had taken an Uber back to his apartment, and many of the guys were going to bed. Honestly, I was still quite buzzed and irrationally afraid to walk that late at night, unlike the dozen of other nights that I've done the exact same thing. I was comforted by reminding myself that I had only seen him in the commercial area, not the residential block surrounded where we were. There were 2 cross streets between our buildings, and the walk usually takes about 2 minutes. And at that night, I was particularly paranoid and hurried. The streets were nearly empty, being that deep into the night and all. I passed one of the crossroads, but as I got closer to the next one, I saw a figure sitting on the curb of the intersection, diagonal from the one that I was about to reach. My heart started pounding, but I assured myself that it could just be a drunk college student. As I got closer, I could see the white streaks in the man's hair. You know those moments when you see something so shocking and you get momentary tunnel vision? It was exactly that, and combined with my drunkenness, I almost fell over once I realized who it was. I turned around and wondered if I should run back to Felix's apartment. The man rose his head from his lap, glaring at me with his empty eyes. That moment is one of the only moments in my life that I felt genuinely in danger. I got to the intersection hesitantly, pausing at the sidewalk, opening to the intersection. I expected him to stand, but he didn't. He stayed sitting on the curb, seemingly waiting for my decision. I looked down the cross street and wondered if I should walk around the block so that he wouldn't know where I lived, but part of me wanted to sprint to my building 200 feet ahead of me. My apartment building was large enough that he would never know my apartment, but still, the thought of him knowing my address was unsettling. I was running through the choices in my head when I thankfully heard 2 guys approach the intersection from the opposite end of the crossroad, right in the path of the man on the curb. They were both drunk, but when they saw him, they looked at him, and both looked at each other, then looked at me frozen. "There you guys are!" I yelled at them, beckoning them down the crossroad. They picked it up almost immediately, then yelled "hey" back, quickly passing him. As we walked down from the intersection, one of them asked if I was okay. I explained to them what was going on, knowing that they wouldn't remember in the morning. After a continuous flow of "bro," we had reached the street parallel to mine. They had reached their building and said goodbye to me, and I was alone again. It had to have been 3 by that point, and I was exhausted. I decided to sprint home to my building from the other direction than where he was, so I could quickly slip into the building without seeing whether he was still there. When I got to the door, I couldn't help myself and look at the intersection as I unlocked the door, and he was gone. I quickly opened the door and closed it behind me. I pressed the elevator call button, anxiously waiting outside the door through the glass wall. I didn't feel safe until I got back onto the elevator, after which I let out the biggest sigh of relief. I never told my parents this story. They were already so nervous about me living on my own so far away that they would lose their minds and likely would have made me come home if I told them. After that fiasco, I stayed in my apartment for a few days, working from there instead of going out into public. A few days in, I realized that I was being ridiculous and I left to get a coffee in town. Luckily, he wasn't there. For weeks, I continued to walk through the commercial area without any sight of the man. Weeks turned to months, which turned to academic terms, and I had gone home during the winter for winter break. And when I came back, I still had yet to see him. After enough time, I assumed he was gone, Maybe he was just trying to scare me, and he was satisfied after doing so that night. So he went on to another victim. Once again, I made the stupid, naive assumption that he was gone. By that time, it was late into the spring term, and people had started to go back to their homes all over the country. A couple weeks before I left LA, Tommy and I were hanging out one last time the night before he was flying home. I had grown to appreciate Tommy's apartment. It was one of the only places that I felt entirely safe due to being so far from my neighborhood of the city. I had previously told Tommy about the events that occurred that night, and he finally believed me after that. The night of the final incident, I was over his apartment, and the night was as normal as could be. Late into the night, Tommy and I had decided to take a walk into a 24-hour donut shop a couple blocks north of his building. We got to the shop pretty quickly and ordered our donuts. We were the only one in the shop, except for the 2 other employees, so we were served almost immediately. As we left the shop, Tommy turned around and now it was his face who dropped. Tommy was the kind of person that when he has a look of dread, you are far up Schitt's Creek without a paddle. I turned around in response and felt like I was going to faint. Standing under the dim light of the donut shop was the man, and the same dirty flip-flops, wife-beater torn pants pulled up to his chest, and a tuxedo jacket that I had come to associate with him. He stood there, staring at us. Not us. Me. This time, his eyes weren't empty. They were focused on mine like a laser, and I could see the fury behind them. Tommy and I were silent for a second, both of us frozen, and I looked at Tommy and mouthed to run. In that second, the 2 of us sprinted back to his apartment with our fastest possible speed. Tommy never looked back, but when he was flashing his cart to get past the locked door, I could see the man's uneven gait walking down the sidewalk towards us. The door unlocked, and we ran into the lobby, slamming the automatically locking door behind us. We sprinted up the stairs to his floor, where we caught our breath in the hallway. Tommy had a look of disbelief in his eyes, and I was shaking with adrenaline. To this day, I have absolutely no clue how the man could have gotten 20 miles and knew exactly where we were. It must have required such deep surveillance, and I felt like I was going to puke thinking about it. Tommy was rattled and gladly left Los Angeles the following day. I was there for another week, but I was so busy with finals and packing that I didn't leave my apartment. I don't think I'll ever know what that man wanted from me, or why he harassed me for months. By no means is this supposed to deter people from helping the less fortunate, but in rare instances, good deeds can come at unknowingly dark cost. I'd like to be noble and say that I don't regret helping him, but I do. When I come back to Los Angeles in the fall, I'll be in the dorms as well as Tommy. Somehow, that man was able to follow me 20 miles, so what is to say, he won't also find me in the dorms only a few hundred feet away from my old apartment. I can't call the police. What would I say? The man hadn't technically done anything wrong, and furthermore, LA was filled with vagrants, far out of the light of the police. I won't tell my parents because they'll kill me knowing that I kept it from them the whole year. I can only wonder what will happen this fall, and I guess only time will tell. Hello everyone, it's your creepy sister here. Thank you so much for watching the video. I really appreciate each and every one of you. I would also like to thank my following patrons: Ralph, Tasha, Fire05, Gabrol, Eskimono, Silver Threads, Sevenfold, Moschino. Thank you very, very much for your support. I really appreciate it. If you want to support the channel further, you can be a patron too. But remember, it's appreciated, but never a requirement. I would also like to announce that we have merch now. The link is in the description of the video, along with all my other social media links, like my Discord server, Twitter, Instagram, and others. You can connect with me and send your stories there. And don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't yet, and comments are highly appreciated. And remember, your fear feeds me.